Hey everyone. Welcome back to another video. This story is called The Toad Sage's Apprentice. Summary: Naruto isn't placed in Team 7, instead he is taken as Jiraiya's apprentice. How will life change for Naruto as he and the Toad Sage take his training seriously? As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys along with 12 other stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, enjoy the video. Chapter 1. Forest outside Konoha the night after graduation. If you ever touch my sensei again I will kill you, Naruto yelled, anger coming welling inside him as he looked down at his injured surrogate brother Iruka. Ha, like you could, I'll kill you in one hit, Mizuki sneered. Fine, bring it on and I will return it over 1,000 times. Kagebushin no jutsu, and suddenly the forest was filled with over 1,000 shadow clones. Mizuki didn't have time to respond as he was attacked by a barrage of orange-clad wannabe ninja. Guess I overdid it, hey Iruka-sensei? Asked Naruto sheepishly. Iruka was stunned. Maybe he can surpass all of the Hokages. Little did he know those same thoughts were going through the minds of two observers. Naruto, close your eyes. Doing as he was told, Naruto waited as Iruka took off his forehead protector and placed it on his favorite student's head. Okay, you can open them now, Iruka said, voice full of pride. Naruto saw the new addition to his outfit and jumped for joy, shouting about how he did it and how he would be Hokage in no time with unbridled joy in his voice. I promise I will make you proud, Iruka-sensei, he said, barely containing tears of joy. You already have Naruto Hokage office. Well, the kid definitely has guts and by the looks of it a shitload of untapped potential. What do you think, sensei? Asked a man with waist-length white hair and red marks on his eyes. Yes, he certainly dosed Jiraiya, but with that much chakra it is no wonder poor Naruto couldn't do a standard clone. He simply has far too much to control, Sarutobi Hiruzen answered. Well, I was going to wait around a year or till his first Chunin exams before I took up training the Gaki. But I think it's about time I get to know my godson and take up his training, Jiraiya said proudly. Kakashi will not be happy. He was hoping to have the boy on his Jinan squad, especially seeing as the council will probably try and force him to pass his team because of the Uchiha. Hiruzen responded. Don't worry, I'll take care of that anyway. This is the same council that refused to let me take the Gaki with me when I had to leave for my resh. Spying, even though Minato and Kushina left me as his guardian. What do you think the council's orders are going to be to Kakashi? Give all his students equal time or focus on the Uchiha, Jiraiya argued. Very well, I'm sure Naruto and Iruka are on the way here. Would you like to stay and talk to him now? The professor asked. Nah, I'm gonna go catch up on my research, and with that the Toad Sage was out through the window. I wish just once he would use the door. The aged Hokage sighed and went back to stare at his paperwork before breaking out into tears. Chapter 2, Meeting the Sage in Training. Academy Team Selection Day. Naruto walked into the academy still on a high after the events of last night. He had graduated and knew a B-rank jutsu. All in all, things were going well for our golden-haired hero. As he walked in he noticed a couple of the students giving him questioning looks. Apparently they were not aware he had passed. Naruto, what are you doing here? This is for people who pass the exam, said Shikamaru. Look at the forehead. I did pass, Naruto responded. Troublesome was the Nara's only response as he turned his head back and went back to sleep. However, his mind was working in overdrive. He definitely failed. That means something must have happened in the time since then. I wonder if it had anything to do with why all those Chunin were running around like headless chickens last night. Shikamaru thought. He was brought out of his internal musing by the arrival of Sasuke's two biggest fangirls. Ino and Sakura. Troublesome though it was, he just couldn't concentrate on the puzzle that was the Uzumaki while there was a banshee screeching right behind his ear at said blonde enigma for having the nerve to get between her and her Sasuke-kun. Thankfully for all students and definitely Akamaru, Iruka arrived and forced in the class to quieten. Okay class, you are now going to be given the teams you will work with until you make Chunin. First we have Team 1, Team 7 will be Sakura Hirano, Sasuke Uchiha. Iruka began but was cut off by a very loud class member. Yes, true love wins out. I'm destined to be with Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled, causing the surrounding students and Iruka to wince at how loud she was. Okay, anyway, the final member of Team 7 will be Sai and your sensei will be Kakashi Hitake, Iruka said before moving on to Team 8. The rest are the same as canon. Hey Iruka-sensei, why didn't I get a team? Asked Naruto. You probably didn't even graduate, you probably stole that Hetaiot from someone else, Naruto Baka screeched Sakura. That's enough. Sakura the Hokage personally passed Naruto last night after he passed a far harder exam than the one yesterday. Naruto, after this is over you are to go to the Hokage Tower to find out your team placement. That's all it says on my form. Okay, now the rest of you, your senseis will be here in 1 hour. Till then I suggest you get to know your new team. Iruka finished and left the new Jinan to their own devices. Naruto was a little pissed he had to wait till everyone already had their team before he was told to go to the Hokage Tower, but figured there was a reason, so decided to hurry to meet his new team. Hokage Tower at the same time. Kakashi was confused and a little angry. He wanted to teach his sensei's son more than anything to try and make up for all the times he couldn't save him from a beating when he was in Anbu. Hokage-sama, may I ask whose team Naruto is going to be on? I was hoping I could teach the boy. Kakashi Hatake said, clearly upset. The Hokage went to answer, but before he could he was cut off. Mine, said a voice from the window, and all the Jonin in the room turned to see the legendary Toad Sage sitting casually in the window facing over the village. Master Jiraiya, why would you take on another apprentice in that thing of all children? Why not take on one of the top students like the Uchiha? I mean, surely you know what that thing is. One random soon to be demoted Jonin said. He is a child who has very little talent, but has the will to never give up, and strength to cope with almost anything despite failing. In short, he is like me. Why would I want to train a snobbish arrogant gaki like that Uchiha who is at everything handed to him when I could train someone who actually needs it? Jiraiya answered with a hint of killing intent directed to the man insulting his godson. Hokage Tower. Naruto walked into the Hokage's office like he owned the place, looking for any new faces. He only saw one, a tall man, and no sign of his new team anywhere. Hey Gigi, what gives? Where's my team already? Everyone else already has them except me, asked a confused Naruto. Ah yes Naruto, I'm here to tell you that this man here has requested you as his apprentice. Hiruzen responded. Oh okay, hi, I'm Naruto. What's your name? The blonde asked. I am glad you asked, kid. I'm the great Toad Charmer from Mount Myobakuzen, the legendary master Jiraiya, completing his dance with a pose. Gigi, can I have a sensei who isn't a complete idiot? Naruto said with a deadpan expression. He now Naruto, Jiraiya here was one of my very own pupils and is a very famous ninja. You can learn a lot from him when he's not enjoying his other hobbies. The aged Hokage chuckled. So what are you going to teach me, Jiraiya-sensei? Some cool new jutsu? Naruto asked excitedly. Hold on Gaki, gotta fix what's wrong before we can move on to learning new moves. Don't worry though, it shouldn't take that long, and I think a proper taijutsu style rather than that basic academy one will be on the cards. Then I promise he'll teach you a new jutsu, Jiraiya said with a smile at the eagerness of his godson. Well then we better get started then. I can't wait, soon I will show Sasuke team I'm not Adobe, Naruto yelled as he and Jiraiya left for a training ground. Training ground 2. Okay, so what are we going to learn? I know you said you wanted to fix my problems, but I don't know what they are. I mean, I know that my chakra control isn't good, but other than that I don't know. Nobody has ever helped me and I don't see what's wrong with my taijutsu style, Naruto said, looking to Jiraiya for some answers. Well, let's see. First I want you to fight 5 clones against yourself and see if you can win. That will show you the holes in your taijutsu style. I'll be teaching you strategy and a lot of chakra control exercises, and once you master tree and water walking I will teach you 2 jutsu. One of them will be a jutsu the 4th Hokage invented. Deal? Jiraiya said, knowing that Naruto would be interested in learning a jutsu from his hero. Sure, you bet. Just you watch, Jiraiya-sensei. I will get this stuff down in no time. Kagebushin no jutsu. The 5 Naruto clones proceeded to hand one legendary kicking to the original before he eventually dispelled the final clone. Okay, you win sensei. I need help with taijutsu, but I have a question. When I was facing the clones after I dispelled them, I could remember winning the fight like I was one of the clones, Naruto said, confused. Oh ho, looks like you may not be such a dumbass after all. You see, the shadow clone is a forbidden jutsu for several reasons. Mainly because it uses such a large amount of chakra, it is impractical and dangerous for most people to use. The second is because the person learns everything the clone does. You can be overcome by information overload, Jiraiya explained. So does that mean I can use them to help me train? Naruto asked. Yes, very good. Now this is dangerous, and I would go as far as saying that you would be the only person capable of using this style effectively because you heal faster thanks to the fox and your enormous chakra supplies, the Toad Sage answered. You know about the fox? The blonde knucklehead asked. Yes, I do, and in time I'm going to help you control it eventually so you can use it to make you stronger. But before that we need to get you strong enough to be a good ninja without it. Now I want you to make 50 clones and get them to read these books while I show you the kata for my taijutsu style, Jiraiya said. Awesome, let's get to work, the blonde yelled as 50 clones popped into existence. Chapter 3, Rasengan and One Big Toad. It had been several weeks since Naruto had been training with Jiraiya, and the Toad Sage had been impressed with his improvement. He had got tree walking down and had almost mastered water walking. He had become proficient enough that he could now beat 10 clones at a time in taijutsu. Naruto had found a new hobby in seal making, and he couldn't understand why there weren't more seal masters in Konoha, with Jiraiya being the only one, something which the Toad Sage was all too willing to boast about, as it was considered one of the more difficult ninja arts. "Okay Gaki, looks like you got it down. Come to land and dispel your clones. I'm going to give you a gift," the white-haired toad charmer said, getting a jump for joy from his young charge. "So what's the gift, sensei?" asked an enthusiastic Naruto. "It's this summoning jutsu," the old Toad Sage said as a scroll appeared along with a small toad. "Okay Naruto, I want you to come here and sign your name next to where it says Minato Namikaze," Jiraiya said, pointing the empty space on the scroll. "Sure thing." "Okay, now what?" the blonde asked. "Use these hand signs and then slam your hand down. Now for this you can't use shadow clones, it has to be all you, because you could have half of the toads of Mayaboku here by the end of the day if you do," Jiraiya explained. The training went slow and all he could summon was a rather friendly toad by the name of Gamakichi and his brother Gamatatsu, but he couldn't get anything bigger. "What am I doing wrong, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya-sensei? Are you peeking on the women at the waterfall? You are, aren't you? I didn't know you were nothing but a little pervert," Naruto said angrily. "Hey, I'm not a little pervert," Jiraiya responded. "I'm a super pervert." "How is that better?" the blonde asked with a sweat drop. "Anyway, I think I know how you can master the jutsu. You have to be faced with a life and death situation. And if I'm correct, you will get in contact with the fox and start learning how to control his chakra at the same time," the Toad Sage said. "Near a valley that is for some reason just outside of Konoha." "Okay Gaki, it's do or die. Good luck," he said as he tossed Naruto off the edge. "Please forgive me, Minato," he finished in an afterthought. Moments later, Naruto resurfaced on top of an angry Gamabunta, and after a small conversation with his new summoner decided to test him to see if he is able to stay on his head for a day, which he was able to do, passing out just as he made it to sundown. For the next few weeks Naruto continued training till he could summon a Gamabunta-sized toad without needing Kyuubi's chakra, and had even gone on number of C-rank missions with teams 8 and 10 or just with Jiraiya. Most of them were basic, like deliver packages to another small village in Fire Country. "So what are we going to work on today, Erozen?" Naruto asked. A tick mark appeared on said pervert's head. "Gaki, how many times have I asked you not to call me that?" "I will stop calling you Erozen when you stop peeking on women wherever we go," the blonde responded. "Anyway, today I'm going to teach you a new jutsu, and this one is right up your alley. It was created by my greatest student, the 4th Hokage. And all you need is chakra, and there are no hand signs. This is a 3-step process. First is rotation, the second is power, and finally you combine the two to produce this Rasengan." A blue ball of chakra appeared in Jiraiya's hand as he finished his explanation. "Awesome, what do I have to do?" The energetic blonde was bouncing off the wall at the prospect of learning a jutsu created by his hero. "Here you have to pop these water balloons, just like this," and he rotated the water inside the balloon till it popped. Putting a bucket of the balloons down, Naruto quickly made 100 clones and got to work. It took him several hours, but Naruto eventually figured out that the water had to be spun in all directions. Jiraiya then started Naruto on the second stage for him to work on for the next week while he went to check on his spy network and left Naruto with Team 9. The following week was what Naruto would call extreme, especially when he made a promise he would keep up in Guy and Lee's extended physical workouts. By the end of the week though, Naruto had completed the second stage of the Rasengan and had taken to wearing weights after he found out how much faster Lee was because of them. Naruto was now working on the third part of the Rasengan and felt he was very close. He could stop the balloon from blowing up for about 10 seconds at full rotation before it would destabilize. Naruto had figured he could complete it with a shadow clone, but felt he didn't want to be forced to use one. The jutsu. "You're almost there, Gaki, you should have it by next week. I have to go again for a few weeks, so I want you to go get a team to do some missions with, preferably a C," Jiraiya said. "Oh okay, I hope I get some C ranks. Those Ds are nothing but kids' chores. I mean, I know they're to strengthen team cooperation, but I mean we could have done them in the academy," Naruto said. "Yeah, I know, but that's the way Sensei does it. Maybe when you're Hokage you can change things." "So how are your studies on seals going? Are you ready to move up to the intermediate books yet?" the white-haired man asked. "Yeah, that would be great. I finished all the beginner's books last week, so I've had the extra clones working on the Goken Taijutsu style Guy Sensei taught me. It's good because while the Toad style is defensive, the Goken is offense, so I can change styles to what is needed for a battle," Naruto said. "Excellent work, Gaki, you're starting to think like a ninja. I'm proud of you. Now keep working and remember to take all your balloons with you to whatever you have to do next week so you can get training in. That way you can show me what you have done when I get back," Jiraiya said. The pair continued training and sparring till the late in the afternoon when Naruto made his way home and Jiraiya went to the Hokage Tower. The next day at the Hokage Tower. Hey Gigi, I need another team for a few weeks. Zenin has left again to perv on women or whatever else he does when he leaves the village, Naruto said loudly. Oh yes Naruto, Jiraiya told me you would need a team. Don't worry, I have a C-rank mission for the next Shinon team to come in for a mission, the old Hokage said kindly. It turned out the next team through the door was a very cut-up looking Team 7 and Kakashi with a struggling Tora in Sasuke's arms. Okay Team 7, good job catching Tora, now we have a mission to paint a fence. The Inazukas want their dogs walked and kennels washed, or Therese. No Tora, come back catching Tora again, the Hokage said with a small face palm. No, the entire of Team 7 minus their sensei yelled. Well, we do have a C rank and your team is the last one to do one, Kakashi, do you think they're ready? Hiruzen sighed. Well, their teamwork could be better, but I would say they can handle a C rank no problem, the copy ninja replied. Very well, and you will have some help on this mission. Naruto Uzumaki, his sensei is out of the village and has requested Naruto aid another squad until he returns, the Hokage said. Why Naruto, that baka will only get in our way, I mean he screws everything up, Sakura yelled. Naruto, who had entered moments before, had his head down. Why do I like her again? I mean she is loud and in all honesty has never treated me like I meant anything. I think I just wanted someone popular and smart to like me, well not anymore, I'm so through with her, he thought. Anyway, despite what you think, Naruto here is a splendid ninja and will help this mission, I'm sure of it. Now will you send Tazuna-san in please, Hiruzen said loudly. In walked an old man with a straw hat and a large smell of sake. He wore slightly banged up clothes and looked a little worse for wear. What, these are the ninja who are supposed to protect me? They look more like school kids to me, the man said indignantly as he looked at the Jinan. Chapter 4, Wave. Naruto, don't kill the client, it's bad for business, the Hokage chuckled. Okay Gigi, for you, Naruto said, putting his kunai away before going to stand next to Kakashi. So I say we meet at the West Gate in 1 hour, Kakashi said before he disappeared via a sunshine. 1 hour later, West Gate. Naruto was looking at a rather confusing sight. It seemed like Sakura was trying to dispel Kakashi as though he were a genjutsu. Naruto had learned about dispelling genjutsu from one of the scrolls his clones had read, and Kurenai Sensei had helped him be able to dispel and detect some basic genjutsu when he had some missions with Team 8. Where is that Naruto baka? I can't believe he would be late, just goes to show how useless he is. He's nothing like Sasuke-kun, Sakura said. What do you mean, Sakura? Naruto is in that tree over there, has been there before I got here, although he is doing a good job hiding his presence, Kakashi said. The three stunned Jinan turned around to see Naruto lazily leaning against a tree branch. How did I not notice him? I mean, come on, he wears bright orange, seethed Sasuke. Well, shall we get going? This mission isn't going to complete itself, the blonde joyfully spoke. You're a weird one, aren't you? Gaki Tazuna spoke. Maybe, but I'm starting to think a lot of great ninja have odd quirks. For example, Kakashi-san here obviously likes to read my sensei's perverted books in public. And there is this crazy snake lady that basically lives at Training Ground 44 who has a thing for blood, Naruto said, shivering at the memory. He and Jiraiya had gone to train in the Forest of Death, only for his sensei to leave him upon the arrival of one Anko Mitarashi. Anyway, we should go. Naruto, where's your stuff? The silver-haired ninja asked. Got it here, Kakashi-san, Naruto responded, pulling out a few scrolls from his small backpack. Kakashi nodded and the small group headed out towards Wave. Several hours later, on the road to Wave. Naruto baka, what are you doing with those balloons? You're just trying to be the center of attention, you're never going to be as good as Sasuke, the pinkette screeched. I'm doing an exercise my sensei left for me. And I'm almost finished it anyway, so why does it bother you? Naruto responded. Naruto is right, maybe if you did some exercises Dickless over there will pay more attention to you, Sai said, causing Naruto and Kakashi to chuckle and Sakura and Sasuke to go red in anger. Kakashi was watching the blonde very closely. He had known immediately what the exercise was and knew how close the knucklehead was to completing his sensei's prize jutsu. Jiraiya-sama, how much has Naruto improved from the dead last in the class if he is this close to finishing the Rasengan only 3 months after graduation, Kakashi thought. Several hours later, Naruto noticed what looked like 2 relatively large puddles on the ground, and then realization kicked in. Hang on, everything else is so dry, how could there be those puddles when it looks like it hasn't rained in weeks? Naruto looked at Kakashi, who glanced back and faintly nodded, indicating that this was indeed a genjutsu. The group walked past the puddles. But when Naruto and Kakashi felt a chakra spike, they immediately turned around to see what looked like 2 Kiri ninja with breathing devices on. They charged at Kakashi but missed the fact he used a Kairami to substitute with a log. Naruto quickly jumped into action, producing 5 shadow clones and sent them to intercept the 2 ninja who were making a dash for Tazuna. Getting in the way, 2 clones successfully stalled the missing nins while a third pined the chain connecting them to the ground. They soon recovered though and disconnected from the chain, dispersing 3 of the clones. Naruto responded by kneeing the closest ninja and using clones to hold him down while Sasuke and Sai dealt with the other. After the confrontation, Kakashi walked out from the bushes much to the shock of the Genin of Team 7. "Kakashi-sensei, I thought you died," Sakura screeched, causing all present to wince and Kakashi to point at the log wearing his jacket with red paint on it. "Well, this is unexpected. Guado and Mezzo, the demon brothers, B-rank missing nin from Kirigakure. I didn't expect this. This mission is definitely not C rank anymore, it's more like a B borderline A. Tazuna, I think you have some explaining to do," Kakashi said sternly. "I think it was Gato who hired them. You see, Wave has been bled dry by Gato, and he wants me dead so I can't finish my bridge and the country no longer has to rely on shipping to gain supplies," Tazuna said, laying on the guilt trip. "Well, we were still given false information. If you couldn't afford a higher rank, you should have told the Hokage and organized another payment method. Now we have to decide whether or not to continue or go back to Konoha," Kakashi said. "I say we go on. He needs help and has an honest goal to free a nation, and I can't abandon him," Naruto declared.
"HMP, if the Dobi is staying then so am I can't have an incomplete on my first C-rank mission," Sasuke said, which followed by statements of agreement from Sakura and Sai.
"Fine, we will continue, but once your country is back on its feet we will be expecting a full mission payment for the eventual rank of this mission." "Got it," Kakashi finished. "Yes, that won't be a problem at all. That you all so much," Tazuna said, happy to still have protection of the small group of Leaf Ninja. 2 days later. "So Tazuna-san, how much longer until we reach your house?" Kakashi asked, curious how long it could be till he could read his little orange book again. "Not long, should only be about another hour at this speed," the bridge builder replied. Half an hour later and Kakashi was on edge. The fog they were in didn't seem natural and was getting thicker. It wasn't long before Naruto flung a kunai into a nearby bush, but all it ended up being was a bunny. Strange that rabbit had white fur, which is rare around these parts, especially in summer. My guess would be that it was raised indoors. The musings of Kakashi were soon drowned out by the sound of metal moving towards the group at a fast speed. "Get down!" Kakashi yelled. Naruto grabbed Tazuna and tackled the old man to the ground as a large cleaver flew just overhead. Well, what do we have here?" A little Genin team of figures said as he came into view. He could be seen as a bit taller than Kakashi with a similar face mask and no eyebrows. "Zabuza Momoiki, the demon of the bloody mist, wanted for the assassination of the water dynamo and attempted assassination of the Mizukage," Kakashi recited in a calm yet serious tone. "Oh my, it's Kakashi, the copy ninja rumored to have copied over 1,000 jutsu. It will be a pleasure killing you," Zabuza said in a cocky voice. "Okay guys, you stay and guard the bridge builder. I will handle Zabuza," Kakashi said as he raised his hetai to reveal his covered eye. "So I get to see the Sharingan this early. I'm honored." Kirigakure no jutsu. The mist grew so thick that nobody could see through it. Even Kakashi, although he could still predict attacks with his Sharingan, had no way of seeing the man. 8 vital spots: heart, jugular, kidneys, liver, subclavian artery, spine, larynx, lungs. "Now which will be my attack point?" Zabuza taunted from the mist. Sasuke was shaking from the killer intent, unable to move as he sat there under the massive killer intent. Slowly he was bringing a kunai up to his neck to end it, but was cut off by Kakashi. "Don't threat Sasuke, you will be alright, I will protect you," Kakashi said in order to prevent the untimely death of his student. "Oh, I don't think so," said Zabuza as he appeared behind Tazuna and brought his cleaver down towards the bridge builder, but before he could, Kakashi intercepted and deflected the swing with a kunai. Kakashi kicked Zabuza back into the mist where he couldn't be seen before running off after him. Appearing behind the demon of the mist, he held a kunai to his larynx and slit his neck, but noticed he turned into water. Mizubushin, the copy ninja, thought as he was struck with the cleaver, ripping him in half before dissolving into water. "Well, I'm impressed, Kakashi. Even in the mist you were able to copy my moves, but that's all it is, a copy. It has nothing on the original," Zabuza boasted. Planning his next attack, he kicked Kakashi out of the fog and onto the water. As Kakashi got up, he couldn't see Zabuza anywhere. Where is he?" But before he could finish his thought, he felt a chakra spike and found himself trapped in an orb of water. "Forget about me. Take the bridge builder and run. He has to use contact to keep me here and it's draining his chakra," Kakashi ordered his team. Team 7 looked ready to comply, but Naruto refused to budge. "Are you kidding? If I just abandon a comrade I would never be able to look at Ero Zenin in the eye again. You just watch, Kakashi-san, I'll kick this guy's ass then get you out of there," the blonde yelled. Seeing Naruto's resolve and not wanting to be outdone, Sasuke came and stood next to Naruto as Zabuza created several Mizubushin to deal with what he considered a pest. Naruto reacted quickly, creating 20 shadow clones and sent them to engage the Zabuza clones. The members of Team 7 were stunned. Naruto the class Dobi had just made 20 clones, and not only that, these were not some illusion but full-body solid clones. How is he able to do that, and why haven't I been taught that jutsu? If anybody deserves a jutsu like that, it's me, Sasuke seethed. Zabuza's clones were quickly dispatching the shadow clones with relative ease, so Naruto decided he best stay back. I need to think of something if I can distract the clones enough so that I can sneak by and attack the real Zabuza so we can free Kakashi-san. I know, Sasuke. Sai, I need you to throw as many kunai and shuriken at them as you can. I have a plan. Naruto finished by creating 20 more clones. Hey clones again. Can't you children see you're out of your league? Zabuza smirked as Naruto's clones bent down to push off in a sprint while Sai and Sasuke began attacking at a distance with kunai. As the clones engaged, suddenly 10 more Naruto clones appeared around the original Zabuza and attacked him from all angles, forcing him to jump. What the how did that kid get past my clones, he thought before coming to the realization that he had just released Kakashi from his watery prison. Yes. It worked. I had some clones henge into rocks on the floor while my others picked them up, and when they engaged the Mizubushins, quickly throw them towards the real Zabuza, Naruto explained to the mystified Team 7 and Zabuza. Very clever, Naruto. But now I have to finish this, thought Kakashi. I got distracted and forced to let go of the water prison, Zabuza said, not wanting to think he was outsmarted by a fresh Jinan. Don't flatter yourself, you were forced to let go, Kakashi said as he waited for Zabuza to start the first move. Zabuza jumped away from Kakashi and started running through hand signs at the same time as Kakashi. In the end, both finished at the same time, ending shouting water style, water dragon jutsu. I'm far too lazy to write the real names in their English translation. I will still keep the main ones like Chidori, Reikiri, and Rasengan. Don't like it, Sumi. Identical streams of water clash. How did that happen? The Sharingan allows the user to copy and recreate what the other is doing, but they defiantly finished at the same time. How, thought Zabuza as the jutsu ended. Zabuza jumped back and started to run though hand signs, but failed to notice that Kakashi was once again performing the same jutsu, only this time faster. Water style giant vortex jutsu. Kakashi finished and a large spinning wave of water hit Zabuza, throwing him into a tree. How are you doing that? Can you see the future? Yes, and in your future, I see death. Kakashi finished for Zabuza. But before he could deliver the killing blow, senbone needles shot out from a nearby tree and impaled into Zabuza's neck, apparently killing him. Thank you for weakening my target. I have been chasing him for a long time, the masked hunter nin said in an even tone. Allow me to take the body. Farewell, Leaf Ninja, the masked hunter said as he picked up the body and left with a shunshine. Well, anyway, are we almost at your house, Tazuna-san? Kakashi questioned. Tazuna was about to answer when Kakashi collapsed from exhaustion and overusing the Sharingan. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura cried out in worry for her fallen leader. Naruto, Sai and Sasuke checked him, making sure he was alright. Pulling his headband back over his eye, Naruto created a couple of clones that picked him up, and they headed for the bridge builder's house. On arriving at the house, they were greeted by Tazuna's daughter Tsunami, and given rooms to rest in. The following day, Kakashi came downstairs on crutches. Looking around, saw his Jinan and Naruto eating breakfast. Kakashi was about to speak up when Naruto voiced his very own concerns. Kakashi-san, I believe that Zabuza is alive. Chapter 5, The Meeting. So you came to that conclusion as well, Naruto? Yes, I believe he is alive. That hunter nin seemed off and didn't follow procedure, Kakashi explained to the room. Yeah, I read in a book Erozenin gave me that hunter nin are supposed to cut off the head and burn the body of their targets, so why would he take the body with him unless the hunter ninja was working with Zabuza? Naruto continued. Don't you two think you're overthinking things? I mean, you checked him yourself, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said, almost pleading herself to be right. Yes, but think about what weapon the hunter used, senbone needles. It is possible to put a person in a near-death state by hitting the pressure points in such a way that it shuts down all noticeable signs of life. No, I think Zabuza will be back in about a week, which means we have to train. Kakashi finished with a look of seriousness on his face to indicate he was deadly serious. But sensei, forgive me, but it seems highly unlikely that we have any hope against someone like Zabuza, and a week's worth of training is not going to change that, Sai said, hoping his sensei would see the logic and not have to fight the legendary swordsman. Yes, but you won't be fighting Zabuza. I will. You will be fighting the fake hunter nin, Kakashi explained. Forest clearing 1 hour later. Okay, today we are going to learn to climb trees, the silver-haired ninja said in a bored tone. Kakashi-sensei, we already know how to climb trees, Sakura said, confused why their sensei would think they were that useless. I mean climb trees without your hands, the Cyclops said, not taking his eye off his Icha. He means like this, said Naruto as he walked over to the tree and casually walked up the side. Well, it seems that you already know this exercise. Very good, Naruto, that means you will come with me and help me guard the bridge builder, Kakashi said. Maybe I can use this chance to teach him something, seeing as Jiraiya-sama took him as a pupil and I didn't get the chance. Can I bring some of my balloons to work on my exercise for Arrow Zenin then, Naruto asked. Sure thing, now the rest of you. He took out 3 kunai and threw them on the ground at their feet. Use those to mark your progress up the tree. I will leave a clone here to watch your progress. Kakashi made a shadow clone and left the clearing quickly, followed by Naruto. It can't be hard to do it all if Dobi can do it, Sasuke sneered. Yeah, I mean he was just trying to show off. I bet you get this first go, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, fawning over her crush and obsession. It seems Dickless is trying to hide the fact that he is angry that someone can do something he can't by hiding behind his arrogance, Sai said in a matter-of-fact tone. Shut up, Sai Baka, what would you know? Sasuke-kun will have this down in no time, just wait and see, screeched the Banshee, causing all others in the clearing to wince. Bridge. 30 minutes later. Naruto was sitting against the side of the bridge, still trying to prevent his balloons from exploding on him and producing another from a ceiling scroll after every failed attempt. Kakashi on the other hand was watching the blonde with great interest, has so close to completing it, yet the file I have on him says he was the dead last and had poor ninjutsu skills, unable to create a standard clone. Well, I guess it's no wonder he can't use the standard Bushin no Jutsu, it requires so little chakra. It must have been like trying to fill a thimble with a garden hose and not spill a drop, he thought, watching the boy get frustrated after holding the balloon for 15 seconds only to lose concentration and have it pop. Naruto, take a break from that for a while, I have something I want to teach you, Kakashi said. Sure thing, what do you want to teach me, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked eagerly. Didn't call him that before because he hadn't taught or offered to teach him anything. Well, I was going to teach you a jutsu from your element. Are you aware of what your primary element style is yet? Kakashi asked, while pleased the boy was so eager to learn. No, I haven't done elemental work yet. For the first 2 months with Jiraiya-sensei, all we worked on was fixing holes in my knowledge, tactics, a new taijutsu style, introduced me to Fuinjutsu, which I really like, and chakra control. Then last month he let me sign the toad summoning contract after I mastered water walking. And now I'm working on a new jutsu, Naruto finished with a smile after listing his accomplishments. So you're working on the Rasengan, how the copy ninja said as a statement, not a question. How do you know I'm working on the Rasengan? The blonde asked. I was the 4th Hokage student, did you really think I wouldn't notice the final stage of the training to complete it? Well, anyway, you have come a long way. That is really impressive to learn all that in just the 3 months since the academy, Kakashi said, obviously proud of his sensei's son. Well, it's not really. I have a way to get a lot of training done as a short period of time with shadow clones, Naruto said with a smirk. Naruto, that's ingenious, and I bet you are the only person that would work for because of your immense chakra capacity, but why are you not using them to help you in completing the Rasengan? Kakashi asked, confused as to why he would not be using them to complete such a powerful technique. Well, because it took Arrow Zenin a year to learn it without clones. I want to show him that I can do it in less than that because I want to make him proud of me, Naruto said. I guess that's understandable. Well, anyway, I want you to take one of these pieces of paper and channel your chakra into it. They come from a specific type of tree that channels your chakra into its natural transformation. That's not to say you can't use the other natures. Take me for example, I'm primarily a lightning type, but I can still use earth-style jutsus, but they require more chakra and won't be as powerful. Naruto nodded, indicating that he understood everything so far. Okay, so when I channel my chakra into the paper, what happens? The young blonde asked, eager to learn more. Well, if you're a Katan type, it burns Raten, it will crumple Fuuten, it will cut Suten, it will become damp, and Doten, the paper will turn to dust, Kakashi explained. Naruto took the piece of paper and started channeling his chakra into it. A couple of seconds later the paper split, indicating Fuuten and a wind affinity slash. Well, it seems you have a wind affinity. That is rare and a difficult element to control, but also one of the most powerful and also predominantly for offensive. I only know of one wind user in Konoha, and that's Asuma Sarutobi, the sensei for Team 10, Kakashi said. Naruto looked a bit down-heated at this, thinking Kakashi and Jiraiya may not be able to help him with it as well as if he had one of their elements. So what do I need to do to be able to use my element? Naruto asked, hopeful that he could still be of help. Well, to have complete control over the element often takes years and is not usually trained until a Chunin is looking to become a Jonin, as it is a requirement to have 2 elemental affinities, and to have a second you need to complete the manipulation training for the first, Kakashi said as he saw the slightly downbeat look on the young blonde's face. But luckily you don't need to complete the training just to use jutsu from that area, so I'm going to teach you a long-range D-rank jutsu you can use with a kunai to make it attack at a faster rate. Also, once you have completed the manipulation training, this shouldn't require hand seals, Kakashi explained. Kakashi showed the young blonde a set of 3 hand seals and shot what looked like a strong gust of wind out of his palm, saying Fuuten, Gale Palm Jutsu. Naruto created 100 clones and got to work on his new Fuuten Jutsu while he continued work on the Rasengan and physical training, deciding to up his weights from 20 pounds on each arm and leg to 50. At the end of the day he was exhausted but had successfully learned the Gale Palm Jutsu and had started experimenting with how he could use it to enhance his kunai and shuriken speeds, so he was rather proud of himself. That night at Tazuna's house, the group sat down to eat dinner as a young boy came and shot a disgusted look at the group of ninja before declaring how they were all stupid to face Gato and were just going to die, which Naruto angrily refused was the case. What would you know about pain? I bet you have all lived sheltered lives in that ninja village of yours. You don't know what suffering is, the young boy yelled after Naruto had denied what they were doing was futile. So what? Things are bad, but you know what? I have had it much worse. You still have a mother who loves you and a grandfather, a house to keep you warm and food every night. You don't know what it's like to be hated in your own village for something that is out of your control. You don't know what it's like to be beaten and kicked out of shops and forced to go through the garbage for food. You think your life is bad? Fine, but don't just sit around and moan about it. Do something about it. Fight back. Don't be a coward. Kakashi Sensei, I'm going out to train. And with that Naruto stormed out the front door with tears in his eyes. Kakashi Sensei, Naruto's life couldn't have been that bad, right? He has to be lying to get attention, Sakura asked. No, Sakura, everything he said was true. Naruto was kicked out of the orphanage at age 4 and lived on the streets for 6 months before some Onbu found him and took him to the Hokage. The Hokage gave Naruto an apartment, but he has had to learn everything for himself, and was constantly being beaten and kicked out of stores. And that is the watered-down version, Kakashi said, shocking the small group in the room. Forest clearing. The following morning, Naruto awoke in a field in the clearing of the forest when he heard a noise behind him. Quickly reacting, he jumped up into the toad stance but relaxed upon seeing what was apparently a teenage girl picking flowers and herbs. Hello there, what you doing out in the woods this early in the morning? Naruto asked. Oh hi, the girl said, shocked to see one of the ninja who had been with the bridge builder when they attempted to assassinate him. My friend is sick, so I'm out here picking herbs for a medicine. Tell me, are you a ninja? Is that why you are out here? The girl asked. Yeah, I am. We were given a C-rank mission to defend this bridge builder. But it turned out this guy named Gato has hired missing ninja to kill the poor man, so our mission turned into an A rank. Well, life is funny that way, I guess. Naruto paused as if in thought before continuing. But I will train harder to protect Tazuna and help this village and to become strong enough to protect everyone I care about. Naruto finished the statement like it was a declaration. That's good. I believe true strength comes from protecting those things that were precious to you. It helps you push beyond what your limits to make sure they are safe, the girl said in an approving tone. Wow, you're really smart. My name's Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, what's your name, miss? The blonde asked, hoping to make a new friend. Oh, my name is Haku and I'm a boy, Haku said, slightly annoyed to be confused with a girl. Oh Kami, and I thought he was kinda good looking. Fuck me, I've become Sasuke team minus the whole brooding and ego complex thing. I think I'm gonna be sick, Naruto thought whilst trying to hold back a gag. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, anyway, I better get back to the team I am with. They will probably be wondering where I am. I've been out for a while. It was nice meeting you, Haku. I hope we meet again someday, the blonde said, getting over his temporary mental breakdown. Yes, it would be nice to meet again in more peaceful times. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki, Haku said as he left the clearing. I really hope I don't have to fight him. He does not deserve to die. Why did you have to take this job, Zabuza-sama? Chapter 6, The Battle of the Bridge. The rest of the week passed without incident for Naruto and Team 7. Kakashi had made sure Sasuke and Sai could make it all the way to the top of a tree before judging them ready. Whilst Sakura had to be able to stay stuck to the tree for an hour without being exhausted from lack of chakra. Naruto, on the other hand, had been working on his taijutsu and his Fuuten, Gale Palm, with his clones, while he was still trying to complete the Rasengan, and he often came into the house late and exhausted. Which was why on the day Kakashi expected the attack to happen, he allowed Naruto to stay in bed for extra rest and join up later. Hey, let my mom go, a voice came from downstairs as Naruto stirred. Upon hearing the call, he immediately jumped into action, jumping out the window. Using the roof, he quietly moved around to the front of the house to observe and plan the safest way to help the now tied up Tsunami and Inari. Quickly deciding on the safest course of action, Naruto made 3 clones and moved them to hide either side of the door, while the third would act as a distraction. Hey, let them go now, Naruto's clone demanded, rushing into the house and landing a punch on the nearest of the 2 thugs. Fuck off, kid. Hey, the boss only really needs the boy and his mother. You watch them while I deal with this kid. The clone suddenly backtracked, acting scared, while the thug walked towards him with a smirk on his face. Ha ha, look how scared the little shit is. Just hurry up so we can get back to Gato and get paid. The other laughed, enjoying the look of fear on the young blonde's face. Unfortunately, he didn't notice that same blonde sneak in through the window behind him. As soon as the first bandit exited the door, the trap was unleashed. The clones on either side delivered kicks to his ribs, whilst the third placed a punch to the stunned goon's face, easily knocking him out. The other thug was shocked and went to help his partner, but as soon as he moved was knocked out by an attack by the original Naruto. After tying them up and releasing Inari and his mother, he decided to wake them up so he could question them over Gato's plans. Slapping the goon who stayed to guard the mother and son, he waited as he began to wake. Where am I?" he asked, confused. "Well, you are where you were when you attacked an innocent family," the blonde smirked. "Hey, fuck you, you little shit, just wait till Gato gets here. You don't stand a chance, the bridge builder is already dead. Zabuza will have seen to that." The tied-up goon responded, confident he would be right. "Oh no, the bridge, Team 7, I gotta get there fast. I have already wasted far too long here," Naruto thought as he ran out of the house, removing his weights for extra movement and speed. "The bridge 30 minutes earlier. What happened here? Where is everyone?" Tazuna said, fear clearly showing on his face as the fog crept in. "This isn't normal fog, that only means Zabuza is here. Well, looks like I guessed the day right. Well, back for round 2. Hey Zabuza," Kakashi asked in a casual tone. "Hey, it's going to be different this time, Kakashi," Zabuza sneered with confidence as he walked out of the mist with the hunter ninja from before. "I see you brought some help this time," Kakashi said, almost bored. "He is far more than just help. He has taken out Jonin. Oh look, your little Janan are shaking already," the demon of the mist finished with a chuckle. "I'm not shaking because I am scared, I'm shaking because I am excited," Sasuke said in confidence. He could easily match the hunter. Sasuke rushed forward and the hunter replied in kind. The two seemed equally matched for speed and skill. "You're quite talented. Unfortunately, I have you at a disadvantage. You see, we are surrounded by water, which means I can do this," the hunter finished and ran through some hand seals. When he finished, a torrent of water rose from the side of the bridge and cascaded down, knocking Sasuke over to the other side. Sasuke quickly got back to his feet and rushed back towards the hunter, only to find himself blocked by what looked like a large sheet of ice. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to get in the way of Zabuza-sama." Demonic ice mirrors, a large dome comprising of sheets of ice, formed around Sasuke, and the hunter stepped straight into one of them like it was nothing, much to the shock of said Emo and the other occupants of the bridge minus Zabuza. "Well, I'm sorry to say your students finished, Kakashi. Haku has never lost a fight using that technique," Zabuza said matter-of-factly. "Sai, go help Sasuke while I take care of Zabuza," said Kakashi as he lifted his Hetaiya, revealing his Sharingan, and launched himself kunai in hand at Zabuza, who blocked it with the blade of his mammoth cleaver. Inside the ice dome. Sai arrived inside the dome, but he immediately decided that it was a very bad idea. The hunter was able to move around so fast he couldn't keep track and was slowly being turned into a porcupine from senbone needles, and his ink creatures had no effect on the ice and were quickly dispatched by the skillful hunter. "That's it. Kaden, great fireball jutsu," came the enraged cry of Sasuke as a large fireball spewed forth from his mouth and rushed at the ice sheets, but much to his horror found the ice still intact. "What? How is that possible? Fire should melt ice," Sasuke asked, demanding an answer. "Normally you would be right, but this ice is special. As long as I have chakra, the ice will remain intact," the hunter said with no emotion in his voice as he sent another hail of senbone into the two boys. This continued for a while, and the boys of Team 7 were not in good shape. "Is he slowing down? I'm starting to be able to see his movements," Sasuke thought, observing how the hunter would jump from one ice sheet to another far faster than normal movement. Suddenly Sasuke felt a surge of chakra to his eyes and the world became far clearer to him. He had just activated the Sharingan with 2 Tomoe in his right eye and 1 in the left. The Sharingan, so he too has a Kekkei Genkai. "Oh well, it doesn't matter, I need to put them away to help Zabuza-sama," thought the hunter from the mirrors. Sasuke was doing a lot better, but the strain of his new Sharingan was becoming too much to bear, and Sai was out on his feet as another barrage of needles finally hit their mark and both boys fell to the ground just as a certain blonde arrived at the fight. "No. Sasuke, Sai, please be okay," Naruto shouted as he saw his comrades fall before him. "Was this the first time you have lost a friend in battle?" "They died honorable deaths," the hunter informed the blonde with an emotionless tone. "Shut up," Naruto cried as his rage and sorrow rose and a mist of red chakra erupted from the blonde. "I'm gonna kill you. What amazing power, but it feels so cold, like evil itself. What is this boy?" the ice-wielding ninja thought as he noticed the hands of the boy the chakra was coming from became claw-like, his whisker marks thickened and his hair became wild like an animal, and suddenly the boy charged. With Kakashi and Zabuza. That chakra, it can't be. Did the seal break? No, but maybe it is weakened. I have to end this now. Hey Zabuza, as much as I would like to stay and play with you all day, I think it's time I finish this, said the Kakashi as he took out a scroll and smeared some blood on it. That power? What is that power? This could be trouble. Really, Kakashi? And how do you plan to do that? You're injured and bleeding while I am fine. You can't see or hear me. How do you plan on doing that? Zabuza said with a smirk, confident he couldn't be found, let alone defeated that easily. Like this summoning jutsu, Dog Hunter Pack. As he finished, dogs of all sizes appeared around Zabuza, biting and holding him in place as Kakashi walked into view. You see, I allowed you to cut me during the fight so I could use the smell of my blood to track you. And if I could do it, it was even easier for my ninja hounds too. Now I'm going to finish you, but not with a copied move. Oh no. I'm going to finish you with a jutsu of my own creation. Now get ready. As Kakashi finished, he started going through hand signs. Meanwhile, in Ice Dome, an enraged Naruto charged forward on all fours like a rabid animal. The hunter was shocked when the senbone needles just bounced off his body and was barely able to jump to another ice sheet as Naruto shattered the previous one with a single punch. Impossible, no one had ever been able to break my ice before. I have to stop him. But the ice user was forced to jump to another mirror again, but this time he was not so lucky as Naruto had grabbed his arm with amazing speed he couldn't match even with his ice technique and punched him straight through the closest ice sheet, shattering his mask. I'm sorry, master, I am absolutely no match for this boy. I guess I am nothing but a broken tool, he thought as he saw the blonde charge. He closed his eyes waiting for the final blow. But it didn't come. He opened his eyes to see the red slit slowly fade back into cerulean blue. Pain and confusion etched on the young blonde's face. Naruto had stopped his fist just short of Haku's face, shocked to see that the boy he had met and befriended in the forest during the week was his enemy, and what's more defiantly, was not a bad person. Why? Naruto asked, struggling to hold back the tears of hurt and betrayal he felt at seeing the boy again. Why? How can you work for someone like Zabuza, who would kill and damn an entire country just for money? Why? He finished with a scream as he collapsed on his hands and knees. Zabuza gave me purpose. I was an orphan when he found me. He trained me to be his tool, and now I have failed him. I am broken and no more use to my master. Please kill me, Haku stated with no sign of emotion on his face. Suddenly there was a chakra spike from behind and the sound of chirping birds could be heard. Then the mist cleared to reveal Zabuza was being held in place by ninja dogs, and Kakashi was standing there with lightning dancing around his hand as he prepared to end the demon of the mist's life. I'm sorry, there is one last way. I have to serve Zabuza-sama, and Haku took off before Naruto was able to respond. With Kakashi, the copy ninja lunged forward and felt his hand enter flesh and a heart explode. However, it was not the heart of his intended victim. His arm was in that of the ice user who had jumped in the way of Kakashi. Well, looks like my tool served its purpose, said Zabuza as he was finally able to break free of the dogs holding him. What is that? All he was to you, a tool to be thrown away when no longer useful. He loved you like a father, I could see in his eyes. He didn't like killing, but he did it for you, and that's all you have to say about him, Naruto yelled, arriving on the scene just as Haku had fallen. Zabuza had tears in his eyes. Damn it, kid, look what you have done to me. Haku was like my son, but I hid it behind my cold killer mask, Zabuza responded. Just then the sound of clapping was heard from the far edge of the bridge, and there stood Gato with what looked like around 100 hired goons. Well, it looks like you saved me a job, Leaf Ninja. Did you really think I was going to pay you, Zabuza? Ninja are far too expensive and you couldn't even kill one bridge builder. Oh well, Gato laughed at the situation the missing Kiri ninja was in. Well, Kakashi, looks like we are not enemies anymore. Can I borrow a kunai so I can at least kill Gato? It's the least I can do for Haku, Zabuza said, and Kakashi handed him a kwani which he placed his mouth and got ready to attack. Wait, we can help you, don't have to attack them on your own, Naruto said, taking out a kunai and wrapping an explosive tag around the handle. Zabuza just shook his head as if to say he wanted to do this himself and charged. He cut the bandits down like a knife through butter. Even though he was taking some serious injuries, he refused to go down till he made it to his target. Gato had fled to the back of a group of bandits but soon found himself face to face with a bleeding Zabuza who beheaded the businessman despite his pleading to be spared. Zabuza was able to arrive back at Haku's body before collapsing. I wonder if I will be able to see you in the afterlife. No, I don't think I will get that honor. Haku, you are always far too kind for this line of work. I will miss you. These were the final thoughts of Zabuza as he passed into unconsciousness and then from this world. That guy took our meal ticket. I say we take what we need from the town, one bandit said, but as they were about to move, an arrow landed in front of them, fired by Inari, who had rallied the whole town to come out and stand against Gato and his men. If you want to attack this town, you're going to have to go through us. I'm not going to run and hide anymore. I'm going to fight just like Naruto Niazan, declared Inari. The bandits and thugs that still wanted to attempt to ransack the town were soon forced back when Naruto created 50 clones and tossed one of this exploding tag seals on a kunai just in front of the bandits, blowing a small section of the bridge away, much to the horror of a certain bridge builder. A week later the bridge was finished and it was time for the ninja from Konoha to return home after a teary goodbye and a promise to come visit from Naruto to Inari. They were off on their way. "So what should we call the bridge?" "I was thinking the super awesome Tazuna Bridge," said Builder pronounced, which was quickly shot down by the surrounding townsfolk. "Hey, why don't we name it after Naruto?" Niazan said, Inari getting cheers from the crowd. "Okay, then it's decided. It shall be called the Great Naruto Bridge," Tazuna said with roars of the approving villagers. One day later, Hokage's office. Team 7 and Naruto Uzumaki reporting back. Form C turned A rank mission, Kakashi stated proudly. "What?" shouted Iruka. "Well, you see, we were on the way to Wave when we ran into a few snags." "I take it you collected the Demon Brothers Hokage-sama," Kakashi said, and the Hokage nodded as Kakashi continued to give the report. Later at Ichiraku Ramen. "Keep 'em coming, old man," Naruto said to Tucci as Ayame handed him another bowl. "Hey Gaki, I heard you got more than you bargained for on your mission," came a voice from behind the blonde. Naruto turned around to find Jiraiya entering the store and sitting next to him. "Zen, in your back. Yeah, you can say that again," and Naruto went on to tell the story of his first A rank mission. Zen, and I used the fox's chakra, but I didn't mean to, and it was different from when I summoned Boss Toad. It felt like I almost wasn't in control. I mean I was, but it was like I wasn't myself," Naruto said. "I see. Well, I think that when you are in an emotional state of painful emotions like anger or sorrow, you subconsciously draw out the fox's chakra, which feeds on negative emotions. The reason it was harder to control than when you summon Gamabunta is because of the situation and amount of the chakra you used," explained Jiraiya. "Okay, so I have to find out how much of its chakra I can control and learn to keep my emotions in check to be able to use the fox effectively," Naruto surmised. "Yeah, that's about it. Come on, let's finish up here and get back to training. If you impress me, I will sign you up for the Chunin exams next month." This got an excited response from the blonde knucklehead who was already screaming about how he would make Chunin easily. Jiraiya just smirked as he followed the excitable blonde to their usual training ground above the waterfall. Chapter 7, Genjutsu and the First Task. It had been 2 weeks since Naruto had returned from the mission to Wave, and Naruto was currently looking for his ever-perverted sensei at the various women-only hot springs around the village. And becoming more and more frustrated that he was not at any of his favorite places. "Damn that Zenin, where the hell is he? I need him to train me or at least get a mission. I haven't done one since last week when I had to go catch fish with Team 8. And even then I had to stay on land after the first hour because Hinata kept passing out when I tried to take my shirt off to go for a swim to catch them." Naruto was brought out of his musings when he heard a perverted chuckle. Standing behind him was Jiraiya writing in his notepad. Obviously something Naruto had said had given him inspiration. The thought of being in one of his sensei's perverted books was not appealing to the blonde, and he quickly stole the notepad and ripped out the page before Jiraiya could respond. "Stupid perverted sensei, you're not using me in your books. Now why didn't you show up for training today?" "I'm still having trouble cutting the leaf. I don't know what I am doing wrong," Naruto said. "Damn it Gaki, you didn't need to tear the page out. And I was late because I was signing you up for the Chunin exams. Normally you would need a team of 3 to compete, but because of who I am, the Hokage allowed you in solo," the white-haired toad charmer proclaimed. "Yeah, whatever, you probably just promised Gigi a signed copy of your next book before it comes out or something. Now help me with my wind manipulation," the blonde whined. "Fine Gaki, okay. Well, I'm a Katen and Doten affinity. Fuuten is rare even in Suna. Right now I can only think of 2 people who are wind users. And trust me, you don't want to have anything to do with Danzo. You should ask Asuma, although I would wait until after the Chunin exams. He will be busy getting his team ready, so just keep trying for now." "How's the Rasengan going?" Jiraiya said, curious how the rest of his young apprentice's training was progressing. "Okay, I guess. I just can't focus on the rotation, power and stability. It's like I start to get it, then it just slips away. I can hold it for about 15 seconds, Naruto said, dejected that the final stage was proving much harder than the others. "Well, you could just use shadow clones to complete the training," the Toad Sage said. "No, I want to do this myself and beat your time in learning it." "Wait, that's it, you're a genius," Zen and the blonde cheered. Thanks. I guess," the sage replied, unsure of what he said. If he was still refusing to use shadow clones in training, what else could he have said that would give the kid a breakthrough? Naruto created a single shadow clone next to him and it started to spin the chakra whilst the original focused on power and stability. Soon there was a perfectly formed Rasengan in the blonde's hand. "Yes, I did it. See, Zen, and instead of using the clones to train, I can split up the roles until I can do it perfectly, but it's good enough," the excitable ninja said proudly, letting the Rasengan disappear. "Well done Gaki. Let's go get some ramen to celebrate, the white-haired man said. Yeah, ramen, 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 the blonde yelled happily as he walked with his sensei to his favorite ramen store. Ichiraku ramen. Okay Gaki, excellent work on the Rasengan. You have it so it's usable, although in hardly the conventional way, but still well done. Now for the rest of the week we are going to focus on Genjutsu, Jiraiya said. Why Aerozenin? I thought you told me I would never have any real ability at it because my chakra levels were so high, Naruto asked, curious as to why he would be focusing the last week before the Chunin exams on something he would never be able to do well. That's true, you have about as much talent for Genjutsu as my former teammate has in gambling. But at the same time you need to be able to recognize a high level one and dispel it. Otherwise the second you run into a Genjutsu user in the exam you will be about as useless as an academy student faced with the prospect of facing Tora hyped up on catnip, the white-haired man stated. Naruto paled at just the thought of Tora on catnip, and he was rather confident he could hold his own against most Chunin. Okay, I get it, so how do we do this? Kurenai-sensei showed me some basics, the blonde asked, still in fear of Tora the terrible hyped up on cat crack. Well, as you know, there are two ways. The first and easiest is to cause pain to yourself, which is fine if you're as sadistic as Anko. But in the highly likely event that you are not sexually aroused by blood, what you have to do is disrupt your chakra flow by performing the required hand sign and saying Kai. This stops your chakra flow, then bursts it out around you, dispelling the Genjutsu, the Toad Sage said. So when are we going to start? I mean, the exams are in just over a week, Naruto asked. Well, start tomorrow. I'm not good with Genjutsu, so I will have to get some help, Jiraiya answered. They ate happily until Jiraiya was given the bill and then went their separate ways. Naruto was just happy to be learning a new skill whilst the old pervert was distracted by two women heading towards his favorite researching area. The following day, training ground 2. Hey Aerozenin, how are we going to learn this? I mean, you said you weren't good at Genjutsu either, but I don't see anyone else here, Naruto asked, curious to see how he would be training in his worst skill set. Jiraiya wasted no time and summoned what looked like two elderly toads. One with a gray beard and hair, whilst the other had curly black hair and was holding a rolling pin and was not looking happy. Jiraiya-chan, what did you call us for? I was in the middle of making centipede soup, the toad with the rolling pin said in a feminine voice, indicating that the toad was female. Now ma, I am sure Jiraiya-chan wouldn't have summoned us for nothing. Now what do you need, boy? The toad with gray hair asked. Yes, Fukusaku-sama, Shima-sama, this is Naruto Uzumaki and my new apprentice and toad summoner, Naruto. These are the two toad elders. Jiraiya introduced the two. Nice to meet you, elder toads, Naruto greeted respectfully. Well anyway, Fukusaku-sama, Shima-sama. I was wondering if you would help me teach the boy to detect and dispel Genjutsu, because if he can disrupt your jutsu he will be safe from almost all Genjutsu, Jiraiya said, hoping that the flattery of their skills would save him from Shima's rolling pin. Very well, we can help the boy, but next time you call us it better be for something serious or else, the old toad, Shima said, slowly patting the wooden object in her hand, getting small whimpers from the tall man. Naruto created 100 clones to disrupt the Genjutsu that the elderly toads were about to cast, and by the end of the day he had only made a small progress. It had proved it was going to take a bit longer than Jiraiya previously thought. The week passed and Naruto had finally been able to dispel most of the illusions placed on him, and could detect them all. Naruto had discovered the Genjutsu that he couldn't remove could be taken care of by channeling small amounts of Kyuubi's chakra, but still found it difficult to know how much he could control as he didn't want to lose control. But he had discovered he could use it without side effects up until the yokai cloak formed around him and the negative emotions fed the fox's power. It was the day before the first task of the Chunin exams and Naruto was currently amusing himself at the sight of what appeared to be a perfectly square rock with eye holes cut into it, following the young Jinchuriki around. Okay Konohamaru, you can come out now. I mean seriously, a square rock, you can do better than that, the blonde said in amusement. Suddenly the rock exploded in a puff, revealing 3 children about 3 years younger than Naruto who were coughing from what appeared to be too much smoke powder. Ah, just what I would have expected from my rival boss, said the boy with a long scarf and brown spiky hair. Hi, I'm Moegi and I am the prettiest girl in the academy, said the girl with 2 pigtails. And I'm Udon and I like math, the boy with glasses and a running nose said. Boss, come play ninja with us, you haven't played with us in ages, the young Sarutobi said, eager to play with his friend and rival. Playing ninja, Naruto, you are a ninja. What kind of baka plays ninja when they are one, a new voice said. Oh hey Sakura. What's wrong with playing ninja? They're kids, and it's a good way to learn how to be a real ninja. Hey boss, is that your girlfriend? Udon asked, curious of the relationship he had with the pink-haired Kunoichi. Nah, I did like her when we were in the academy, but I grew out of it, Naruto said. That's good, that hair is like a neon sign. And that forehead looks like it needs 2 hentai to protect it properly, Konohamaru said jokingly. Hey Konohamaru, we better run, Naruto said and got ready to chase after the young boy and the screeching banshee chasing after him in case he needed some medical attention to heal his ears when she caught him. Unfortunately for the young monkey, he ran into a boy wearing a black full-body suit and hood. Hey, watch where you're going, punk, said the older boy, grabbing the younger child by the shirt and lifting him up to head height. Kankuro, just let him go, said a tall girl with 4 ponytails and blonde. No, I'm going to teach this punk a lesson. I would advise you put him down, said Naruto, seeing the Hokage's grandson was in trouble. Oh yeah, and what are you going to do about it, said the boy, turning his head to glare at the blonde boy. Oh my god, you must be the worst looking girl I've ever seen, said Naruto in horror. Hey, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm a guy, said Kankuro, anger etched on his face. Then why the hell are you wearing all that makeup? Naruto choked out, causing a laugh from the girl. It's not makeup, it's war paint. Kami, how come nobody can see it's war paint? That's it, kid, you asked for this, said Kankuro, but before he could respond, Naruto had run forward and grabbed his arm, forcing him to wince in pain, dropping the honorable grandson. Konohamaru, I think you better head home. You don't need to see some cross-dresser make a fool of himself this close to the Chunin exams, Naruto said, not taking his eyes off the older boy or the girl as she readied her battle fan. But before she could act, a wave of killer intent froze both her and Kankuro. Behind them stood a boy about the same age as Naruto with red hair and black circles around his eyes, looking intently at Naruto. Georgia. Gaara, Kankuro stammered in fear of his younger brother. Kankuro, you are a disgrace to Suna. I am sorry for my brother's actions. I am Subaku no Gaara. May I ask your name? The boy called Gaara asked. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, the blonde responded evenly, carefully observing the red-haired boy as he released Kankuro's arm from his grip. A pleasure. Are you competing in the Chunin exams? The redhead asked. That I am. I take it by the fact you are here with your team that you are also completing, Naruto responded. I look forward to testing my existence against you, was Gaara's only response before turning to his team. Tamari, Kankuro were leaving come, and he turned and left, followed by his team staying a good distance behind. The following day at the academy, Naruto arrived and headed to the 3rd floor. But when he arrived on the 2nd floor, he saw a group of Jonin in front of a door with a genjutsu on it. He was about to walk around when he noticed Sasuke and yell at the 2 gate guards Izumo and Kotetsu under henge to drop the genjutsu. Naruto couldn't believe the stupidity of the last Uchiha to give away what was an obvious pretest to weed out the weaker candidates. Shaking his head, he moved on, ignoring the resulting tussle in which Rock Lee had intercepted a punch thrown at Sasuke, catching it easily. Team 7 caught up to Naruto as he was about to head up to level 3. HN, looks like they're letting everyone compete in this thing if you're here, Dobi. This is an exam for the elites, weaklings like you should have just stayed at home, Sasuke sneered upon seeing the blonde. Hey, and here I was thinking the same about you, team. Wow, small world, said Naruto, slightly annoyed the Uchiha still considered him weak. Sakura was about to reply in defense of her beloved Sasuke-kun but was cut off by the arrival of Rock Lee. Sasuke Uchiha, you are this year's Rookie of the Year and considered a genius. I would like to challenge you, said Lee. Sasuke smirked in arrogance before responding, you know this, yet you still challenge me. Yes, I do. I need to test myself against a genius to prove you can beat a genius with hard work, the green-clad ninja said loudly. Sure, why not? It's not like you can beat me, a Uchiha, Sasuke said, confident this freak couldn't beat him. I wouldn't do it. Team Bushy Brows is incredibly tough. I don't think you can win. Hell, I'm not even sure anyone from our graduating class could beat him, Naruto said in warning. Naruto's warning was ignored though, and Sasuke charged Lee, which the green-clad ninja easily dodged and began what could only be described as one hell of an ass whooping on the poor Uchiha, much to the horror of the pink-haired harlot. Unfortunately, the horror was not quite over yet. Just as Lee was about to complete his final move, he was stopped by the arrival of the sensei of Team 9. Lee, what were you doing? I told you not to use that move, said the taller version of Lee. I'm sorry, Guy Sensei, I just wanted to prove hard work could beat a genius, said a downbeat Lee. Lee. Guy Sensei. Lee. Guy Sensei. Oh shit, quick look away before it's too late. But it was Naruto's warning didn't come in time to save Team 7 from a genjutsu that not even the Sharingan could break, the fabled demonic beach sunset jutsu. Team 7 just sat there unable to avert their eyes from the horror before them. When it was over, the group finally made their way upstairs into the exam room. When Naruto arrived, he noticed the rest of the rookie teams there, so decided to greet them. Hey guys, good to see you all made it, Naruto yelled, trying to ignore Ino and Sakura's arguments concerning what could only be considered the biggest brooder in Fire Country if not the world. Hey Naruto, you're here as well. How come? I thought you didn't have a squad, that's why you spent all that time with the other teams on missions? Choji asked. Yeah, my sensei Erozenin convinced Hokage Gigi to let me compete by myself, said Naruto, stunning the Genin in hearing range because of his lack of respect for the Hokage. Troublesome was all Shikamaru said. Well, if we need to fight someone, I know where I'm going. The Dobi doesn't even have a team to back him up, said Kiba. You should probably quieten down, you don't want to paint a target on your back, said a tall boy with silver hair and circular glasses that looked 2 or 3 years older than the rookie Genin. Who are you, said Naruto, wary of the new arrival. Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Kabuto, and seeing as you are rookie Genin, I assumed you could use some information on the exams. I myself have taken them 7 times, Kabuto finished. Wow, 7 times, you must really suck, said Kiba. Well, that or the exams could be a lot harder than they appear, the spectacle-wearing Genin said. Whatever, me and Akamaru are going to the finals, isn't that right, boy, the Inuzuka said, getting a bark in agreement from the puppy in his jacket. Anyway, I have these info cards, they have information on all the teams and even the individual members, said Kabuto. Okay then, Rock Lee said. Sasuke Sabaku no Gaara said Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, even though it's troublesome to ask, finished Shikamaru. Oh, you know their names well, that's not hard then, let's see. Rock Lee, here we go. It says here he has no skill in nin or genjutsu because he has a disease which has lead to underdeveloped chakra coils. But his taijutsu is off the charts. Team members are Hyuga Neji and Ten and his sensei is Mighty Ogai. Has done 42D ranks and 35C rank missions, Kabuto said before shuffling his cards. Okay, next is Subaku no Gaara. Well, this is a shock, I have really little on him. All I can tell you is he has done 12D ranks, 52C ranks and 1B rank mission and has never been injured, the silver-haired ninja informed the Konoha rookies. This shocked several of the rookies that thought of going on all those missions and never picking up a single injury. Okay, now for Uzumaki Naruto. He was ranked bottom of his class in the academy. Wow, his chakra and stamina is off the chart, with the only people in the village to rival his chakra levels are the Jiraiya of the Sannin and the Hokage himself. Genjutsu is non-existent, but Tai and Ninjutsu are well above average. He was not given a Genin squad and was instead taken on as the apprentice of Jiraiya. The Toad Sage and member of the Sannin has a wind affinity, but it doesn't have information on what jutsus he knows. Has completed 10D rank, 12C 1B and WoW 1A rank mission. This is impressive. I would suggest avoiding Uzumaki Naruto in this competition, the silver-haired Genin said, noticing the proud look on the face of the blonde boy and the stunned look on the faces of those around him. Yeah, whatever, he probably just had a good team with him. There's no way Dobi could beat any of us, said Kiba. It would be unwise to underestimate any of your opponents, even ones from the new village. The Sound could prove difficult opponents. Just as Kabuto finished, a member of a Sound team with large gauntlets on each arm who had hurt him jumped forward and attacked the silver-haired ninja, but he was able to dodge seconds later, though his glasses cracked from an unknown force. He pushes air out from the gauntlets on his arms. If you were to break the gauntlets, his attacks would become useless, thought Naruto, observing the attack and its effectiveness. Alright maggots, sit down, it's time for the first exam, came a voice as a large man with scars all over his face walked in and stood behind the desk. My name is Iviki Morino, and I will be the proctor for the first test. You will have 1 hour to answer the 10 questions. You will not be given the final question until the final 10 minutes. If you are caught cheating, you and your team will be disqualified. That said, you can use whatever jutsu or abilities you want to get the answers. You begin now. He finished and sat down and smirked at the looks of horror on the Genin's face when they saw the questions. These questions are far too difficult for a Genin. Hell, I doubt most Jonin could answer them. That could only mean that they want us to cheat. Yes, there are definitely several people placed in here who were given the answers. But how do I get them? Oh, I know, Naruto thought as he silently summoned a small toad and silently gave him orders before it puffed into smoke. 20 minutes later the toad returned, handed Naruto the answers and again disappeared. Naruto filled out the answers, then sat back and waited for the test to be over. Finally it came time for the last question, which once again had a new set of rules, so he wants to test if we have the guts to stick to the mission. A very clever test. I'm glad Erozenin gave me those books on psychology, otherwise I may not have realized, the blonde thought as he smirked. So Blondie, you look confident. You know if you get the question wrong you can never retake the test, Iviki said, trying to intimidate Naruto. That's fine, Iviki-san, I don't need to be a Chunin for my dream to come true. It would be nice to get better missions, but I think I will risk it. Thanks, Naruto said with a small smirk indicating that he had figured out the test. Damn, the kid figured it out. Oh well, I don't think I will get any more now. Well, anyone else? Okay, now the rest of you, pass. The scared man said. And was about to continue when a black blur came crashing through the window, which turned out to be a woman with dark purple hair and a ponytail and looked like a pineapple, had on an open trench coat and see-through mesh top, making it obvious she did not wear a bra over her ample C-cup breasts. Behind her there was a sign that read Onko Mitarashi sexy and single proctor for the second exam. Chapter 8, The Forest and the Snakes. In the exam room, Naruto was both stunned and amused by the rival of the women he so affectionately called the crazy snake lady. It was a look of shock shared by most of the Jinan. There were a few exceptions. Gaara's face held no expression whilst Kiba, Kankuro and several others had perverted grins focused on the sexy and single Anko Mitarashi. Well fuck Iviki, 34 teams left, you must be getting soft. Oh well, once I'm finished with them there will be less than half of these numbers. Okay you little gakis, meet me at training ground 44 in an hour. And if one member on your team is late your whole team fails. And with that Anko left through the same broken window she came in, leaving the still stunned Jinan to register what just happened. Well. Damn, a random Jinan stated, finally breaking everyone out of their stunned state. Training ground 44, the forest of death. Alright you little pieces of shit. Welcome to my home away from home, training ground 44, better known as the forest of death, Anko pronounced loudly so everyone could hear her. Naruto however just looked off with a bored expression, unimpressed with her attempts to intimidate the competitors. Anko saw the blonde wasn't affected by her little speech and deciding to make an example out of him took out a kunai and threw it at the blonde, who was caught unawares as it sliced his cheek. Then she used a shunshine to appear behind him with another kunai to his neck. So you're not intimidated by the forest, hey? Well that's fine, but you won't have that pervert with you to scare the animals off this time, Anko said as she pressed her ample chest into his back and seductively licked the blood off his cheek. Naruto tried to remain calm but found it difficult. Even if he knew that Anko was just trying to scare him and the others, she was still a scary kunoichi. Then he also noticed the looks of jealousy some of the males were giving him and couldn't help but smirk. Yes, but Anko-chan, I contain a beast far more terrifying than anything that is found in the forest, and they know it, Naruto whispered into the sadistic kunoichi's ear. Anko was about to respond when they both felt a presence right behind them and quickly responded only to find a Kuzen ninja holding out her hand. I'm sorry Proctor-san, I was simply returning your kunai, the Kuzen ninja said before returning to her squad. You know, crazy snake lady, I think she might even be more creepy than you, Naruto said, suppressing a shiver. Hey, I'll have you know I can be far more scary, Anko said in mock hurt. Naruto arrived at gate 27 after signing his waiver forms. Upon looking at the neighboring gates he found to his left were a team from Ame who were all rather tall and lanky, and to his left he found a team from Iwa who were looking at him with hatred and anger. Naruto felt uneasy as he recalled what Jiraiya had said about Iwa ninja. Flashback. Kid in the Chunin exams and out in the field, a ninja might have to kill at any moment for a mission or to save a comrade. It's a sad fact about our life, but it's true, and there will be times that you are forced to kill to defend yourself. This is also important. So what I did is I went to the pet store in town and found the cutest bunny I could find. I swear this thing has like a permanent puppy eyes jutsu on it. Here, look at it. Jiraiya finished pulling what could only be described as the definition of adorable. Oh my god, that thing is cute. I want to take it home and charge people to see it, said Naruto. Okay, Naruto? Yeah. I want you to kill it. What? But it's just too cute. Come on, Erozenin people would throw out fluffy kittens living in shoe for that thing. And have you seen kittens living in a shoe, Erozenin? They're adorable. How am I supposed to kill it? Naruto complained. You have to, because if you can kill this bunny you can kill anything. Do you think I want it to go? Hell no, the cute sob got me laid 3 times since I brought it. And that was only yesterday, Jiraiya said in his tone serious to emphasize what he needed the blonde to do before turning perverted. Fine, give me the bunny, and with that Naruto brought his blade up and ended the bunny's life. It's done now. Why was this so important that I couldn't get a first kill like every other normal ninja? The blonde asked. Because there will be some ninja who will target you in particular, especially in this exam. You will be the one Jinan without a team, and that will make you a target, and I want you to be able to kill without the worry of it being your first kill, Jiraiya said seriously. Okay, I get it, Erozen, and I just wish I didn't have to kill such a cute animal. Couldn't you have used Tora? Although now I think about it, killing that demonic cat wouldn't have been hard at all, Naruto said, fantasizing about killing the bane of all Jinan. There is one more thing, Naruto. I want you to be extra careful of the teams from Iwa. They don't like Konoha at all, and to make matters worse you happen to look a lot like the 4th Hokage, who was the main reason Iwa lost so many men in the 3rd Great Shinobi War. I want you to promise me that you will do what it takes to defend yourself and won't hesitate to kill if needed. The Toad Sage finished, giving Naruto a serious look to prevent him from arguing. Okay, Erozen, and I will make sure I will defend myself and whatever is necessary to defend myself or others. The blonde finished and the pair went back to training. Flashback end. Now I see why Erozenin warned me against the teams from Iwa. They really looks like they really hate me, Naruto thought as the buzzer rang, and he quickly made several clones and sent them in different directions around him as he headed deeper into the forest. Naruto headed through the treetops at an average speed till a clone dispersed and his memories came back of the Iwa team attack. Naruto decided to keep moving and wait till they caught up. Several minutes passed as Naruto ran before he felt chakra signature and movement behind him. Turning around, he saw the 3 Iwa Jinan glaring at him. The team was comprised of a tall boy around the height of Shino, a girl slightly taller than Naruto with 2 pigtails on either side of her head, and a short stocky boy even shorter than Naruto but wider than Choji. All 3 of them had the same dark brown hair and hazel eyes. Well, this is a bit sooner than I predicted, but I guess they would catch up eventually. I mean, I wasn't exactly moving fast, so how do you guys want to do this? Do you want to give me your scroll, or do you want to loosen a highly embarrassing display of my strength? Said the blonde, trying to intimidate the Iwa Jinan, hoping he wouldn't actually have to fight them. Whatever, you're alone and you look just like the Yellow Flash. Killing you will be our revenge for all the people he killed in the last war, the taller boy said. Well, I really didn't want to have to do this, but fine, said Naruto as he got into the Toad-style taijutsu stance. Doton rock armor, said the taller boy, who became covered in thick rock right up to his head whilst the shorter was still performing hand signs. Doton earth spears, he shouted. Pillars of rock shot up out of the ground and flew at the blonde, who quickly made a shadow clone to throw him out of the way before he was impaled like the clone. Well, you have some nice Doton jutsu, but you're going to need more than that, Naruto taunted, still hoping he didn't have to take the lives of the team. Shut up, you blonde punk, we're going to kill you, and there is nobody here to save you, you're all alone, the shorter boy said. Fine, but you asked for this, Naruto said, creating 6 shadow clones before charging the Iwa team. The clones and Naruto paired up, 2 for each, with Naruto and a clone taking the taller of the boys on the team. The rock armor had made the Iwa Jinan slow, but his defense proved impenetrable. Even with all of his strength, Naruto failed to make more than a couple of cracks in the armor. Even despite all hits landing on vital spots, the tall Jinan didn't seem fazed. Damn, I can't damage him at all. What am I supposed to do? I have to think of something quick because I do not want to get hit with one of those punches. I need to create enough force to break through that armor. Yes, I got it. Jumping back while his clone continued to cause a distraction, Naruto made another shadow clone and threw a kunai while the clone finished the hand signs for the jutsu Fuuten Gale Palm. A compressed pocket of air shot out from the clone's hand and caught the kunai, more than quadrupling the speed and power behind the kunai. The taller Iwa Jinan didn't see the kunai till it was too late, and it passed through his rock armor over his heart like it wasn't even there. Brother! The smaller of the boys yelled while the girl looked on, shocked, having just dispatched the clones fighting her and her shorter team member. Well, 1 down, 2 to go, Naruto said, his voice emotionless as he turned to face the remaining rock ninja holding his hand. Naruto and the clone beside him started to form a Rasengan while the 2 other ninja were unaware of the threat coming from behind them. The shorter of the 2 began realizing that they may just have been in over their head. And at seeing a jutsu feared all over Earth Country, began sweating as Naruto began slowly moving towards them, picking up speed as he went with each tree he jumped from. Run, I will hold him off, the boy yelled to his female teammate as he pushed up to intercept the blonde. But she was frozen in place with fear of the blonde who had killed her teammate so easily, and she could only watch as Naruto drove a Rasengan through the chest of her other male companion. She was about to scream when she felt pain rush up through her. Looking behind her, she saw a Naruto clone had just forced a kunai into her back over her heart. He looks like he is in such pain. He wasn't the enemy we forced him to kill, the final thoughts of the girl as she faded into death as she looked into the eyes of her killer. Please let them have a Earth Scroll, I do not want to have to fight another team, Naruto begged to nobody as he searched the bodies, finding his objective before sealing the scroll into another with a blood seal where he stored his Heaven Scroll. Oh Kami, thank you, I can head towards the tower without having to be forced to fight another team, the blonde thought as he kicked off towards the tower. 10 minutes later and the tower had just come into view, much to the relief of the blonde. Suddenly a massive chakra spike caught Naruto's attention. That's not a Jinan's chakra, that level rivals my own and I have QB. And it definitely wasn't demonic. What could it be? What if it's with one of the rookie teams? Damn it. What do I do? I have to check it out. I still have 4 days to get here anyway. And Naruto pushed off from the branch. He stopped in the direction of the disturbance. Naruto had just slowed down upon sensing 2 chakra levels way above Jinan level and decided to suppress his own and creep closer. Thankful the training in Genjutsu taught him how to suppress his chakra levels to aid in the release. Sneaking close enough to hear what was going on whilst remaining hidden from sight, Naruto discovered that one of the voices was Anko, and she sounded scared and angry. Ah, Anko-chan, you seem to be doing well. The last time I saw you I had just marked you. Oh, how time flies, the second voice sneered. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Anko spat, trying to contain her fear. Oh, I was just admiring the talent of this year's Jinan, and I was so impressed I choose to give one of them a gift. Orochimaru swooned. You didn't, Anko stammered. Oh, but I did. I think Sasuke-kun will make a fine apprentice, even better than you were. That's if he survives, of course, but I think he will. His will to live is strong, and so is his hatred. Orochimaru chuckled at the expression on his former pupil's face. Now Anko-chan, don't worry yourself. If you're lucky I may even come back for you. Go to hell. Shadow Sneak Hands, Anko yelled as several snakes shot forward. My Anko-chan, I think you're forgetting who taught you that jutsu. It is done like this, he said, and snakes shot out from Orochimaru hands heading for Anko, who appeared frozen in place. Naruto acted on instinct, performing the Gale Palm and knocking the snakes off course. My, what do we have here if it isn't a little leaf Shinon? You shouldn't stick your nose in where it doesn't belong, boy. I am simply having a conversation with my former pupil, the snake said, leaking out killer intent. Naruto saw the look on Anko's face. She was frozen in fear. Naruto knew he had to do something or else she was dead. He had no other choice. He had to use the yokai cloak. Channeling the fox's yokai, Orochimaru was shocked to see the boy be able to draw out this much. This boy must be the Kyuubi brat. This complicates things. I can't kill him or the Akatsuki will be after me. Well, let's see what this boy can do. Get away from her, Naruto said, his voice sounding demonic. Get away from her now. Naruto kicked off from the tree at incredible speeds and his fist caught Orochimaru in the jaw, sending him flying. Naruto began to fall from the tree, but a hand of red yokai extended from the cloak and pulled him up to a level surface, but where the hand had grabbed the tree was burned and blackened. You okay, crazy snake lady? You're not hurt, are you? Naruto asked, concern showing despite the presence of the demon's chakra. Yeah, I'm fine, Anko managed to stutter out, still frozen but now not in fear but in awe of the young Jinon's ability. Oh, this boy, to think he has such control over Kyuubi at this young age. Oh, he will become very useful in dealing with the Akatsuki, but what if he becomes a threat to me? No, I will deal with it when it comes, not now. But I have to hit him with a 5-element seal and get out of here before the Hokage comes to investigate, Orochimaru thought while charging the seals on his fingers and jumping forward. The blonde watched as Orochimaru charged, waiting for him, conscious thought beginning to slip and his bloodlust towards the snake began taking over, and he didn't notice the seals Orochimaru had formed. Fortunately, Anko had. Just as he was about to mark the boy, Anko reacted, throwing a kunai piercing the snake's hand. Can't have me owing you now, Gaki, Anko said, relieved she was able to prevent her former sensei from having his way. Naruto, realizing he couldn't control the fox cloak any longer, released it in a huff. Thanks for that, snake lady. Now how about we get this snake? I still have a few tricks up my sleeve, the blonde said, creating a small army of shadow clones. The clones attacked the now injured Orochimaru, but despite his injured state was able to easily dispatch them as if they were nothing but a nuisance. Anko summoned a small snake and began poisoning her kunai and troweling them, which Orochimaru noticed, causing him to chuckle. Coo, my dear Anko, do you really think poisons will work against me? I am immune to all snake-related poisons. I thought you would have guessed that, he finished with a smirk. Damn it, I am running out of ideas fast. What about you? Naruto asked as he tossed another kunai at the closet pedophile. I have a few, but I don't know how well they will work. He was one of the legendary Sannin after all, Anko replied. Yeah, but we still have to try. I'm sure Gigi would have felt my chakra when I was using the fox, and has probably sent someone to investigate by now, so we don't need to hold out much longer, Naruto responded, throwing another kunai only to have it blocked by the aggravated snake Sannin. Orochimaru was fed up and started doing in signs Fuuten great breakthrough, he yelled as he took a deep breath in and spewed out a torrent of air, removing branches and uprooting some of the smaller trees as it headed straight towards the unlikely partners. Unable to escape the jutsu, they both tried to cling on to the ground with chakra, but the wind had such force behind it neither Naruto nor Anko stood a chance. Quickly getting to his feet, Naruto saw Anko had a far harder trip and was suffering from at least a broken arm and was struggling to stand. Naruto was about to head over to help her when Orochimaru appeared behind him and gave him a kick to the side, sending him careening into a tree, knocking the wind out of him as he casually walked towards the snake mistress without a care in the world. The snake stood over the purple-headed kunoichi, who was still trying to stand, and summoned several snakes to hold her down as he do a kunai to finish her. Kukukukuku, look at you now, Anko-chan. Sasuke-kun will make a much better apprentice than you ever were. He was broken out of his musings as he had a kunai come flying towards him at inhumane speeds. Turning, he saw Naruto and a clone huffing from exhaustion. The legendary snake Sannin casually caught the kunai in the hand he was holding his own and flung them at the blonde too fast for him to react. Both kunai hit in the leg to incapacitate but not kill, but the snake was shocked when both turned into smoke, indicating a shadow clone. Then he felt a large chakra pulse from just above him. Looking up, Orochimaru didn't have time to dodge and was slammed in the face with a Rasengan, sending the snake flying and lying in a crumpled heap dead. Naruto relaxed and went to help Anko up, but when he got there he saw a look of sheer horror on her face. Whirling around, he saw a pair of hands protruding from Orochimaru's mouth, and just like a snake shedding his skin, Orochimaru stood there with no signs of battle. Kukuku, well, it's been fun. I am glad to say you amused me in the battle. I look forward to seeing how you progress, Naruto-kun, but sadly I can't stay. It is becoming far too crowded. And just like that, the snake dissolved into the ground without a trace. Naruto kept his guard up expecting another attack, but when he saw 4 new people in the trees above, he realized why Orochimaru had fled. The Sandaime Hokage arrived in the clearing to see Naruto standing defensively over an unconscious snake mistress, but soon relaxed when he saw the Hokage. "Naruto, what happened here? I felt a massive amount of Kyuubi's chakra," Hiruzen said urgently. "Well, Gigi, about 40 minutes ago I felt a massive chakra spike in the forest that wasn't from a Jinan and it wasn't demonic, so I went to check it out. On my way there I found Anko-san here in conversation with Orochimaru of the Sannin." Hiruzen visibly paled at this. Then the blonde continued, "I had noticed Anko was frozen and needed help, but I am obviously no match for the snake team. I knew I needed help, but I didn't know how to send for it with the message reaching you in time for it to make a difference. So I channeled as much of the Kyuubi's chakra I could until the one-tailed cloak formed, and I acted quickly, knocking Orochi team away from Anko. Unfortunately, I cannot hold that form for more than 2 minutes at my current strength," Naruto sighed. "Afterwards I dropped the cloak and with help from Anko was able to hold him off until you arrived," Gigi, Naruto said, swaying from exhaustion. "I see. Do you have both scrolls to complete the test?" the Hokage asked. "Yeah, I got my second off some Iwa ninja who seemed to really hate me for looking like the 4th Hokage," Naruto said with a somber expression on his face. Hiruzen winced at the thought of Iwa finding out about Naruto's heritage, while the Anbu present were just realizing how much the boy did in fact look exactly like Minato Namikaze. "Naruto, what happened to the Iwa team?" the Hokage asked. Naruto looked down as if ashamed. "I killed them. They didn't give me a choice. I gave them a chance to leave and they refused to take it and attacked, stating killing me was their revenge," Naruto said sadly. The aged Hokage internally sighed in relief that the Jinan were dead. Even though he didn't like that the young boy had to kill, he was glad the risk of Iwa finding out who Naruto really was were much smaller now. "Well, you better make it to the tower quickly so you can have a proper rest. I will take Anko-chan to the hospital," the Hokage said as he and his Anbu vanished in a sunshine. Less than 30 minutes later, Naruto arrived at the tower, deciding he had to open them now. He discovered when the smoke cleared from the scroll that Iruka was standing there looking upon the boy with pride. "Well done, Naruto, you are actually the second team here after a team from Suna. You look like hell, by the way." "Naruto, what happened to you out there?" Iruka said in interest. "It's a long story, Iruka-sensei. Let's go in and I will tell you all about it," said the blonde as they made their way into the tower. Naruto was looking forward to a nice long rest before the next exam. Chapter 9 Preliminaries. In the days since Naruto arrived from the tower, things had been rather peaceful for the blonde. He gave a full report to the Hokage with Anko the day she had left the hospital, and after that the only time he had been put on edge was when he felt a large chakra spike from the forest on the 3rd day of the exam. Other teams started arriving after that, and Naruto was happy to see the Team 10 and Team Guy arrive for the most part unharmed. The days passed for the blonde, relaxing until the final day came and he was asked to come to the ground level for the conclusion of the second round. Upon entering the hall, Naruto was able to discover that all of the other teams had made it from the rookie year, with teams 8 and 7 arriving earlier that day but still not showing much in the way of fatigue. This was when he became aware of the other people in the room. On a platform surrounding the hall were the Jonin senseis of what he assumed were the passing teams, while at the front of the hall the Hokage sat with Jiraiya standing beside him. Anko and another sickly-looking Jonin were standing in front of the Jinan awaiting the Hokage to speak. "Well done everyone for making it through the Forest of Death, but before we continue I would like to tell you about the 3rd exam," the old Hokage said. In years past the Chunin exams was a contest and a fight to the death between the best of the rising talent of every nation, and was often used to help settle disputes with other villages. This custom has not changed, and the final exam is a tournament that is observed by potential clients and dynamos from all over the elemental countries, Hiruzen continued. I think I can take over from here, Hokage-sama, the sickly Jonin said, and he stepped forward. "My name is Gecko Hayate and I will be your proctor for the preliminaries." Hayate was cut off by loud complaints from the group of competitors. "What do you mean preliminaries? We just got out of the forest," Kiba yelled. "We have far too many competitors at the moment, and the preliminary rounds are designed to weed out those who are not worthy of being here or coasted through on your team's strength, because while strength in a team is important, individual skills are needed to become a Chunin and to lead missions." The sick Jonin ended with a cough. "Now is there anyone who would like to give up for any reason?" the proctor stated before once again entering into a coughing fit. Kabuto and Sai both pulled out at this stage. "What, Sai, what gives? You can't be in that bad shape, right?" Sakura asked loudly. "I'm exhausted, Sakura. 5 days in the forest were stressful and am low on chakra. It would be unwise for me to compete in any fights. We simply didn't make it here on time. I will do better next exam," Sai stated, giving the pinkette a blank look. "Anybody else?" Hayate waited. "Okay, good. Now the matches will be shown up on the screen. Everyone else will move up to the viewing area." Now the first match will be Uchiha Sasuke vs Iketo Yoroi. The remaining combatants left the floor to the observation level with only Sasuke and an older Leaf Shinon remaining with Hayate, while Anko moved to stand next to the Hokage as Jiraiya made his way up to talk to his student and the other Jonin. "So Gaki, I heard you ran into my snake of a teammate in the forest," the Toad Sage whispered Fo the blonde. "Yeah, Hess, really creepy. I mean, I actually thought I killed him as well, but he just shed his body for another like he was unaffected. I guess I was totally outclassed," Naruto said, hanging his head. "Yeah, but don't feel too bad. You held your own until help arrived, and I am proud of you, and you also were able to do something I have wanted to do for a long time. Shove a Rasengan right through the bastard's face," the white-haired man ended with a chuckle before turning to the arena floor. Sasuke vs Yoroi. The match started and Yoroi quickly threw several shuriken at the waiting Uchiha, who was able to easily block them with a kunai before rushing forward. Sasuke sent a punch towards the older ninja's face, but he dodged it and attempted a leg sweep, knocking Sasuke over. Quickly responding, the Uchiha tripped Yoroi and sent him tumbling onto the ground before being placed in an arm lock. "Really, is that all you got?" Yoroi said as his free hand grabbed Sasuke and began draining his chakra and strength. Easily breaking the hold, the older Leaf Ninja sent a powerful punch, knocking the raven-haired Avenger into a wall before he fell on the ground struggling to stand. Making it to his feet, Sasuke started forming hand seals, but as he went to blow out the fireball, he collapsed from the pain in his neck. Stands. So the Orochimaru's curse mark is gaining more influence when he uses chakra. This will be interesting. "Kakashi, do you need me to seal the mark after this fight?" Jiraiya asked the silver-haired ninja, shocking the pink-haired witch that they knew already about her true love's condition. "No, I can do it. I know you don't want to miss Naruto's match, and I am confident I can use a proficient suppressor seal. Besides, he is my student and my responsibility," the silver-haired Jonin finished with an eye smile. "Anyway, it looks like your student is about to win anyway. That Yoroi kid ran out of steam fast," Jiraiya concluded. Arena floor. "Lion's Barrage!" Sasuke screamed, sending the elder ninja crashing to the ground before dropping his leg to make sure he was unconscious. After the brooder was declared the winner, he turned to walk to the rest of the competitors but was stopped by his sensei reading his ever-present orange book. Well, congrats Sasuke, you did an excellent job in your match, but now I think it's time to get that little mark of yours taken care of." The copy ninja finished, leaving with Sasuke in a sunshin. The contestants turned to the board to find out who the next competitors were. They finally stopped on Shino Aburame vs Zaku from the Sound Village. Naruto found the match rather interesting, especially as Zaku used what appeared to be a type of wind style used without hand seals, but Naruto soon found there were tubes in his arms, which became obvious when Shino's bugs blocked the airways and his arms exploded, causing his arms to explode, with the beetles closing the air pathways and winning the match. Winner Shino Aburame. Hayate stated calmly, "The next match is Subaku no Kankuro vs Tsurugi Misumi." He finished as the two Jonin made their way down to the ground floor. What followed was a highly amusing match where the elder ninja was completely oblivious to the fact he was fighting a puppet until the very end. "Man, he was able to win without actually have to do anything. Now that's my kind of fight," said Shikamaru. "Kami, you're so lazy." "Shikamaru, don't you want to be cool like Sasuke-kun?" said Ino in a lecturing tone. "Troublesome," was the lazy Nara's only response. The next match was Sakura vs Ino and could only be described as pathetic. It was dominated by Ino, but by some strange coincidence the blonde girl's body transfer jutsu was not able to hold, and in the end both young Kunoichi knocked each other out, the match ending in a tie. The following match was Tenten vs Subaku no Tamari, and despite Konoha's young weapons mistress showing fine skills, she was no match for the Sand Kunoichi's wind-based attacks from her fans, which Naruto was quite jealous of. "Damn, I want a big fan like that. Look at the power she has with her wind attacks," the blonde exclaimed loudly, getting a smirk from the Kunoichi, heading back up to her teammates. "Nah, you don't need it, Gaki. Once you master your wind element you will be able to do far better than that. Despite the fans' uses, it would be heavy and only suited for a long-range fighter," Jiraiya explained, getting a nod and understanding from the blonde. The following match was Shikamaru Nara vs Kin of the Sound Village, which the lazy Nara won by easily outsmarting the Sound Kunoichi by casting a thin shadow along the thread of her chakra strings, then forced her by the use of his shadow possession to hit her head on the wall behind, knocking her out. The next match is Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba, the proctor called as the names blazed on the screen. "Yeah, I got the jackpot. No way can I lose this. I mean, I'm only fighting the Dobi," Kiba yelled, his voice filled with joy at having the so-called Dobi as an opponent. "I feel sorry for the poor boy. There is no way Kiba will lose this," Kurenai said in confidence to the surrounding Jonin and Jonan. "I think you are forgetting who is his teacher is," Kakashi said boldly. "What do you mean?" Kurenai asked. "He means I have trained my student far too well for him to lose here. I would go so far as to say that if he loses I would give up my research for a year," came the confident voice of the Toad Sage, who had walked over to talk to Kakashi. "What do you think, Kakashi?" I think Naruto will win, he is easily Chunin level, the silver-haired ninja said, shocking the red-eyed Jonin. Arena floor. You should just give up now, loser, you're no match for me and Akamaru, and I don't think you will want to be embarrassed any more than you already are wearing that orange jumpsuit, the dog trainer joked. Well, I guess there is only one way to find out if I am really an embarrassment or if you're just all talk, kibble, Naruto taunted, getting into the defensive toad stance. Kiba was shocked, not recognizing the stance from any that he had ever seen before. Up in the stance. What is that stance, asked Kurenai, who was now curious and still skeptical of the blonde's abilities. Jiraiya was about to answer, but he was beaten to it by Guy that Kurenai is the toad style used by Jiraiya-sama and is a highly effective defensively focused style that uses the opponent's speed against them and attacks with large powerful movement. Young Naruto is quite proficient at it, and to a lesser extent my Goken style, which he picked up in his most youthful spars with young Lee, the green-clad ninja said to the others, who then went on to ignore his shouts of how brightly Naruto's flames of youth were burning. Match. I will win this so easily, I won't even need Akamaru, Kiba said as he took the puppy out of his jacket and settled into his own stance. Kiba wasted no time and pushed off at high speeds, but Naruto easily jumped to the side, grabbing the fist of the on-rushing animal enthusiast, and skillfully used his momentum to land a kick in his side and whipped him around, throwing the Inuzuka back where he came from. Hey, I guess this might actually be a bit of a challenge, sneered Kiba as he picked himself up off the ground. Man beast clone, he shouted as Akamaru changed into a perfect copy of his master. Oh, I thought you weren't going to need the puppy, Naruto said in mock surprise, still not having moved from the spot he started the match. Oh, it's not that I need him, I just want this to be over quickly so I can relax and watch the rest of the fights, knowing him in the finals. And with that, both Kiba and his clone on all fours, greatly increasing his speed. It seems his speed has greatly increased. I could remove my weights, but I think I can manage this. I don't want to give away all my tricks before the finals, the blonde thought as both dog and trainer attacked at the same time, looking to give Naruto no escape. Both attacks arrived at the same time. Naruto quickly spun away to his right, gracefully dodging both attacks, but they didn't let up on their assault, and despite the reflexes and great defense of the blonde, several attacks were still getting through, and eventually Naruto was knocked back enough and both Kiba and his clone charged. Gotsuga, the dog trainer, yelled, and both spun so quickly they looked like a couple of twisters heading straight for the blonde. A direct hit and the ground shattered around him, spewing rock and dust into the air. When the smoke finally cleared, Kiba was walking out of the crater with a smirk on his face. Proctor called the match. He is going to need medical attention. Aha, well, in that case the winner is... Wait, there is no way I am done yet, the voice of Naruto rung out as he climbed out from the crater behind the now stunned Kiba with some torn and dirty clothes but otherwise fine. Well, it looks like I played around with you a little too long, Kiba. It's time to get serious, said Naruto, and he got back into his toad stance. Whatever, Dobi, just give up already, you can't beat me, Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru once again charged the blonde. This time, however, Naruto jumped right over one Kiba and kicked the other aside in one fluid movement, landing behind the first, using the momentum of the speedy Inuzuka to throw him forward into the wall. Jumping back, Naruto took out a kunai and wrapped a tag around it and waited for the Kibas to recover. After they regrouped, they began to circle their prey and once again attacked from either side. This time Naruto just stood there until they were close enough before throwing his kunai at the ground between his feet. Smoke exploded from the kunai, and when it finally cleared, Naruto was standing there with his eyes closed and a hand holding his nose while both Kiba and his clone were having sneezing fits. My new pepper smoke exploding tags perfect against people with heightened sense of smell. Now to finish this, I'm going to steal a move from Sasuke, but I think mine will be better, said Naruto, making 20 clones. The clones rushed forward, kicking both Kiba and his clone into the air, then another kick in mid-air sent them further up. Uzumaki Naruto barrage. Naruto finished with 5 clones jumping behind the flying Kiba and delivering a spin kick in the dog trainer's chest, sending him crashing to the floor before Naruto finished it with a kick to the head, knocking the poor Inuzuka out. Because his opponent is unable to continue, the whiner is Uzumaki Naruto, the sickly proctor said through several coughing fits. Naruto went to check on Kiba, placing his puppy on the stretcher as Hinata ran down to check on her teammate. Congratulations Naruto-kun, you were really impressive, the shy blue-haired girl stuttered out. Thanks Hinata, I'm sure Kiba will be alright, don't worry too much, good luck in your match, Naruto said offhandedly as he walked past her to where Jiraiya was waiting for him. With Naruto and Jiraiya. Congrats Gaki, you're into the finals and you didn't give away much in terms of skill, I'm proud of you, Jiraiya said, voice laced with pride. Thanks Arazen, Naruto said, happy to receive the praise of his sensei, not caring that the fatherly smile the Toad Sage had was now replaced with an irritated mock scowl at the boy's chosen nickname. The following match is Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji, the proctor called out. Both Neji and Hinata were skilled in taijutsu, but the longer the match went on the more obvious it was that Hinata, while skillful, was not on the same level as her cousin, and the attacks were nowhere near as intense. At the end of the match, Neji went for a final attack to finish his younger cousin but was stopped by the observing Leaf Jonin. So this is the favoritism the main house gets even here, Neji raged. The match was over and you went to kill. That is not picking a favorite or defending her because of what house she's in. Kurenai harshly spat at the usually stoic Hyuga. What was that for? Hey, isn't she your family? Why would you attack her like that? Naruto yelled from the railings. Shut up, loser, a failure like you doesn't know what he's talking about. It is fate that the strong will move on while the weak will fail. It's impossible to change destiny, Neji said, not caring to see the looks of disgust on the surrounding Jonin and a look of disappointment from his sensei. Well then I am just going to have to prove you wrong because I'm going to win this tournament and become a Chunin, and if I have to beat your ass to do it, all the better, Naruto yelled in defiance. Humph, like a loser like you could beat me. And with that, Neji walked away to the other side of the hall. Okay, now that the floor is cleared, the next match is Subaku no Gaara vs Rock Lee the Proctor. After Neji and the Jonin had returned to the observation area. Yosh, now I can show everyone just how brightly my flames of youth burn, the energetic thick eyebrow ninja yelled. Go get him, Lee Guy said to his miniature, striking his famous nice guy pose. The match was a real eye-opener on the mysterious redhead's ability. Nothing Lee could do would get past the sand, blocking his attacks from hitting their mark, and Gaara just looked on with his arms folded, slightly amused at the Leaf Ninja's efforts to hurt him. That's quite a skill, no doubt, but I know bushy brows ain't done yet. No, far from it. Come on, Lee, show them what you got, Naruto thought, eagerly looking on at the fight, hoping to see something special. Lee, take them off, the voice of Guy rung out. Are you sure, sensei? You told me never to take them off unless a comrade was in danger, Lee replied. I give you permission, now take them off, Guy ordered as Lee began reaching down to his leg warmers. Now this should be interesting. I knew Lee used weights like me, but how much will that help him? Naruto was brought out of his mental monologue when a loud crash shocked everyone in the room and Lee took off in a blur. What speed? I don't even think I could keep up with him when I am using some of Kyuubi's chakra, the blonde thought as he watched Lee. With his now enhanced speed, he was able to get through the passive defense of the sand and land hits on the unstable Suna ninja. This continued for some time, but despite how hard Lee tried, Gaara still remained standing, deciding to go in for a match-winning move. Lee opened several of the 8 inner gates and charged Gaara, performing the hidden lotus before shakily getting to his feet. Amazing bushy brows. I sure hope I don't have to fight you early on in the finals. I would probably need a full-tail yokai cloak just to survive a move like that, the blonde thought, but was shocked when Sand rushed out and grabbed Lee around the ankle and wrist, crushing it before moving to spread across his body. Impossible were the thought of almost everyone in the stands as Gaara lay on the floor with his face cracking and parts dropping off what appeared to be a condensed layer of sand. He uses the sand to form armor just like the Iwa ninja I had to fight in the forest, only by the looks of it this sand armor does not affect movement in the same way. They have to stop the match now or bushy brows is dead. Naruto finished his thoughts and was about to jump down to help his friend, but was not as fast as Guy, who knocked the sand off his pupil before taking him over to the medics. Gaara won the match because of the interference, but it didn't matter to him. He was angered that he had been denied a kill. The next match was Choji Akimichi vs Dosu of Sound. The young Leaf Shinon showed he was strong, but the last remaining Sound villager was able to easily overcome, using sound waves from his gauntlet to knock the young Akimichi out and winning the final match. Okay, now that the contestants have been decided, we will draw numbers for the first round of the finals, the proctor called. After the matches were decided and Naruto couldn't be happier, he had Neji. He would prove to him that a loser can be better than him. After all, he was the class joke. The dead last the fights were Naruto vs Neji, Sasuke vs Gaara, Shino vs Kankuro, Temari vs Dosu. Shikamaru fights the winner of match. And with that done, the fighters left the arena to spend the next month training for the final exam. Chapter 10, the month before the finals. Training ground 2, the day after prelim. So what are you going to teach me, Erozen? Naruto asked, eager to learn what the Toad Sage had planned for his training. Well, as you are aware, your opponent is a Hyuga who are masters of close combat, so we are going to work on your long-range skills, because at the moment you only have 1D rank Fuuten Jutsu for long range, and that is only effective when used in collaboration with kunai or shuriken. So first we are going to work on your nature manipulation, at least until you can cut a leaf. Then I have 2 new Fuuten Jutsu for you to learn, the Toad Sage informed his young apprentice. But I still can't get more than little cuts out of the leaf. I need some help from a wind user and I can't find Asuma sensei anywhere, the blonde whined. That's okay anyway, make as many clones as you can and send a few out to look for him while the rest keep on at the exercise, Jiraiya said, and the clearing was filled with over 1,000 loudmouth blondes. Okay, now set your clones to work, we have other things to discuss, the old pervert said. Sure, what is it, Erozenin? It's your clothes. My clothes? Yes, they're horrible. I mean, I can't have you representing the mighty Toad Sage Jiraiya dressed like one of the signs at the strip clubs, and I have been to them all in this town. There, that exact shade of orange. Don't you have anything else to wear? The old sage asked. Well, Bushy Brows Sensei gave me this, Naruto said, producing a green spandex one piece, but before Naruto could attempt to replace his clothes with it, his sensei had stolen it and was currently burning it with a fire jutsu, and then he buried the ashes. You are never to be seen in one of those, do you understand me? Jiraiya shouted, shaking the blonde for emphasis. Now I know you like orange, but you have too much, and can we tone down the color? I mean, that is way too bright. I think they use those jumpsuits on the docks in water country to warn ships when Teresa Fog. He finished. Okay, I get it, new clothes. So are you gonna come with me, or are you just going to let me get overcharged like I always do? Naruto asked. Hell yeah, I'm coming. If I left you alone, you would probably come back in a Hawaiian shirt and track pants, the sage joked. Clothing store. There, that looks much better on the eyes, Gaki. Now you look like a real shinobi, Jiraiya said proudly as Naruto stood there admiring his new outfit. Naruto wore black onbu pants with a rusted orange trim and a black combat jacket with the same burnt orange on his arms and down the zipper. On his feet he wore standard black combat sandals. Think Naruto's outfit in Shippuden, but the colors reversed. I didn't want to change his style too much. After paying the correct price, as the store owner was too intimidated to attempt to con the poor boy while in the presence of one of the Sannin, they left. On the way back, Naruto and his clones were sent the memory of a rather informative meeting with the Jonin sensei of Team 10. With Naruto's clone 30 minutes earlier. Damn it, where is Asuma sensei? Even Shikamaru didn't know, the clone thought. Several minutes later he found the Jonin walking with Kurenai and decided this was his best chance of getting information out of Asuma without the rest of Team 10 knowing what he was doing. Asuma sensei, Asuna sensei, I need your help with something, the blonde clone called out. Stopping in his tracks, the chain-smoking ninja turned to see Naruto running to catch up to him. What do you need my help for? Shouldn't you be training with Jiraiya-sama? Asuma asked. I need your help with wind manipulation. I can't seem to cut my leaf properly, so I was wondering if you could give me some pointers, because both Kakashi sensei and Erozenin said you were the best person to talk to about it. Please, can you help me? The blonde pleaded. Erozenin? Oh right, Jiraiya, man, this kid must have guts to call him that. An elemental manipulation is a skill that takes years to master. He could get the leaf cutting exercise down in a month maybe, but that's rare. Oh well, why not let him waste his time? Shikamaru is going to need all the help he can get, and what the hell, he has a Fuutin affinity like me, and that's rare enough as it is, let alone in fire country. Okay Naruto, meet me at training ground 15 in 5 minutes. Kurenai, I'll catch you around. Kurenai. Oh damn, she left me. The chain smoker finished with a sweat drop. Naruto arrived at the training ground at the same time as Asuma, who proceeded to take out his trench knives. So a wind affinity, hey, that's rare. Do you know any Fuutin techniques yet? Asuma asked, passing Naruto a knife which he accepted questioningly. Yeah, I know Fuutin, Gale Palm, that Kakashi sensei taught me, but that's it, the blonde admitted. Okay, that's alright. After you master wind manipulation, you should be able to do most low-ranked Fuutin techniques with no hand signs, and that becomes very useful in tough battles because you no longer need to wait till the hand signs are complete to perform a jutsu, allowing for an advantage in battle. The better your control over an element is, the less it gives away in battle. Now I want you to channel your chakra through that blade, and I will do the same, and we will throw them at that tree at the same time. You ready? Receiving a nod and affirmative from the blonde, they both began to channel their chakra. Naruto watched as a casing of blue chakra surrounded the trench knife, but also saw a noticeable difference in the shape of his chakra case and Asuma's. What am I doing wrong? Yours looks like it has become an extension of the blade, whilst mine looks weak and wavy, the blonde moaned. Just watch now, throw the blade at the tree. I will do the same. Naruto complied and saw as his blade went most of the way into the tree, far further than it should have at the strength he had used. When Asuma lazily tossed his blade at the tree, however, it passed straight through and embedded deep into the dock behind. When using wind element chakra, I find it best if I imagine my chakra like two blades sharpening by sliding against each other. Remember that, sharpen your chakra like a blade, Asuma said. Wow, thanks Asuma sensei, I'll let the boss and the others know now, the clone said before dispelling to return the information to the original. So it was a clone all along. Looks like he already knows the secret of the cage bush, and Asuma thought, impressed greatly by the boy. With Naruto, Jiraiya and clones. After receiving the information from the recently dispersed clone, cutting the leaf was completed with little difficulty, and they began working on the Fuutin Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Fuutin Air Bullets Jutsu. That's enough for today, Gaki. We are going to continue working on this for the rest of the week till you can perform them fast enough that they would be effective in a tough battle where every second counts, Jiraiya said, causing the clones to start to disperse in groups of 5. So what are we going to do the rest of the time if we're only going to work on this for a week? Naruto questioned. Well, in the second week you're going to work on your Fuinjutsu and Taijutsu. Jiraiya paused before continuing. On the third week we are going to work on controlling the fox's chakra better, as you can only use the yokai cloak for around a minute before you begin to lose control of your emotions. What about the final week? Naruto asked. Nothing at all, I want you to rest up so you're not injured for the finals. Also, I have to travel to Kumo to deliver some rather disturbing information to the Reikage. I will be back in time to watch your match, so don't worry. Oh, and one more thing before we go and get something to eat, I want you to double your weights, Jiraiya said as he got up and began walking away from the training ground with Naruto following closely behind. Alright, but Erozen, couldn't you just put on some gravity and restriction seals? I read about them in those books you gave me on intermediate seal theory, but there was no designs to follow, the blonde asked. Well, I could, but I want the Toad Sage replied casually. What, why not? The younger of the pair demanded. Because that is advanced sealing, and until you know how to perform the seal and remove it safely yourself, it is too dangerous to use. Why do you think Guy uses weights instead of restriction seals? It's because he knows the dangers of using a seal you don't understand completely, the elder of the pair lectured. Okay, I get it. Naruto nodded in understanding as the pair walked on towards Naruto's favorite ramen bar. The week went fast and Naruto had mastered the two Fuuten techniques to a level that Jiraiya had been impressed and moved the blonde onto attempting to cut the waterfall, but was not having much success as he could only use her 4 clones because of the size of the waterfall. At the start of the second week, Jiraiya had tested Naruto's skill in sealing by asking him to perform the seals he knew and any he had created. After witnessing the pepper smoke seal in his match against Kiba, had been intrigued with what else the boy had come up with. After all, you don't become a legendary prankster without being creative. Your skill is excellent in the seals you know, however, before you can go on to the advanced and then master level seal work, you need to be able to draw the seals a lot faster, as some seals like large suppression seals would be too difficult to carry around like standard exploding tags and storage scrolls, Jiraiya stated after inspecting all of the intermediate level seals Naruto had produced. Nodding in acceptance, Naruto created a large group of clones and sent them to work attempting to draw the seals faster. Now, as for your own designs, well, quite frankly, they're genius. For example, this seal here is a multi-layer seal with a remote trigger instead of a time delay over an explosive tag that responds only to the person who placed the seal's chakra. I haven't seen work like that since the Yondaime, Jiraiya said, obviously proud of his students' work. Hey, thanks Erozen, I'm still trying to increase the range the trigger seal will work from, but I figure it would still come in handy if I ever have to set up traps without knowing the time of arrival. That way I won't need a tripwire to activate the seals, Naruto explained. Once you can draw a working explosive tag in under 30 seconds, we will move you on to the advanced Fuinjutsu theory, and hopefully by the end of the week you can get rid of the weights and use restriction seals. Now while we work on your taijutsu by sparing, the white-haired man said, getting up and waited for Naruto to get into his stance, which he mirrored. The rest of the week was spent mastering and learning new seals with his clones while having his ass handed to him by the Toad Sage in their spars. He found it annoying that despite how badly he was losing, Jiraiya had refused to allow him to take off his weights, but at the end of their time working, his reaction time was much better and had been able to replace his weights with the restriction and gravity seals. The energetic ninja wasted no time learning them as soon as his sensei allowed him to move on to the advanced Fuinjutsu theory and application. As well as his first 2 weeks went, the third was nothing but a failure. No matter how hard he tried to master Kyuubi's yokai cloak, he couldn't keep his emotions in check no matter how much meditating he did. I still can't get it. All I have been able to do is go from 1 minute using the cloak to 2. This is so frustrating, Naruto screamed in frustration as this was the last day of his training. You have to keep your emotions in check when you use the cloak, otherwise you will lose control, the Gamma Sannin replied. It's not that easy, Erozen, and do you know how much of a pain in the ass that stupid fox is to talk to? He won't give me his chakra unless my life is in danger or I get angry and order it out of him, and then I suspect he only does it because if I am angry I can't use it for long. Consciously, the blonde whined. Yes, I can see how that would be a problem, but still, for a Jinchuriki to have access to even a single tail of yokai at your ages is extremely rare for a higher level Baijuu, and the Kyuubi is the strongest and most difficult, Jiraiya explained. Wait, so there are other people like me? Naruto asked, feeling sorry at the fact that other people may have been put through the same kind of life that he had. Yes, there are 8 others to be exact, and some of them are even helpful to their containers like the Nibi, whilst others are nothing but giant masses of hate like Kyuubi or the Ichibi, Jiraiya explained. Damn it, why couldn't I get a nice one? Naruto sighed, still thinking about his rather heated relationship with his Baijuu. Flashback. Naruto was falling down a cliff with no chance of survival unless he summoned a toad large enough to carry him to safety, but the next minute Naruto was no longer falling. He was in what appeared to be a sewer with water all over the ground. Mindscape. Naruto walked forward, looking around until he came to a large room with a gate. Naruto looked inside but saw nothing. Just as he turned to leave, he heard an otherworldly growl. Ah, so it appears my container has come to see me. "What do you want, pathetic mortal? This may be your mind, but it is also my domain," a voice roared out as a large spectral fox came into view glaring at the intruder. "So you're the QB, huh? Well, your size is impressive, I will give you that, but it seems to me you're the pathetic one to be trapped inside me," Naruto responded, trying not to be intimidated by the menacing creature behind the bars. "You dare insult me, the great QB no Kitsune? If I wasn't in this cage I would tear you into 1,000 pieces. Now tell me what you want," the fox ordered. "Well, I'm sort of falling to my death at the moment and I need your chakra to help me," Naruto demanded. "No," was QB's only response. "What? Damn it, you stupid fox, if I die you die. You're living in my body now, I want my rent," Naruto yelled. "Very well, I will allow you to borrow my chakra when you need it, but don't think I will allow you to use it as you please," the fox sneered. End flashback. "It's fine, I didn't expect control over the fox to be easy, but we will try again later," Jiraiya informed the downbeat Naruto. "Now I want you to enjoy your week off, go see your friends, I will be back the day of the exam, so in case I don't see you beforehand, good luck. That Hyuga doesn't stand a chance." Naruto spent the next week relaxing and on the final day before the exams ran into Shikamaru on the way to the hospital. "Hey Shikamaru, what's up, you ready for tomorrow?" Naruto asked. "Oh hey Naruto, yeah, I'm ready, I guess at least I have a bye first so it's not as troublesome," the lazy Nara replied. "So what are you doing?" "I was heading to the hospital to see Lee, do you want to come with?" the blonde asked. "Yeah, why not? Choji was sent in yesterday because he ate too much, so I guess I should go see him," the pineapple hair ninja said. After the pair had seen Choji, who had somehow snuck in a bag of chips to the hospital, the boys made their way to Lee's room. Upon entering they saw the red-haired Sunin ninja standing in front of the bed, sand dancing around his body in anticipation. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "I need to kill him to prove my existence," Gaara replied, turning around. "What do you mean you don't need to kill to do that?" Naruto yelled. "I have been killing before I was even a day old. I killed my mother in childbirth and since then I was shunned, excluded and ignored because I have a demon in me, and in the end the only way I could feel alive was to kill." The looks on the faces of the people before they died of fear, they acknowledged my existence, Gaara said, the look in his eyes becoming twisted. Naruto was shocked by the statement. "A demon? Then he must be like me." "No, Hess, not like me. I at least had people who showed me some affection. Gigi, Ikuka sensei and the Ichirakus. Is this what I would have become had I been completely alone? A cold-blooded psychopath who has to kill to feel alive. Then when I was 9 I started getting targeted by assassins my father hired to get rid of me as I was considered a failed weapon. Being alone made me strong enough to kill everyone who has tried to kill me," Gaara finished with a demonic chuckle. Gaara turned back from the stunned boys with the intention of finishing off his intended victim, but before he could act, the timely arrival of Guy forced the Sunin ninja to leave. After leaving the hospital, Shikamaru turned to Naruto and asked, "So do you think he was telling the truth about having a demon sealed inside of him?" "He does, I'm sure of." If Naruto responded, "Well, I will catch you tomorrow, Shikamaru, see ya." And with that the two boys went their separate ways. Naruto to Ichiraku Ramen and the lazy Nara walked home deep in thought. The day of the exams were finally here and Naruto got dressed and had a large meal before heading off to the stadium. Upon his arrival he made note that Sasuke was not there and neither was Dosu from the sound team, but thought he would wait and see what happens. Looking up to the Hokage booth he saw the Hokage and another man with a similar outfit, however he had a hat with the sign for wind on it rather than fire. "Good morning ladies and gentlemen and welcome to the Chunin exam finals. Unfortunately one of our contestants has had to pull out, so there will be a change to the fourth match. It will now be Subaku no Tamari vs Shikamaru Nara. Now let the Chunin selection tournament begin," the Hokage said, getting cheers of approval from the crowd. "Hello, my name is Genma and I will be your proctor for today's event. Rules are simple. The winner is the last man standing. Killing is allowed, although it is frowned upon. I can also step in and call an end to the match if needed. Now can all the contestants apart from those in the first match please move to the viewing area. The first match is Hyuga Neji vs Uzumaki Naruto." The proctor finished placing a senbone needle in his teeth to chew on while the other contestants other than the stoic Hyuga and the energetic blonde left the tournament floor. "Now Hyuga Neji ready?" Genma asked, receiving a small nod in acknowledgement. "Uzumaki Naruto ready?" "You know it." "Then begin." Chapter 11, The Finals. The proctor called for the match to begin, but neither moved from their spots or even entered a fighting stance as the crowd looked on confused as to what was happening. "I am going to give you this one chance. Loser fate has decided you will lose today. Just give up," the stoic Hyuga taunted. "Well, it's a good thing I don't believe in fate then, because I never give up and I never surrender," Naruto stated. "Very well then, you leave me no choice but to beat you into submission," Neji sneered as he got into his gentle fist stance. "Bring it on," the blonde responded, forming a hand seal. They acted at the same time. Neji activated his bloodline and ran forward at pace while Naruto made 2 clones to intercept his charge while backing up. The Hyuga reached the first clone and went for a fist strike, but the clone was able to dodge out of the way in time and attempted to sweep his leg while the other clone went to punch Neji in the side of the head. Neji was just able to maneuver out of the way, diving forward into a roll, turning to deliver a gentle fist strike to the two clones. Is that all? You got two clones and you didn't even fight? You ran to the other side of the arena. You see, you are nothing but a dead last loser who will always be a loser. It is fate, Neji stated. Yeah, it might be that, or maybe your Byakugan isn't as all-seeing as you think it is, Naruto yelled while finishing some hand signs. Fuuten wind bullets. Naruto took in a deep breath, then hit his chest with his hand and shot out pockets of compressed air, forcing Neji to dodge, keeping him on the back foot. When Naruto was finally out of air, he began a second set of hand signs, not giving the white Ajinan a chance to catch his breath. Cage booth. That young Jinan shows great promise, Hokage Dono. He is successfully keeping the Hyuga away from him, a master stroke against a taijutsu expert like a Hyuga, the Kazekage said. Yes, he has become one of my most reliable and yet unpredictable ninja I have, the Hokage informed the Wind Shadow. Stands. Wow, look at that, Neji can't get a hit in, Choji said between handfuls of chips. Yeah, but he still can't win. This is Naruto we're talking about, Ino said, trying to mask how impressive Naruto's display really was. Yeah, Naruto Baka is just getting lucky. He doesn't actually stand a chance. Only Sasuke-kun stands a chance against someone like Neji, Sakura said. Think what you want, but I had to fight Naruto and I could tell he wasn't even trying against me. I would say Neji will have a much harder fight than you think. I mean, look at him, he can't get near Naruto, Kiba stated. Arena. Fuuten, great breakthrough, Naruto yelled before taking in a deep breath of and releasing a great gale of wind, ripping some of the branches off some nearby trees, but just before the gale hit its target. Kaiten the stoic, Neji screamed as he spun, creating a large dome of chakra, diverting the air around him. Stands. Father, that was, yes, I know the Kaiten is a main branch move and young Neji was able to use it. Truly he is a genius worthy of the main house, Yashi Hyuga said to his younger daughter. Damn, that move will effectively make my long-range jutsu useless. I guess I'm going to have to get my hands dirty in close range. Still better keep some backup for long range, Naruto thought before creating two shadow clones and charging forward. Naruto and Neji were matching each other blow for blow. Neji's slightly superior taijutsu ability was offset by Naruto's clones, who would send kunai or fuuten jutsu at the Hyuga whenever there was an opening. Stands. Well, looks like the kid has improved a lot. He has definitely got my vote for Chunin. His use of shadow clones is rather impressive and he has some great wind jutsus, Izumo said. Yeah, he has my vote as well. The Hyuga not so much. He has shown great skill in his own style, but his tactics are not up to scratch, Kotetsu responding in agreement. Arena. Neji had enough and finally showed his frustration by changing his focus from the real Naruto to his clones. Naruto used this distraction and fired a fuuten wind bullet at Neji from behind, hitting him in the back. Neji flew forward, dispelling both clones as he collapsed on the floor. Naruto walked forward to inspect the fallen Hyuga, who was gingerly getting to his feet. Tell me, Neji, what is it that has you so obsessed with fate? The blonde asked, still approaching Neji. In our family it is fate that the branch house serves the main. We give out lives in servitude to them. I found that out when my father was ordered to die in place of his brother Hiyashi-sama, Neji said as he began loosening his hetai. We are even given a seal in, so we know our place. You would have no idea what it's like to have a seal that defines who you are. Oh, and by the way, you are in my field of division 8 trigrams 64 palms, Neji yelled. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 8 trigrams 64 plams. Neji finished his attack and Naruto coughed up a small amount of blood. Stands. Oh well, he fought well. Too bad his opponent was Neji, Tenten said, truly feeling sorry for the blonde. Can't believe it, that was the first attack Neji got in on him and it's over, Kiba yelled. Oh come on Kiba, you honestly can't think Naruto Baka even had a chance, do you, screeched Sakura. Cage booth. A shame, Hokage Dono, but he has at least shown he is Chunin material, the Kazekage offered up. Yes, Naruto-kun has shown great tactical awareness up until this point. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jonin Council promoted him, Hiruzen said. Ariana. Proctor, you can call the match. Nobody can continue to fight after that move. Neji was cut off as Naruto began to stand and started laughing. What are you laughing about? There is no way you can beat me. I closed off all of your Tenketsu points. How you are even standing is astounding in itself, Neji stated matter-of-factly. I'm laughing at the fact you don't think I could possibly know what it's like to have a seal. I have had no control over receiving. Naruto chuckled out, lifting his shirt as he began to channel Kyuubi's chakra. The 8 Division's Shiki Fun seal came into view for all to see, shocking the crowd. I know exactly what that's like, and you are just like me, fighting destiny at every corner. That's why you tried to hard to hurt Hinata even though she only wants to help the branch family. You and your eyes are once again blind. Naruto finished with a primal growl as red chakra exploded out from his body, reopening his chakra points. Stands with the rookies. Oh my god, what is that red chakra? It feels so evil. Nothing like Naruto at all, Ino yelled, shivering under the power radiating off her fellow blonde. So much power, it's unbearable, said Choji as he actually stopped eating to gaze into the ring. All the other genin could do was nod dumbly in response. Stands with the Jonin senseis. That power, is it breaking out? No, he is using it, but to use so much at such a young age, incredible, Asuma gasped while Guy and Kurenai could only nod dumbly in response. Contestant booth. There were 3 different faces in this booth: fear on the face of Kankuro and Tamari, knowing what demonic chakra felt like, and this was on a level that made Gaara using anything but his transformation state look like child's play. Deep thought worthy on the faces of Shikamaru and Shino. Shikamaru was piecing together everything he had heard and guessed, while Shino's bugs were telling him all they needed to know, and they both had the same thoughts. Jinchuriki. Gaara had a look of hunger on his face, gazing into the ring at what would be his next mother's most awarding meal. Arena. The red chakra receded back into the seal and the audience collectively let out their breaths. However, Naruto was still channeling enough of the fox's chakra to have his eyes the slitted blood red and hands like claws. Okay Neji, no more games, Naruto said, raising his hands into a seal Neji did not recognize. Kai seal shimmered to existence on Naruto's hands before fading. The few in the audience who knew what he did were very impressed, and as soon as he kicked off with his new speed, so was the rest of the people in the stands. Neji couldn't keep up. Naruto was all over the ring. Even with his Byakugan following the blonde was almost impossible. Being backed into a corner, Neji did the only thing he could think of. Kite in the large dome expanded out, throwing Naruto back. Neji was left panting from light exhaustion from the effort the chitin requires. So he uses rotation and chakra manipulation to create a shell. Well, I wonder how that will compete against a more condensed rotation, Naruto thought as he created a clone and began pouring chakra into his hand while the clone started spinning it. Neji observed the spinning ball of chakra with interest, and after deciding that it was not something that he wanted to be hit by, prepared another chitin as Naruto charged. With the Jonin senseis. What is that jutsu? It has no element, Kurenai asked, confused as to what she was seeing. Both Asuma and Guy just looked on dumbly at the sight before them like they were seeing a ghost, but it was Asuma who responded first with a shocked gasp of Rasengan. Kurenai just blinked and turned back, trying to hide her shock that this was one of the legendary jutsu created by the Yondaime Hokage. With the rookies. What the hell is that? Yelled Kiba. How, it's just chakra, how can it be visible? Ino and Sakura both asked. Nobody in particular. I don't know, but it sure looks like it could do some serious damage, Choji said. He had returned to munching on his chips after the shock of the red chakra. HN that Naruto baka trying to be cool. I bet Sasuke-kun wouldn't even break a sweat beating either of them, Sakura said in a huff, receiving are you serious looks from the surrounding rookies. The fight. Kite and Rasengan, the 2 moves clashed, fighting for dominance. However, slowly but surely Naruto began to cut through the Rasengan until eventually the Kiten broke and the Rasengan slammed into the gut of the usually stoic and now shocked Hyuga, sending him flying into the wall before collapsing in a hump. Neji struggled but failed to stand. How, he was the dead last whilst I was the prodigy of the Hyuga. How can I lose? Was this fate? No, he fought against fate and won, Neji thought as he was losing consciousness. And in case you think I was fated to win this or am a genius, I failed the Jinan exam 3 times because I couldn't do one jutsu. It was the only one I had trouble with, but no matter how hard I tried I couldn't make a decent bushin. But I can't believe you give up so easily, because you're not like me, you're not a loser, so get over the tough stuff and you can overcome anything, Naruto said just as Neji faded into unconsciousness. Hyuga, Neji is unable to continue. Winner Uzumaki, Naruto the proctor called out, and cheers erupted from the crowd for the unforgettable match they had just witnessed, shocking Naruto to hear him being so accepted by the audience he couldn't help himself, and he went on a lap of the ground cheering along with the applause. Ahem, the next match will be Uchiha Sasuke vs Subaku no Gaara, but as Sasuke is not here we will wait for Hokage-sama to decide on what will happen, the proctor announced. Cage booth. You have to disqualify him, Hokage-sama. It would be seen as favoritism to do otherwise, a sparrow masked Anbu reasoned. You are right, I see no other option but to disqualify the Uchiha, Sarutobi said. I beg you to reconsider, Hokage Dono. Many of the audience came just to see the Uchiha face my son Gaara, the Kazekage asked with a hint of pleading. Who don't we postpone the Uchiha's match until the end of the round and go on to the other matches first? Very well, we will postpone the match until the end of the round, the Hokage stated. With Jiraiya. Hey, I knew you would win, Gaki. I never had a doubt. Jiraiya said he had been observing the fight in between his research from a tree outside a nearby hot springs. On the floor. As Sasuke Uchiha is not here, we will go on to the other matches, and the match against Gaara will be moved to match 4, so the next match will be Subaku no Kankuro vs Aburame Shino. Will the fighters pull, but Genma didn't get to finish as the puppet user forfeited, causing several boos from the stands. Oh, okay then. Will Subaku no Tamari and Nara Shikamaru please come down to the floor? Genma called out as Tamari jumped and used her fan to glide down, standing next to the proctor. Several moments passed and the Nara hadn't appeared until finally he flew and landed in the ring. With a muttering of troublesome blonde, he got up and strolled over to face the fan-wielding Kunoichi. If the last match was a match for the people who loved the flashy and combat-oriented side of being a ninja, this match was for the tacticians, with Shikamaru using brilliant strategies to eventually trap the blonde in his cage main jutsu. As he put her up to force her surrender, he shocked both her and the stands by giving up. Stands with rookies. That lazy bum. What does he think he's doing giving up like that? Ino yelled. That's just Shikamaru. I guess he just got too lazy to continue, Choji said, enjoying yet another packet of chips. Cage booth. Well, that was most interesting, the old Hokage stated. Yes, you have some gifted Jinan this year, Hokage Dono, although I can see the legendary laziness of the Nara clan is still evident even in the next generation, the Wind Shadow stated, producing a chuckle from Sarutobi. Arena. After a short deliberation, they decided to give Sasuke a 10-minute waiting period where if he didn't arrive by that time he would be disqualified. Genma was just about to formally eject the Uchiha from the exam when he and Kakashi arrived via a Sunshin. We're not late, are we? The lazy Jonin asked. Your match was already postponed and he was just about to be disqualified. You got here seconds before it became official, the proctor said. Sorry about that, we forgot to set our alarm, and then there was this black cat that crossed out paths, so we had to take the long way around, the copy ninja said, causing the Jonin and Chunin, who knew of Kakashi's distaste for deadlines, to face palm. Anyway, the final match of the first round is Uchiha Sasuke vs Subaku no Gaara. Contestants ready? Then begin. Genma called out. Sasuke sped forward at great speed, matching that of Lee, and began working away at Gaara. However, he was unable to successfully defeat his sand defenses. Stands. Rock Lee had just entered the stadium and made his way to where his sensei was standing, talking to Kakashi about what he taught Sasuke. So you increased his speed and trained him in the Goken, but if Lee couldn't beat him like that, then do you really think Sasuke could? Guy asked. I don't expect Sasuke to win with taijutsu, but I assure you he has some good tricks up his sleeve, Kakashi replied. Guy sensei, I only just arrived, what have I missed so far? The green-clad ninja said. How did Naruto do against Neji? That was a most interesting match, Guy stated, getting looks of interest from both the Jinan and the copy ninja. Naruto won, and what's more, it wasn't even a close fight. My precious student just couldn't compete with Naruto's flames of youth, the green-clad Jonin said, which greatly shocked Lee whilst impressing Kakashi. Suddenly the sound of birds chirping could be heard throughout the stadium. Kakashi, you didn't? Guy asked, only receiving a nod in response. Arena. Moments earlier. Sasuke was faster than the Suna ninja, that much was obvious, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't get through the sand armor. You bore me, Uchiha. I have no interest in you anymore. I want to fight someone else, someone more worthy of testing my existence, Gaara said in a bored tone as his sand prevented a kick to his back. Gaara formed a large orb of sand surrounding himself. What does he mean? He doesn't want to fight me and am not worthy. I am an Uchiha, the elite. He is nothing compared to me. It's time I taught him who he was up against, thought Sasuke as he ran up a wall and performing several hand signs. Lightning started forming in his hand. Konoha's number 1 emo charged at the orb of sand and spikes started protruding from the surface in an attempt to impale the Uchiha, who was able to weave his way around them before burying his hand into the dome like a knife through butter. What's this on my shoulder? Blood? My blood, ugh. The voice of Gaara screamed. Sasuke jumped back from the sand orb with a smirk to enjoy his handiwork, but what he saw shocked him. An eye, and not the eye of his opponent. This eye was different. Evil Sasuke was about to rush in and attack when pandemonium broke out in the stands as large sections of the crowd went to sleep and several Suna and Auto ninja jumped out into the arena. Gaara's siblings came down and collected the deranged redhead before jumping out of the stadium. Genma landed next to Sasuke and parried several kunai aimed at him. Sasuke, you gotta go after those Suna Jinan, you can't let them get away. The Chunin exams are over, this is an invasion, the Senbone-loving Jonin spoke. Chapter 12. The Invasion. Naruto was getting drowsy when he took note of feathers falling from the sky genjutsu, but why? The question was answered when explosions rocked the stadium and ninja from the sound and sand villages invaded the ring. Shino, Shikamaru, we need to get to our Jonin senseis to find out what to do, and I already know you're faking sleeping, Shika. That ain't going to work on me, Naruto said. Troublesome blonde fine. It looks like Sasuke has run off after the Sand siblings. Our senseis are in the next booth over, let's hurry, Shikamaru droned. Upon arriving at the location, the Jonins were fighting. Naruto spent little time getting their attention. Kakashi-sensei, we are here, what do you want us to do? Naruto asked. You need to go after Sasuke and help him with those Sand Jonin, the Cyclops ninja said as he created a hole in the wall for the Jonin to leave the arena. Sakura, you go with them, and Naruto, you're in charge and second in charge. Well, I will lend you one of my summons for that. Summoning jutsu. Pakken here will lead you to his sen. I will take command if Naruto is unable to, Kakashi said, indicating a small pug dog wearing a blue shirt. Yo! The dog chorused, shocking Sakura, who had never seen a summons talk before. You got it, Kakashi-sensei, but there is something about the red-haired one you need to know, Naruto said. What is it? The silver-haired ninja asked. Hess, like me, was Naruto's only reply as he and his team leaving, and now worried Kakashi staring out the hole watching them leave. With the Hokage. Kukaku, it's beautiful, isn't it, Hokage Dono? The chaos of war, the Kazekage sneered. I cannot agree with you, there is nothing more horrible than war, Kazekage Dono, or should I say Orochimaru, the old Hokage said, sadness evident in his voice at knowing what his old pupil had done. So you figured it out, did you, Sarutobi-sensei? The heavy Sannin chuckled. Your life ends today one way or another, Orochimaru. I will not make the mistake of letting you live again, Hiruzen stated with conviction. No, sensei, it is you who will die here today and your village will burn to the ground, the snake taunted before going through several hand signs summoning Edo Tensei as 3 coffins came up from the ground. Out of the first came Hashirama Senju, the second came Tobirama Senju, the third however was disrupted by a hail of kunai and disappeared before it was able to complete the jutsu. Orochimaru, how cruel and twisted are you to use them in this way, the Sandaime said, pity in his voice. Little Saru, is that you? The first Hokage said. You have got an old monkey, was it you who brought us here? The Nitam asked. No, I didn't bring you here, sensei, that was my pupil who is trying to destroy our village, Sarutobi said, both joyed and saddened to see his former senseis again, joyed because he can speak with his long-dead senseis and friends, and saddened at the way they were going to be used. Orochimaru placed kunai with a seal on them in the back of the former Hokage's heads, and life faded from their eyes and they began to get into a battle stance. Summoning Jutsu, King Enma, Hiruzen called, and a large ape came into existence in front of the Hokages. Hiruzen, what's going on here? Aren't they? Yes, and Orochimaru is controlling them, Sarutobi asked the ape's unfinished question. Enma transformed into a large bow staff and awaited his predecessors to make the first move. It didn't take long before Hashirama finished a set of hand signs and sent a pillar of wood charging straight at the monkey staff wielder. Suna siblings. The 3 genin from the hidden sand jumped from tree to tree but were painfully aware that there were 2 groups of followers and they were closing fast. The first and closest follower was Sasuke Uchiha. They were not too worried with as they outnumbered the lone Uchiha. However, the second group they could tell was 4 or 5 people strong. What do? We can't fight off the Uchiha here. The others will catch up before we can finish. Get away, we need to split up, Temari reasoned. I will continue ahead, the Uchiha will come after me and I will get a perfect chance to kill him, Gaara said with a twisted smile. You two can distract the group behind him, he finished, and the elder brother and sister split up from him to intercept the group behind him, with Kankuro going on ahead with Temari lagging behind. With Naruto's group. We are catching up, but it looks like the Suna ninja have split up and are heading this way, Pakken said. Most likely in an attempt to prevent us from reaching Sasuke and Gaara, Shikamaru deduced. The lazy Nara's guess proved accurate as a few minutes later their path was blocked by the puppet wilder of the siblings. I will handle this fight, the rest of you should continue on, Shino stated on a monotone. You sure, Shino? We don't want to leave you here, Naruto asked. Positive it would not be productive for us all to stay as it would allow our target to escape, the Aburame said. Alright, good luck, bug boy, Naruto said, trying to lift the mood. The others continued on and once again came face to face, this time with Temari. I'm not letting any of you pass, she said, taking her fan off her back and readying a swing, but before she could finish her move she froze. Shadow possession success, Shikamaru said as his shadow had caught the tall Kunoichis. You guys go on ahead, I'll hold her here as long as I can, the lazy genius continued. Okay, you got it, come on Sakura, we have a team to save. Pakken lead the way. Sakura had a tick mark on her head, angry at the way Naruto insulted her Sasuke-kun, but in the end didn't act out as she knew they needed to go make sure said Emo was alright. When the pair and the dog arrived on the scene, they were witness to Sasuke down on one knee, utterly defeated, while a torrent of sand raced towards him. Acting quickly, Naruto grabbed the brooder and jumped out of the way, quickly taking in the patterns on his face and arms. What is that? And his chakra, it feels vile, not angry and malevolent like Cubus, but sick and twisted. It looks like it's coming from that seal on his neck. Wow, look at that thing, whoever made it is a genius, a completely fucked up evil maniac, but a genius nonetheless. That has to be Orochimaru's curse mark. I would need a proper look at it, but I can already see a slave and mental suppressor matrix in it, as well as an addiction seal. Obviously the more it is used, the more control that heavy team gets over its users, and he makes it addictive, so they crave the power more and more. Naruto thought, placing Sasuke down on a tree branch and turning to stare at Gaara. Gaara had changed. He was now completely covered in sand and had a tail made of it. His eyes had changed from sea green to black with yellow cross pupils, and he had a face that was no longer recognizable. So that must be Shukaku's version of the chakra cloak, and by the look on Gaara's face he is being overcome by the rage and hatred of the demonic chakra. What do? I only just started work on chakra suppression seals, and I don't know any that are on the level I need to stop a Jinchuriki. Guess I'm going to have to do this the old-fashioned way by kicking his ass, Naruto thought as he pushed off the branch to attack. Gaara couldn't keep up. Naruto was far faster than the Uchiha, and this was pushing his anger to new heights. Naruto, on the other hand, was just realizing how useless taijutsu was against the Tanuki Jinchuriki. Taking out an exploding tag and wrapping it around the base of a kunai, Naruto observed the cloak of sand and decided it looked weakest at the base of the tail. He dropped down below the enraged Gaara and proceeded to deliver what could only be described as one hell of an enema. The smoke cleared and the sand was now falling off the red-haired genin, but Naruto didn't waste time. He created around 50 clones and attacked from all angles. The first group kicking the troubled ninja into the air. Uzumaki Naruto Barrage, the blonde, yelled as all the clones continued kicking the red head in the air before delivering violent kicks, sending Gaara crashing into the ground. Sakura was staring in awe at the blonde's power whilst checking on Sasuke, who still had his curse mark on, glaring at the fight in jealousy and rage. How is this happening? I am supposed to be the elite, me, an Uchiha, not some clanless loser and doby. Why does he have this power but it has been denied me? Why? The last Uchiha raged in his head. Damn you Uzumaki, I will kill you now, ninpo. Feigning sleep technique, Gaara yelled as he collapsed on the floor. Naruto stared curiously at the downed genin, wondering what sleeping would accomplish when sand erupted all over the sand ninja's body and it grew to the size and shape of the great Baijuu Shukaku. Ah ha ha, I'm free at last, now I get to destroy things, but first, where is that little pest? The giant Tanuki roared. Oh shit, I gotta do something. Summoning jutsu, Naruto yelled, and a massive cloud of smoke filled the air, and when it cleared it revealed Naruto standing on top of Gamabunta. Oi Gaki, why have you summoned me? And it better not be one of Jiraiya's stupid tests again, the giant toad said, taking a puff on his pipe. Sorry boss toad, but it's important this time. Look, Naruto said, pointing towards the tailed beast. What, you want me to fight Shukaku? Well, this brings back memories. Okay Gaki, you're on, but you owe me extra sake for this, you hear me? Gamabunta yelled, jumping forward and attempting to cut off the demon's arm, but the sword became stuck halfway and the giant toad was forced to remove it. Damn, kid is just like his father. Well, this shall be interesting. You're a wind type, yes? Well, when I fire my water bullet, I want you to use your most powerful wind jutsu so we can combine them for a collaboration jutsu. The toad ordered. You got it, boss toad, Naruto replied. The giant boss summons leapt high in the air, but before he and Naruto could perform their collaboration, the oversized raccoon quickly several air bullets, knocking the toad and his summoner back. You need to wake the medium. That blasted Tanuki can attack much faster than we can. However, if the boy regains consciousness, Shukaku will disappear, Gamabunta informed his blonde passenger. Okay, got it, you get me in close and I'll wake him up, Naruto yelled back. Gamabunta jumped forward, but Shukaku easily knocked him away. Ahaha, you are no match for me, mortal, now die, the Baijuu roared, sending a wave of sand at the toad, who narrowly dodged out of the way. With Sasuke and Sakura. Shikamaru had arrived after dealing with the blonde Kunoichi and was watching in awe of the battle before him as he headed towards the other two genin in the area. Man, that Naruto, this battle is way too troublesome. We should get out of here before it becomes even more dangerous, the pineapple-haired ninja called out, getting the attention of the others. Sakura weakly nodded, not wanting to get in the way of the fight or be injured or killed. Sasuke, on the other hand, just glared on at the fight continuing. How can this be? Even with the power of the curse mark, I was no match for Gaara, yet the doby is. How is this happening? Have I improved at all? I need more power if I'm going to kill Itachi, damn it, I need more power. Sasuke thought as he looked on at the two giant animals attacking each other. I'm not going anywhere, I need to see how much stronger the doby is than me, Sasuke seethed. No, we're leaving, we will just get in Naruto's way if we stay, that's an order, said a small dog who arrived just after Shikamaru. I'm an Uchiha, I don't take orders from small dogs. Leave me alone, Sasuke ordered. But Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei left Naruto and this dog in charge. We have to do what he says or it can be considered insubordination and you can be punished. Sakura begged her crush, hoping to be able to leave to a safe area. Fine, let's go, Sasuke sneered, obviously upset at having to take orders from an animal. With Orochimaru and the Hokages. Hiruzen was in a tough spot. He had no way of beating his senseis and former student. The first and second Hokages it appeared could not be killed every time they receive a fatal injury they just healed. The forest created by Hashirama had become a trap for the aged Hokage, and he was being attacked from almost every angle. Is there no way I can end this? Yes, there is one way, but it requires a sacrifice of one human soul. Well, Orochimaru, it's time to end this, and I am going to do it with a forbidden jutsu. Even you have never seen. Sarutobi called out and made several shadow clones to grab his former senseis and his student Ninpo Shikifune. The Hokage called out as the spectral figure of the Shinigami appeared behind the old monkey summoner and began devouring the souls of his predecessors. I'm sorry, old friends, Hiruzen called, a single tear escaping his eye. It's alright, Saru, you're doing it to save the village. I'm proud of you, the Nidaime replied with pride in his voice. What is this? How did you defeat my Edo Tensei? Orochimaru demanded. Not yet. Sing. The hands reach into him and begin removing his soul. The dead demon summoning jutsu. I will seal their souls away inside the Shinigami's stomach for all eternity, as much as it pains me to do so, and you are going with them, the Hokage informed his former pupil. What? No, I will kill you before you get the chance, Orochimaru yelled, controlling his sword Kusanagi to stab right through the chest of his sensei. Why didn't you get out of the way? He, because I am already dead. The Shikifune cost the life of the caster and has only been used by one other person, the Yondaime Hokage, in collaboration with the 8 trigram seal in order to seal away Kyuubi at the cost of his life, Sarutobi informed the now struggling Snake Sannin. The pair struggled in a tug of war over the snake's soul for a while, but it became obvious that the Hokage was weakening due to the blade sticking through his chest. Well, it looks like I can't kill you like I had hoped, Orochimaru, but I can still end your dream of learning every jutsu alive by taking your arms, Fune. Hiruzen called out, completing the sealing. Orochimaru let out a deathly scream as his arms began to turn black, backing away in pain as the old Hokage collapsed onto the ground. He ordered a retreat. Suddenly the barrier that had been preventing interference dropped, and the 4 sound ninja responsible for the barrier jumped and caught their master before sunshining away. With Naruto and Gaara. Damn it, this is no use. I don't have any claws. I need you to henge me into something that can hold on. Gamabunta said, panting from exhaustion. Okay, I got just the thing. Let's go, boss Toad, Naruto said, determination filling his voice. The toad charged, and halfway there transformed into Kyuubi before digging his newfound claws into Shukaku's sides, allowing Naruto to jump on his head. No, get off me, you pest, I will not disappear again, the Tanuki roared. Naruto summoned a clone and began gathering chakra in his palm. Hey Gaara, it's time to wake up. Rasengan. Naruto buried the small ball of spinning chakra into the redhead's gut, shredding the sand armor, causing the sleeping Suna ninja to awaken in pain, but not far enough to kill the boy. No, I just got free. I don't want to leave again, Shukaku cried as he started to fall apart and recede back into the seal. Gaara fell to the ground in too much pain to stand from the Rasengan as the giant toad dispelled, leaving Naruto walking towards the downed ninja. No, stay away, you will not wipe out my existence. You, how are you so strong? Gaara yelled, clearly panicking and fearing for his life. It's painful, isn't it, being alone? It hurts that you can't be loved like everyone else. I am strong because I fight to protect my precious people. I am strong because I need to be to protect them. I don't want to kill you, Gaara, you are like me, but I got lucky. I met Iruka sensei and Gigi helped me, but you don't have to be alone anymore, Gaara. I would like to be your friend, Naruto said. Gaara was shocked. This boy had just defeated his entire way of life, and what's more, he wanted to help him. You would want to be my friend even after what I have done, the redhead asked. Of course I do, we are the same. I have a demon sealed in me as well, and we can understand each other. I would be honored to be your friend, Gaara, the blonde said, sitting down next to the sand ninja. Thank you, friend. Do you think I can be like you? Have other precious people? Gaara asked pleadingly. Absolutely, in fact you already have others. Who? Your brother and sister. They may be scared of you, but they obviously still care, Naruto said. The pair sat and talked for a while till Temari and Kankuro arrived and collected Gaara and jumped away, heading out of the city. Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry, the redhead said, leaving his siblings shocked at his statement. Uzumaki, Naruto, hey. How much have you helped our brother? Both siblings thought as they fled the city after it became obvious that Konoha would not fall. 1 week later. Naruto was currently standing over a picture of the Hokage after placing a rose on his tomb. He struggled to hold back the tears to honor his fallen leader and grandfather figure. Returning to the crowd, he took his place next to Kakashi and Team 7, ignoring the jealous looks of Sasuke. The rest of the funeral service was a blur for Naruto, who could only watch in a daze as the families of the fallen walked up to add their loved ones' names to the memorial stone, and once it had finished, Naruto only had enough energy to return home and fall into his bed before falling asleep. 3 days later, with Jiraiya. The toad sage was sitting on top of a toad watching his apprentice from a distance as he wandered around aimlessly trying to cope with the loss of his grandfather. What do you two want? Jiraiya said, not taking his eyes from the boy, concern in his eyes. The two elders seemed shocked at the Sannin's attitude towards them. Ah yes Jiraiya, the council has had a meeting and decided that you should become the Godime Hokage, Koharu announced. Not interested, Jiraiya responded. What do you mean? You are the only person strong enough apart from Danzo to run this village, and we have via overwhelming vote by the Shinobi Council decided at this time we decided need one of the Sannin to take over from Hiruzen, Homura said, hoping Jiraiya would reconsider. Jiraiya turned to face the elders directly. Oh come on, you know as well as I do I would be a horrible Hokage, besides I have my spy network to manage as well as other things that are more important, he said, turning back to watch Naruto. Anyway, there is one other person who would make a great leader of this village, it is in her blood after all. You can't mean her, can you, Jiraiya? She hasn't been to the village in years, we don't even know where she is, although I agree she would make an excellent choice, Koharu said. Oh, I can find her, after all I am quite good at finding things, the Toad Sage said confidently. Very well, we accept, we will issue you with an Anbu squad for escort, Homura announced. No, I don't want a squad tagging along, they will just slow me down, all I will take with me is my new apprentice, I think he will be perfect for this kind of thing, Jiraiya said. Very well, when will you depart, both elders asked. I will leave today, no time to waste, right by now the whole elemental nations would have heard of Sensei's death, we don't need any more invasion attempts, and with that Jiraiya jumped away to collect his student from the streets below. With Naruto. So Gaki still moping, I see, Jiraiya said. Oh hey Erozen, and I just don't know what to do, I have had any family before but I imagine this is what it feels like, Naruto moped kicking a rock on the ground at a fence. Yeah, it's tough isn't it, but the sensei wouldn't want you to mope around like this, it's not like you at all, he would want you to get stronger so you can prevent this from ever happening again, so you should get stronger and make him proud, Jiraiya did in an attempt to pick up the spirits and motivate his young charge. You're right Erozen, and I will become strong enough to protect everything I care about, that's a promise, and I never go back on my word, Naruto said, obviously in a better mood and more determined than ever. Good man, now go home and pack for a month-long trip, we have a mission to find the next Hokage, and knowing Tsunade it could prove difficult. Now go get your stuff and meet me at the North Gate, the Toad Sage ordered. You got it Erozen, and I'll see you there, and with that the energetic blonde ran off home to pack for his new mission. Chapter 13, Search for Tsunade. It had been several hours since Naruto and Jiraiya had left Konoha, and finally the Toad Sage stopped for a rest. Okay Naruto, while we are walking I have a new chakra control exercise for you, the white-haired man spoke, taking out a black metal ball the size of his fist and chucking it to Naruto, who caught it. Wow, this thing is heavy Erozen, and what am I supposed to do with it, Naruto asked, curious as to what his new exercise would be. I want you to stick the ball to your body and use chakra to move it around. This should greatly improve your chakra control. Now I only have 2 of them, so unfortunately you can only use 1 clone to help with mastering it, Jiraiya said, and Naruto got to work, but the task was proving difficult. At Konoha. Looking down on the village, 2 men slowly stalked forward. Both were wearing black full-length coats that had red clouds and large straw hats. As they walked, mist started to gather around them, hiding the pair from view. Well Itachi, this place looks like it has seen better days. You're not feeling nostalgic, are you? The taller of the 2 said. I feel nothing coming back here now, let's just find our target and leave, the shorter member said as they casually walked towards the village. 30 minutes later. Kakashi was standing outside a small sweet store as he saw Asuma and Kurenai walking towards him, casually getting their attention. They walked over to see what he wanted. After a small, seemingly unimportant conversation, he subtly signaled them to follow him. The 3 Jonin arrived in the park and came to a stop behind 2 men in long black cloaks. Well, what do we have here? A couple of lost ninja who don't belong here, Asuma spoke. The pair turned around to see who had disturbed their search. Itachi Uchiha, you sure have some nerve to show your face around here, and who is your partner? My, if it isn't Kisame Hoshigaki, the monster of the mist, Kakashi said in a serious tone. So what are 2 members of the Akatsuki doing here? He completed, getting into a loose stance in case he is attacked by these 2 S-class ninja. My, well, you are well informed, Kakashi Hatake. How is it you know about us? Itachi said in a monotone voice. I have my ways now. Why are you here? The silver-haired ninja spoke, revealing his Sharingan. Are you here for Sasuke to finish what you started? Asuma asked, wondering why the pair were here of all places. Sasuke doesn't concern me, we are looking for the Yondaime's legacy, Itachi droned. So you're after Naruto for the Kyuubi, but you won't get him, we won't let you. And with that, Kakashi flew forward and kicked the Uchiha onto the river and jumped down to follow him, leaving Kurenai and Asuma with Kisame. Itachi stood and activated his Sharingan, but before he could move he was stabbed in the chest with a kunai. Looking down, the black-haired missing ninja burst into water, shocking Kakashi went wide-eyed and had no time to react as he was stabbed from behind before he'd burst into water. You are quite talented in using the Sharingan, Kakashi, but let me show you how to use it properly, Itachi said, turning to where the real Kakashi was standing. Kisame landed next to Itachi as his eyes began to morph into a 3-point pinwheel and started spinning. Quick, cover your eyes, do not look at Itachi. Kakashi quickly warned the other Leaf Ninja about the Mangekyo Sharingan, but it was too late for the copy ninja. Tsukuyomi, Itachi whispered, trapping the copy ninja. The other Jonin were shocked. 1 second, Kakashi is fine. The next he collapsed in front of them unconscious. Kisame, we're leaving. We've been discovered and we don't want the entire of Konoha to be here, but we need to take Kakashi and find out how he knew about us, said the stoic missing ninja. Kisame went to move to collect the copy ninja but was intercepted by a flying green blur who knocked the tall shark-like man away. Kisame, now is the time to retreat before any more reinforcements arrive, Itachi said, and with that both missing ninja fled, producing a sigh in relief from Kurenai and Asuma. 1 hour later at the hospital. The Jonin who were at the conflict with the Akatsuki were standing around the bed Kakashi was in. He had not yet awoken from the effects of the genjutsu attack. Sasuke walked in as he had been told his sensei was here. What happened to Kakashi-sensei? I was looking for him to train me, the black-haired Jonin said. The other rookies, senseis and guy, shared looks and were about to lie to cover up the fact his brother was in town when a Chunin barged in the door. Did you guys hear? Itachi Uchiha was in town and is looking for Naruto, the Chunin yelled to the room. Shock appeared on Sasuke's face and he ran out of the room to look for his brother. I finally have a chance. I can finally kill you, Itachi. But how do I find you? I guess I should find the Dobi. That way Itachi will find me, Sasuke thought as he ran down the streets looking for the blonde. Later that day. Well, you could probably take him. I don't think I would stand a chance, Kisame said, looking down at their target. No, if we were to fight I would lose. Only together would we stand a chance, and even then I don't think we would make it out with our lives. We must not engage in battle with the Toad Sage. We need to find a way to separate the pair, Itachi said, his face completely void of emotion. With Jiraiya and Naruto several hours later. Okay Gaki, we are going to stay in this town for tonight while I go collect information on Tsunade's whereabouts. I want you to stay and practice your chakra control here. Take the second ball and use a clone, Jiraiya said as the two walked into a hotel before parting ways. Whatever, Arozenin, you just want to go and try and pick up women, Naruto said, but didn't care. He had made a bit of progress on the ball moving exercise and wanted to complete it, and he knew it would be easier if he could relax in the hotel. Several hours passed and Naruto and his clone were both practicing the task his sensei had set when a knock could be heard on the door. What, all the women reject you already? Naruto said as he led to the door. However, when he opened it he did not see his sensei but two people he had never seen before. Who the hell are you people? I think you and Fish Face are looking for a different room, Naruto said to the shorter of the pair. Hey Itachi, are you sure this is him? Kisame asked. Yes, I'm sure. Now Naruto-kun, I need you to come with us, Itachi said. Hell no, I'm not going with you two. Whatever you guys do in your alone time is fine with me, but I'm not joining, and go find someone else, freaks, Naruto yelled. Itachi, did that prick just say we were gay? Kisame said. I believe he did, Itachi stated. Wait, Itachi Uchiha? The blonde asked. Hey, what do you know? Has heard of you, the shark man said. Now since I can't kill him, can I at least cut off his legs so he can't get away? The shark finished removing Saimureta from his back. You know, of all the Uchiha for you to leave alive, why the fuck did you pick such a stuck-up egotistical team like Sasuke? Or do you enjoy the fact that Hess, a power-hungry wanker that does nothing but brood? Naruto taunted, trying to get a reaction from the still emotionless Uchiha. Itachi was about to step in to subdue his target when he felt a presence at his side. Itachi, I have been training my whole life for the time I could finally kill you, and today's the day, Sasuke screamed. Sasuke, what the hell are you doing here? Get away, neither of us stand a chance against either of these two. Don't be stupid, Naruto called out, trying to make the black-haired Jonin see reason. Sadly, Naruto's pleas fell on deaf ears and Sasuke charged, a Chidori in hand. Itachi looked on in mild interest as Sasuke charged forward, but just as the emo brooder went to deliver the attack on target, the elder Uchiha lazily caught Sasuke's arm. The Raiten Jutsu died down as Sasuke glared at the man he had sworn to kill. Hey Itachi, that kid looks just like you, Kisame said in mild interest of the Jonin who had been stupid enough to attack two S-class shinobi. Indeed he does, Kisame, this is my little brother. How have you been, Sasuke-kun? Itachi asked. Sasuke kicked out and Itachi released him. He'll be doing a lot better once I kill you, Sasuke yelled, charging once again. Foolish little brother, Itachi said as he easily blocked Sasuke's punch before bringing up his knee, knocking the breath out of the younger raven-haired ninja, and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying to the end of the hall. Itachi quickly followed up, charging at the recovering Sasuke, who threw another punch which was easily dodged, the arm proceeding to break it without mercy. The elder Uchiha's eyes then morphed into a three-point pinwheel. You're too weak, you don't have enough hate to kill me, and do you know what, you never will. In the next second Sasuke screamed before collapsing in a heap. Wow, that was brutal to do that to your own brother. Now can we hurry up and take the 9 tails, Kisame said. Oh, I'm sorry, but I left as soon as I found out you weren't Arrow Zenin, but we should be back soon, Naruto stated before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Even Itachi's eyes went wide at this. Kisame, we have to get out of here now. The usually calm Itachi said with a hint of urgency. They turned to leave but found their legs were caught in a tough fleshy substance. Oh, you aren't going anywhere, the voice of the Toad Sage rang out as he and Naruto appeared from around the corner. Kisame, we must leave, let's go, and with that the pair ran and a huge wall of flesh came from behind them. As they rounded the corner the pair found that they were trapped and about to be crushed. Amateur saw Itachi called in desperation and black flames shot out from his eyes. Upon arriving at where the missing ninja fled to, Jiraiya and Naruto saw a hole burn through the toad-style jutsu in the wall. Don't touch that, Naruto, it was able to burn through the stomach lining of the fire toad. That isn't normal flames, we have to seal it. Why don't you do the honors? Think of it as a test, Jiraiya said. Naruto hadn't had a chance to test one of his elemental seals but jumped at the chance. Drawing up a fire suppression seal, he began to seal the flames away, receiving proud smile and a rub on the head from the Toad Sage. Well done, and don't worry, those two won't be back, Jiraiya said, but as he turned to go check on the fallen Uchiha, a roar was heard and Jiraiya was knocked to the side by a flying green blur. When it stopped, it revealed Mido Guy. Oh my, Jiraiya-sama, I am sorry, you see I was hiding around the corner when I had the most youthful idea to use my hetai it as a mirror, and I saw a menacing figure looking down at an unconscious Sasuke, and well, I was forced to act again. I apologize again for my most unyouthful attack. The green-clad ninja with the bowl haircut said, bowing to the floored Toad Sage. That's okay, Guy, really, but we need to get Sasuke back to Konoha. Can you take him to the hospital for us? Jiraiya asked. Yosh, I will complete the task you said, and if I can't I will do 500 laps of Konoha on my hands, and if I can't do that I will climb the Hokage monument with my teeth, and if I can't do that I will. But Guy was cut off before he could finish. Look, Guy, can you just take him already? He needs medical attention, the old hermit said. Guy soon left with Sasuke on his back, making for Konoha at top speeds, and Naruto and Jiraiya returned to their room. 1 week later. So are you sure she's here, Arrow Zenin? Naruto asked. Oh, she's here all right, or at least she was here, Jiraiya replied. Come on, let's go check out the palace, it should be around here somewhere. You know, shouldn't a palace be like big? Naruto asked. Of course it is, it's huge, the white-haired hermit said. Then isn't it kinda odd we can't see it? Naruto said as they rounded a corner and a large pile of rubble came into view. Wow, what happened here? I don't know, but I plan to find out, Jiraiya said as he eyed the rubble of the palace suspiciously. That night. Oi Gaki, we're going to eat in here. But Arrow Zenin, that's a bar, I don't think I am allowed in there, Naruto said. You're a ninja, so you are considered an adult now, come on, Jiraiya said, walking onto the bar. The pair entered the bar and Jiraiya walked straight to the back of the room. Hello Tsunade Haim, you are looking as beautiful as ever, Jiraiya said as he took a seat. Jiraiya, what a terrible surprise, to what do I owe the honor? Who's the kid? Said the lady who looked like she was in her late 20s and had the largest pair of breasts Naruto had ever seen. Now the boy wasn't a pervert, but it was hard not to notice the size of the woman's assets. Ah yes, this is Naruto Uzumaki, my new apprentice, Jiraiya said proudly. Have you heard about Konoha? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, I heard about Sensei as well, Orochimaru told me himself, she said with little emotion in her voice. So I take it that he was the person who did the number on the palace. So what did he want? Jiraiya asked. He wanted me to heal his arm. Sensei did a number on him, that's for sure, Tsunade replied. And what did you do? Jiraiya asked. I did nothing and he left, Tsunade said offhandedly. Now what did you want? Well, to be blunt, I want you to come back to Konoha and be Gondime Hokage, Jiraiya said. No way, I refuse. The Hokages were nothing but fools who threw away their lives for nothing. Even my grandfather and granduncle playing Hokage is nothing but a fool's game, Tsunade snapped. Naruto was fed up. This woman was supposed to be the next Hokage and yet she was nothing but disrespectful towards them, his heroes and the closest thing to a grandfather he ever had. That's it, you old hag, how dare you insult the Hokages? They gave their life to protect their people and were honorable men, whilst you are nothing but a drunk. I am glad you don't want to be the next Hokage because you are nothing but a washed up drunk, Naruto yelled. You want to take this outside, you little shit? Tsunade seethed. Bring it on, Ba-chan, Naruto said, getting up. The two walked outside and glared at each other with Jiraiya and Tsunade's apprentice Shizune watching from the sides. Tsunade-sama, don't do this, Hess, just a Jinan, Shizune begged. No, I need to teach the Gaki a lesson, but I think I will go easy on him. Tell you what, kid, I will only use one finger, the slug Sannin taunted. Fine, I don't care if you were Arrow Zenin's teammates, I won't let you insult the Hokages in front of me, Naruto yelled as he charged forward. Tsunade ducked under his punch and flicked him in the chest, sending him flying to the end of the road. Pathetic. So Gaki, why are you so hung up on the Hokages anyway? She asked the boy who had just made it to his feet. Because it is my dream to be Hokage and you disrespecting them is spitting on my dream, Naruto said, shaking in rage, trying to form a Rasengan but forgetting to form a clone only formed the second stage. He charged forward in anger. Tsunade was stunned. This boy had the same dram as her dead lover and brother. She was shocked, but she was brought out of her shock by the sight of the charging blonde with an unstable blue sphere in his hands. Acting quickly, she slammed her finger into the ground, creating a crack in the earth that trapped the blonde. Jiraiya, who do you think you are teaching him that jutsu? Only you and the Yondaime can use that jutsu, Tsunade spat. Why not? You could even say it's his right to learn it, Jiraiya said with a knowing smile. Just you watch Ba-chan, give me 3 days and I will have it completely mastered, Naruto said, determination evident in his voice. Get real, kid, it took the Yondaime 3 years to create that jutsu and Jiraiya a year to learn it. What makes you think you can do it in 3 days? Tsunade smirked. Tell you what, if you can master it in a week I will give you my necklace, she said, pointing to the crystal hanging around her neck. Tsunade-sama, no you can't, that is the only thing you have never gambled, Shizune said. What about if I can't do it? What do you want? Naruto said, still confident. Then I get all the money. And Froggy the slug summoner said as she picked up Naruto's frog wallet. Gama-chan, fine, you got a bet, Naruto said, and he created a shadow clone to pull him up from the earth. Later that night at a bar. Why did you bring him here, Jiraiya? Was it because you knew he would remind me of Naoki and Dan? I could almost see them in him. Tsunade sighed, taking another gulp of sake. He is my apprentice. Besides, I made a promise to Minato I would teach his son once he became a ninja, and the fact that he is the embodiment of his father's will and mother's fiery personality makes him hard not to like. Yes, I can tell he is a lot like his mother already. So do you really think he can learn the Rasengan? Tsunade asked. He already knows that he can make one perfectly, he just uses a shadow clone to help controlling his incredibly large chakra supplies, Jiraiya said, smirking at the shocked look on his old teammate's face. Then I have already lost the bet, she said, defeated. I should have known, damn, Gaki played me, he already had it won. He may have the jutsu so he can use it, but he refuses to believe it is mastered until he no longer needs a clone to use it. I have even given him Jonin chakra control exercises to help him, so he hasn't won the bet yet, although I have no doubt that he will. He wouldn't cheat anyone, it's not in him to do that, Jiraiya said, comforting his long-time crush. The next day. I'll show that Tsunade Bakken that I can master this jutsu. I just need to get better chakra control first so I don't need to use clones, Naruto thought, creating several hundred clones, keeping 2 to use his new ball rolling technique. He split the other half to tree climbing whilst leaf sticking and water walking while leaf floating. Naruto continued with the clones for hour while he attempted Rasengan after Rasengan, dispelling 1 clone every 5 minutes. The blonde was painfully unaware of the pair of slitted blue feminine eyes staring at him in awe of his determination and resilience. Wow, look at him go, the girl thought. Maybe you should go talk to him, kitten, I can tell from here he holds the Kyuubi. A voice from in her head spoke. I think I will, the girl thought in response. Chapter 14, Yu-Gi-To! Ni and the Reunion. Naruto had been practicing for hours on end and was finally making some progress with the Rasengan, now being able to hold it for around 25 seconds before it lost its compression and destabilized. Feeling a presence, Naruto spun around and put his guard up. There standing before him was what Naruto considered the most beautiful and exotic woman he had ever seen. She was about 15, had long blonde hair slightly more pale than his own, and it was tied back in a ponytail. She had cat-like slitted eyes with a perfect shade of sky blue. Her body had curves in all the right places with ample C-cup breasts and long legs ending in a tight backside. She wore a blue jacket and pants which tightly gripped onto her curves, accenting them perfectly. Naruto was stunned but slowly came back to his senses. Who are you? He stuttered out. Oh me, I am Yu-Gi-To! Ni Chunin from Kumagakure. Who are you, cutie? Yu-Gi-To! Asked. Naruto went red with blush at being called cute but managed to regain himself to respond. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Jinan from Konohagakure. It is a pleasure to meet such a beautiful woman as yourself, Naruto said honestly. This time it was Yu-Gi-To's turn to blush. What the hell, it was only a compliment. Sure, he looks good with that sun-colored hair, a bright blue eyes, she thought, desperately trying to force back the blush. My oh my kitten, I believe you are attracted to your fellow container and this one will be a powerful mate indeed. I say you claim him now before anybody else does, the voice in her head called. Nibi, stop it, I don't even know him, for Kami's sake. Yu-Gi-To! Thought, I'm sorry, I saw you training and I was intrigued so I wanted to get a closer look at what you were trying to do, the blonde girl said. Oh, it's nothing, I am just trying to improve my chakra control enough so I can master a jutsu. I know, but it is really hard, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Say, what are you doing in Fire Country anyway, Yugi-chan? Naruto asked, causing the girl to blush again from the affectionate nickname. Oh, I was given a mission to deliver a message to the Hokage telling him we are willing to cooperate on some issue. They didn't give me the full details. Apparently some group of missing ninja are a threat, so Raikage-sama has decided to act after receiving information from Jiraiya of the Sannin. Yugito informed the other blonde, but I just found out that the Hokage was killed and they haven't chosen a Gondime yet, so I have to wait till one is chosen before I can go to Konoha. Yugito finished with a sigh. That sucks, Yugi-chan, but it's not all bad. I am here with Zenin to bring back the next Hokage, but she is nothing but an old hag who hides behind a henge to make her look young, Naruto said. Zenin? The female blonde asked. Oh right, you wouldn't know Jiraiya-sensei, he is the one who the Raikage got the information on that group off, Naruto said offhandedly as though disrespecting famous ninja was nothing out of the ordinary. You call Jiraiya-sama Zenin, he is a highly respected ninja even in Kumo. Why do you treat him with disrespect? The girl with slitted eyes asked. Trust me, if you knew him you would know why I call him Zenin. Just don't use any hot springs when he is around. I am sure he would die to use someone like you in his research for his books, Naruto mumbled. I will have to keep that in mind. And what books does he write that he would use someone like me as research material? Yugito asked, curious as to if she could be used in a ninja guidebook or something. He writes those little orange Icha books. I assume they have them in Kumo, Naruto said. He what? One of the most legendary ninja in the world is responsible for that smut. How does he do his researching? Yugito asked, feeling slightly sick that she thought being in his books might be fun a moment ago. Usually by trying to pick up women in bars or peeking on them in change rooms or hot springs, Naruto stated casually, enjoying the looks of fury in the young Kumo Kunoichi's face. Yeah, he's a real sleaze, but Hess also a great guy and the closest thing to a father I have ever known, Naruto said with a calm, loving smile on his face, and Yugito's anger began to subside at seeing the boy's affection for the man. He is also the person who taught me never to give up and not to let things get on top of you. He taught me what it means to be a ninja. Yugito's scowl turned into a slight smile as some respect returned for the promiscuous toad sage. He sounds really important to you. She paused for a moment, weighing up whether to tell the boy of her status or not before deciding that she wanted to get to know him better, and that was the best way. Do you know, Naruto-kun, we are a lot alike. We both share a burden that only a handful can understand, she said. Naruto-kun, where did that come from? And don't you dare say anything Nibi, she thought. Oh, I wouldn't dream of it, kitten, not at all, but have you noticed how well toned his muscles are? The two-tailed demon cat said in her head. Yeah, and Therese no fat on him at all, has all muscle. Hey wait. Damn it, Nibi, you tricked me, she thought as Naruto began to respond. You mean you're Aa Jinchuriki? Yes, I am. Yugito finished from the stuttering. I hold the Nibi inside of me. I am 2 whilst you are 9. I see. Is that why you have those beautiful slitted eyes? He asked. Now it was Yugito's turn to be shocked into a stutter. Never once had anyone called her eyes beautiful. They had been the cause of most her pain, the mark of her as a Jinchuriki. You think my eyes are beautiful? She stuttered. This time a deep blush crept up on her face and her heart skipped a beat. No, damn it, I can't like him. I only just met him. Damn this, damn him, and that warm, welcoming, wonderful smile of his makes him so hot. Wait, what am I thinking? Bad, Yugito, bad, she thought. Oh, I am sure he wouldn't mind you being a little bad with him, kitten. I felt your heart skip a beat. That has never happened before. Maybe my container is in love. Now wouldn't that be something? Nibi teased. Stop it, Nibi, I don't even know him. How could I be in love with him? That's just stupid. Right, the girl though pleadingly waiting for a response that never came. Nibi, still no response. Damn you, Nibi, now that I am all confused. You stop talking, you will pay for this, she thought. Yugi-chan, you're a little red. Are you sick or something? Naruto said, putting his forehead to hers. You don't have a fever? I wonder what it is, Naruto said, failing to notice the shocked look of pleasure and embarrassment on the face of the girl he had just touched. Oh Cammy, what was that? When he touched me it was like an electric shock, but it felt amazing. All he did was touch his forehead to mine, but it felt like a current passed through my whole body. Oh no, I like this boy. I just met him, but I like him. Luckily I don't think he has noticed yet. Must be from the lack of affection all Jinchuriki are put through. Yugito panicked in her mind. Naruto-kun, I'm alright. It was just Nibi was talking to me, she lied. Oh okay, I get angry with Kyubi as well. The jerk never wants to help with anything, Naruto moaned. No, Nibi is actually rather easy to get along with once you get past her trying to meddle in my private life. She giggled, trying to skate over the fact that Nibi is attracted to power, and every powerful male she had come across Nibi wanted her to take as her mate, but it had been nothing more than a suggestion, never pushing the issue. Hey Yugi-chan, I was wondering what life was like for you growing up in Kumo, Naruto asked, curious if she had it tough like he did. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, he added. No, that's okay. Life was tough for me. I was pushed out of the way and shunned. Only the Raikage and his brother Kirabai treated me well. I always begged to know why, because even though I knew I had a demon inside me, Kumo has two Jinchuriki, the Nibi and the Hachibi, but they treated the other Jinchuriki like royalty but me like dirt. I received hateful glares while he received praise. It was so painful. Yugito finished with a jump when she realized Naruto had snaked his arms around her and was giving her a hug to comfort her, and then she broke down. Tears started flowing from her eyes as she cried into the blonde teen's shoulder. It's okay, Yugi-chan, I know exactly what that life is like. I was kicked out of an orphanage at age 4 and I lived on the streets for 6 months before Gigi Zanbu found me in an alleyway, Naruto said as he started telling Yugito the story of his life. Kami, she is so pretty even when she's upset, although I would much prefer to see her smile. She has such a beautiful face. I wonder what it would be like to kiss her. No bad thoughts, I am not Erozen, he thought as he continued to tell his story, neither of the pair breaking the hug. Once Naruto finished the story, the pair talked for a while about little things like their favorite food. Naruto found the fact that she was held a cat demon and she loved sushi more than anything hilarious. Favorite color, even any relationships they had had. Naruto felt a twinge of jealousy when she talked about a boy she had dated but forgot all about it when she told him they only had one date and that she would never be talking to him again, as he had bragged to his friends about being the first one to get the chance to bang the demon bitch, which caused an angry burst of ki from Naruto. Eventually Yugito said she had to leave and that she would be back tomorrow and asked if she could help with his training, receiving an eager nod from the spiky-haired Jinan, who then remembered all his clones were still working on chakra control, dispelled them in groups of 10 before heading back to the hotel room. Then next few days passed and Naruto and Yugito were spending more and more time together. While Naruto's clones trained, the pair talked and found out more about each other. Hey, I'm Yugi-chan, do you want to go and get some lunch with me? Naruto asked a few days before his deadline. If I didn't know any better I would say you're asking me out, Naruto-kun, Yugito teased with a slight blush on her cheeks. What no, I just wanted to take a break and get something to eat and wanted to know if you will join me. It's not a date. Unless you want it to be, Naruto said. He too had a small blush adorning his face. You know what, Whiskers, I would like that a lot. A date means you're paying, so let's go, and when we are finished how about we have a spar? I want to see how good you really are. Come on, there is this great place in town that has sushi. The Nibi Jinchuriki purred and she latched onto Naruto's arm, dragging him away from his training ground, leaving his clones working as they had just mastered the ball rolling technique and now a pair were trying it while walking up trees. In town, Yugito was still leading Naruto to a restaurant by the arm, but what they didn't know was they were being tailed by a master of infiltration and espionage. That's a Kumo ninja. What is she doing here, and for that matter why is she with Naruto? Don't tell me she is taking the boy somewhere so he will no longer be a gaki and to become a man, Jiraiya thought with a lecherous grin, taking out a pen and his notepad, vigorously taking notes while following the pair to a large restaurant. Naruto watched in awe and horror for his poor Gama-chan as Yugito went through plate after plate of sushi like he went through ramen. You really do like your sushi, don't you? I guess you were not lying when you said you loved it, Naruto chuckled. You know it, Naruto-kun, it's my favorite food, she said with a smile as she finished another plate off. Naruto couldn't help but smile as he watched this girl destroy what turned out to be a week's worth of pay in a single meal. Okay, well now I think we owe each other a spar, Naruto said, grinning at the contented smile on his female companion's face. Oh, of course you didn't think I had forgotten, had you? Let's go, Naruto-kun, Yugito said, subconsciously wrapping her arm around his. Not that Naruto cared in the slightest. This kid is going to be a goldmine, only 13 and already seducing one of the hottest foreign kunoichis I have seen. Even if this one is a little too young for my tastes, I can already see the book now. Forbidden love between shinobi from two unfriendly villages meet by chance and fall in love, then war breaks out and separates them, forced to fight. In the end they flee so they can be together. It will be my next top seller, Jiraiya thought, following his pupil and date back to the training ground. About halfway back, Naruto received information from one of his clones, dispelling from a conversation he had with Shizune. She had come to Naruto to try and decrease his hostility towards her, telling her the story of her dead brother and the love of her life and why she treasures her necklace, which turned out to be an heirloom of the first Hokage. The spar between Naruto and Yugito was even. Her Katen and Raiten jutsu were far superior to his Fuuten jutsus, as he had not completely mastered the elemental manipulation yet, but Naruto was superior in speed and taijutsu, with neither having any skill for genjutsu because of their large chakra reserves. The two continued to spar hours, laughing all the time as they tried to outdo each other after every battle, neither accepting defeat. You ready for another round? I know I will defiantly win this time, Yugi-chan. You won't trap me with those jutsu again, Naruto said playfully. Whatever, Whiskers, just admit I am better than you already, the Kumo Kunoichi giggled. Now we can't have that, can we? Came a voice from behind the pair, who were sitting down watching Naruto's clones walk up trees on their hands and water walk on their hands to improve the flow and control to that area. Now, Miss Ni, may I ask where you are going here with my student? Turning around they saw the imposing figure of the well-respected Toad Sage, not the perverted child he acts when he isn't serious. Jiraiya-sama, I came to deliver the reply to the information and request you yourself provided, Reikage-sama. But because of the death of the Hokage I cannot get anywhere near Konoha until they elect a new Hokage. I saw Naruto-kun training out here a few days ago and I came to investigate and he said he was on a mission to find the new Hokage, so I decided to stick around and get to know him, Yugito said, hoping not to bring down the wrath of one of the Sannin down on here. Kun-ha, are you sure that is all you want with my student? The Toad Sage giggled, reverting into the famous pervert that he is, causing massive blushes on both the younger ninjas' faces. Yugito stammered, unable to answer the question because truthfully she was falling for her fellow blonde, but she didn't want to admit it, at least not yet. I have the Raikage's response here. We need the Hokage's approval in order to work out the scouting and border agreements before I can go back, Yugito said, handing several scrolls to Jiraiya, happy that she thought of a way to deflect from the topic of her interest in Naruto. Well, I guess you should stick with us until we can get our new Hokage to return to Konoha. She's a bit hesitant, but I am sure she will see reason eventually, Jiraiya said, pocketing the scrolls after sealing them into a larger one. So Gaki, how goes mastering the Rasengan? The bet is tomorrow after all. I will have it down by then, I'm sure of it. My chakra control has improved so much this last week. If I can't complete it now then I don't think I can do it, Naruto said, determined to win the bet. Anyway Miss Nee, we have to turn in a big day tomorrow and everything, Jiraiya informed the girl. Wait, Erozen, and I think I will walk Yugi-chan home. We are supposed to be on a date and you told me yourself to always walk a lady home after a date, Naruto said, going red from embarrassment at admitting that they were not simply training but on a date. A date, huh? Well, this sure is a strange one, beating up on each other. Oh well, hope you and your new girlfriend have some fun, Gaki, Jiraiya said, causing the remaining teens to go bright red from embarrassment. Damn it, Whiskers, why did you have to tell him it was a date? Yugito said after regaining composure. Oh, I'm sorry, Yugito, I didn't think you would mind. I just wanted to spend some more time with you, that's all. I will leave now if you don't want me to walk you home, Naruto said, feeling rejected, and began heading back towards the village, thinking she didn't like him. Yugito's heart stopped at seeing the young man begin walking away. She felt like she had been crushed when he didn't use his affectionate nickname Naruto. Wait, please wait, I'm sorry, I just a little embarrassed when you told Jiraiya-sama we were on a date, that's all, please don't go, she begged as she ran up and hugged Naruto from behind. Naruto froze, life returning to he features as a smile returned to his face, knowing she wasn't angry at him for what he said. Okay Yugi-chan, I will stay, come on, let's walk you home, Naruto said, turning around in the hug before returning it. They sat and talked for a while longer before both started making their way back to the town. About halfway there, Naruto grabbed her hand in his and she delicately interlocked her fingers with his. The two ninja arrived at Yugito's hotel several minutes later and began saying their goodbyes, but as Naruto was about to turn and leave he gave Yugito a soft quick kiss on the cheek and she closed her eyes from the experience and then she purred. Did you just purr, Yugi-chan? Naruto giggled. What? No, of course not, I don't purr, she lied unconvincingly, causing Naruto to once again chuckle at the expense of his feline-like female. Oh, I think you did, Yugi-chan, Naruto teased, but you know what, I think it's beautiful just like everything else about you, but now I gotta go, he finished before he gave her another quick peck on the cheek before turning and disappearing in a blur of speed. Sweet Kami, Naruto-kun, what have you done to me? Yugito thought as she just looked on in a daze at where Naruto had disappeared. You have fallen for him, kitten, no denying that. You need to claim him, just jump on him and ride him all night long, then he will be yours forever, Nibi spoke up in her mind. You're right that I have fallen from him, even now I am missing him and he only just left, but what you're suggesting is borderline rape, Yugito replied to her promiscuous feline demon. The next day, Naruto's apartment. Naruto awoke in his bedroom and went to wake his sensei to find he was nowhere to be found, and when he heard a knock on the door he figured Jiraiya had just gone out for breakfast, although when he opened it he was surprised to see Shizune standing there with a worried look on her face. Oh, Naruto-kun, Tsunade-sama isn't here, is she? She didn't come back last night, Shizune said, heading into the hotel room looking around searching for her wayward sensei. No, she's not here, Shizune, and Erozen didn't come back last night either, Naruto said as Shizune stuck her head out the window. A kunai struck just above her head, turning to where it came from. A weakened Jiraiya was struggling to stand. Hey Erozen, what the hell did you do that for, and why are you so messed up? Naruto asked. Tsunade drugged me last night, Shizune, you need to tell me what Orochimaru offered her, Jiraiya said, collapsing in through the window. Shizune began to sweat slightly. She didn't want to rat out her master, but at the same time she despised Orochimaru for what he had done to her home. He offered to bring Naoki and Dan back to life, but she needed 2 sacrifices, Shizune said, scared that she might be actually taking up Orochimaru's offer and that Naruto and Jiraiya would be the sacrifices for the jutsu. We have to stop her, we can't let her heal that fucking pedo's arms, Naruto raged as he stood up and headed for the exit. Wait a minute, you are no match for either of them, Shizune, can you help with the poison she used? It's not deadly but has made me weak, Jiraiya said while getting a nod from Shizune, who got to work. Several minutes later and Jiraiya was back to his feet and walking normal. You should be fine in a few hours, only your chakra flow should be messed up now, Shizune said as Jiraiya said, standing up and heading to the window, signaling the others to follow them. Several minutes later. The small group had finally found Tsunade and she was not looking good. She was shaking in while a silver-haired ninja was kicking her around like a rag doll. "Hey, get away from her," yelled Naruto, who rocketed forward in an attempt to force the ninja away from the down Sannin. The ninja avoided the kick by the smallest margin and he jumped back and gave the boy a smug smirk. "Hey Aruzenin, what's wrong with her? She looks like she has seen a ghost," Naruto said, concerned for the shivering Tsunade. "She suffers from hemophobia, she's afraid of blood," the Gamma Sannin said. "What kind of famous medic is afraid of blood?" Naruto said, incredulous, before turning to face her attacker. "Well, if it isn't Naruto-kun, you have proved quite the thorn in out plans as of late," the silver-haired ninja said, his smirk never leaving his face. "Kabuto, you were a spy, I take it." Naruto spat. "I will not let you continue beating on the old hag. She might be a bitter old drunk, but she is a Konoha ninja and we protect our own." He finished, getting into the toad-style stance. "Well, I guess it's time to see if you can back up your claims," sneered Kabuto, and his hands began glowing with chakra. Kabuto ran at the blonde Jinan, who dodged to the side quickly, narrowly avoiding the hit. He then went for a counter-attack, sending a kick to Kabuto's head, which was easily avoided. "Damn, I can't mess around with this guy. At least it looks like Aruzenin is doing okay in his fight with that damn snake," Naruto thought before releasing his restriction seals and blurring towards his opponent, delivering a punch sending him flying. "That was quite a punch, Naruto-kun. You even made me bleed, but I like you have a fast healing rate. All I have to do is focus my chakra and I can heal almost any wound." And just like that, all the cuts on his body immediately healed, and then he came at Naruto at a much faster speed, now taking the fight seriously. Naruto was struggling to keep up even with his greater speeds. The silver-haired spy's reflexes were far greater and his chakra scalpels made almost all attacks dangerous. Meanwhile with Yugito. "Damn that Naruto, where is he? He wasn't at his training ground this morning. Where could you be?" Yugito mused to herself. "Do you feel that, kitten? There are some large chakra signature spikes coming from the east, and I would bet your future kittens that your future mate is one of them," Nibi informed her container. "Oh no, Naruto-kun, please be alright." "Hey wait. Nibi, Naruto-kun is not my mate," Yugito whined to her demon. "I don't remember saying Naruto was there. I said your future mate was. You are the one who thought I said the blonde fox was your mate," Nibi teased as Yugito made her way towards the large chakra signatures. "You know, for the one considered the nicest of the Baiju, you sure are mean," Yugito pouted, jumping over a large rock, and was shocked. In the clearing held the three legendary Sannin and their three disciples, and while Shizune was trying to comfort a visibly shaken Tsunade, Naruto was involved in what appeared to be the Snake Sannin's apprentice and their sensei's fighting as well. Yugito was stunned still, but she was then forced into action when Naruto collapsed and started sprinting to help the boy who had stolen her heart. With Naruto was trying to stand but couldn't, and he turned to see Kabuto stalk forward, massive smirk on his face. "You fast, Naruto, but I just cut your Achilles tendon. You can't even move. You are nothing without your speed," Kabuto taunted. "Well, it's time to end this. I can't let you get in our way anymore," he finished, attempting to use his chakra scalpels on the blonde boy's heart. Suddenly senbone needles flew at him, forcing Kabuto to jump back. Shizune had left her master's side to try and save Naruto. Unfortunately, she was not a combat ninja and she was easily dispatched by Kabuto, who used a simple palm strike to her chest to incapacitate her. Naruto had just got back to his feet and his ankle had almost healed. However, almost wasn't good enough as Shizune was easily defeated. Kabuto turned to attack Naruto again, but a roar was heard behind him. "Kaden, Flame Whip Jutsu!" A thin stream of flames rushed at Kabuto, slashing him across the back before retreating to encircle the caster's arm. "Yugito, not that I am not glad to see you, but what are you doing here?" Naruto panted out, relieved to be saved again from Orochimaru's spy. "You think I would let you get away from giving me a second date just because you were fighting some demented glasses-wearing team?" she said, trying to lighten the mood. "Now how about we kick this guy's ass and then I want some sushi for saving your life," she finished as Kabuto stood back up and glared at the new arrival. "It's a date, Yugi-chan, but I need to get Shizune to Ba-chan so she can be healed first. Can you hold him off? Oh, and be careful, he heals really fast. Every injury I caused he fixed in seconds. It's ridiculous," Naruto called out, grabbing Shizune and taking her over to Tsunade. "Listen, Ba-chan, I know you're scared, but you can't let that stop you now. You have to save Shizune. She needs you. You can't let your fear prevent you from saving your precious people. I have to go help Yugi-chan, but just think about what you can do," Naruto said kindly as he shot off to help Yugito, who was keeping Kabuto back for now with her fire whip, but he was slowly getting closer. "Hey Yugi-chan, I got an idea. Do a fireball jutsu," and with that she started running through hand seals while Naruto used a different set. They finished at the same time. "Kaden, fireball jutsu, Fuuten, wind bullet jutsu," they yelled together, the separate jutsu combining to fuel the flames that turned white, and the speed increased dramatically. Kabuto was wide-eyed as the flames hit and the area of grass and rock was incinerated by the flames. Did we get him? Yugito asked in awe of the destructive power of the jutsu. I sure hope so, Naruto replied, not dropping his guard. With Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Curse that damn boy, and who is that girl who helped him? They must know each other rather well to create a perfect collaboration jutsu. First go, Orochimaru seethed. That is Yugito ni Akumo ninja Naruto met under a week ago. The fact that the jutsu works so well is probably just a coincidence, Jiraiya said, although it shouldn't work at all unless the people using it are perfectly in sync. That's why it's not a common sight on the battlefield for people to use collaboration jutsus with each other. Using them with summons are hard enough. I guess those two are just perfect for each other. He, the Toad Sage thought with a perverted chuckle. With Naruto and Yugito. The smoke cleared to reveal the smoking remains of a log. Quare me, but blonde's curse, damn fucking damn. Where is he? Naruto yelled. Turning around, he saw Kabuto moving towards Tsunade, who by the looks of it still couldn't move. Fuck, he cursed under his breath and he took off. Kabuto, realizing Orochimaru wouldn't get Tsunade's help, raised a kunai and stabbed it forward. The sound of flesh being torn could be heard, but it wasn't Tsunade's. Naruto had sped faster than he knew he could to intercept and catch the kunai, which was now sticking through his left hand, that he moved up to grab onto the glasses wearing ninja's arm. Hey Ba-chan, get ready to pay up, Naruto said, holding out his hand as he began to form a highly compressed ball of chakra. Hey Kabuto, heal from this, you freak. Rasengan. He slammed the mastered jutsu into the gut of Kabuto, whose eyes bulged before being thrown back. Naruto stood there triumphant at the results, but then felt pain in his chest as he gasped for air. Hess finished. You know, Therese, nothing you can do for him. I cut the chakra pathways to his heart. He's as good as dead, Kabuto taunted as he tried to stand but failed and fell. Although that last jutsu of his is definitely powerful, it would have killed a lesser man. That boy, I need to make sure Hess dead. If he survives, he could be a problem in the future, thought Orochimaru, who quickly abandoned his fight with Jiraiya and flew straight for Naruto with his sword aimed for the heart. Tsunade saw Orochimaru heading for the boy, and something inside her snaped. She felt a need to protect this boy who had proven her wrong. It was like her brother, and Dan lived on in his dream, and she would protect it no matter what. As she jumped to take the sword straight through the chest. Kukaku, that was foolish, Tsunade. You throw away your life for this boy, the snake said, but the next moment he was sent rocketed away by Tsunade's legendary punch as seals started appearing on her body, signaling the use of her heavenly rebirth. The wound from the sword closed up, leaving no sign they were ever there. Because he is a Konoha ninja, and like my grandfather and granduncle before me, I will die to protect them because I am the god. I'm Hokage, Tsunade said, determination filling her eyes as she started forming hand signs. What jutsu is that, Tsunade? It interests me to know. And Orochimaru cooed. Yugito was kneeling beside Naruto and Shizune, desperately trying to wake the former up to save the boy, tears streaming down her face, while Tsunade had summoned the slug boss Katsuyu to fight along with Gamabunta. The three Sannin stood on their summons staring at each other as Yugito stared on helplessly. His heartbeat is growing faint, kitten. It doesn't look good for the boy, Nibi said with sorrow in her voice, knowing he made her container happier than she had ever seen her. No, he will make it. He has to. I won't let him die. I know a small amount of medical jutsu. It's not much, as I never had the control to master it because of my chakra levels, but it will help, she thought as her hands started to glow green and she went to work, determined to save the golden-haired object of her affection. The snake boss Manda had just been stabbed through the top of his head by Gamabunta's sword that was thrown by Tsunade. Orochimaru, knowing he was defeated, grabbed Kabuto and fled. Tsunade turned to the downed Naruto with Yugito desperately trying to save him, and she ran over to help. After a couple of minutes, Naruto started to stir. Joy was evident on both blonde Kunoichi's faces as he opened his eyes just long enough to grab Tsunade's necklace. I won the bet, Ba-chan. Yugito, don't cry, you are so much more beautiful when you smile, and with it he passed out from exhaustion. Chapter 15. Feelings. Naruto regained consciousness but still felt to saw to open his eyes. Well, if him hurting, that at least means him alive, Naruto thought as he stretched his thoughts out from the most troubling question of his mortality. I'm on a bed and I can't seem to have any tubes or needles in me, or at least I can't feel them, so I don't think I'm in hospital. Yes, win number 2, I hate hospitals. Naruto then realized a weight on his chest and he heard a content purring. What do I have, a cat sitting on me or something? Wait, cat, Yugi-chan. Naruto mentally screamed, his eyes finally opening in shock. Looking down, Naruto saw Yugito curled up against him using his chest as a pillow. Her usually neat hair she always kept in a tight ponytail looked wild as it cascaded down her back, finally free of its restrictions. Wow, she looks even better when her hair is let down. I wonder why she doesn't leave it like that. Well, it is long, maybe it gets in the way when she's fighting, Naruto mused while tossing up if he should wake her or not. Deciding against it, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, subconsciously wrapping an arm around his fellow blonde as she snuggled closer into his embrace, letting out another purr. The pair slept for a couple of hours before the sounds of giggles caused them both to stir. Opening their eyes at the same time, they both immediately blushed crimson at the compromising position they were in. A click was heard and both teens turned their heads only to be greeted by the flash of a camera. "Aw, isn't this adorable?" Tsunade said with a sly smile, knowing she had caught them in a very embarrassing moment for the pair, who quickly separated at the sight of the occupants of the room. "Ba-chan, what are you Shizune and Arozenin doing here?" Naruto asked, a look of shock and horror on his face, thinking about the picture they just took and what they might do with it. "We just came to check on you to see if you had woken up, and you looked too cute to disturb, so we thought a picture would be a good way to remember it." Unfortunately, this old pervert couldn't keep his mind clean enough to stop from giggling and waking you before we could get more than the few we got, Tsunade said casually. "Wait, so there is more of them?" Naruto said, not wanting to believe that Tsunade and Jiraiya had more than one of the compromising photos. "Well, it wasn't difficult to get them when Miss Ni here refused to leave your side until you woke up," Jiraiya said with a small grin on his face. Yugito had just been getting redder and redder in the face as this went on, and now resembled a tomato that had wavy long blonde hair. She couldn't take it anymore and had to leave before it got any more embarrassing. Well, Tsunade-sama, I think I will leave now, and with that she left the room, getting small chuckles from the three older ninja. Naruto, though, was confused and a little worried. "What's wrong with Yugi-chan?" She left really quickly. "Oh no, maybe she is mad at me because of how we woke up. I need to find her later and apologize. I just hope that she is not too mad," he thought before realizing Shizune was talking to him. "Oh, I am sorry Shizune, what did you say?" "I wasn't listening," Naruto admitted guiltily. "I was asking how you were feeling and if you could move around easily. It's just we have to start making our way back to Konoha," the dark-haired woman said happily, truly glad she would be able to go home again after spending so long with Tsunade on the move. "Oh yeah, I feel great," Naruto said before registering the full comment. "Wait, you mean you're coming back and Tsunade Bakken is going to be Hokage?" Naruto asked, a small smile stretching onto his face. "Yes, that right, Gaki. I'm your new boss, so you better start showing me respect," Tsunade mock threatened. "Whatever, Ba-chan, if Gigi couldn't get me to call him Hokage-sama, you don't stand a chance. You are nothing compared to him. In fact, I don't want you as Hokage anymore. I don't accept it," Naruto yelled, knowing it would rile the elderly woman up. "You want to take this outside again, you little shit?" Tsunade said, glaring at the boy. "You know it, you old bat," Naruto said, putting his jacket on before heading out, being followed by the angry Tsunade, leaving the other two just staring at each other before shaking their heads and following the two short-tempered blondes. Once more Tsunade readied her single finger that she would use to clobber the small Jinan. Naruto rushed forward, fist pulled back for a punch that Tsunade easily ducked. Sliding her hand up, she easily knocked off Naruto's hetai before stopping Naruto dead. Tsunade had leant down and kissed the now exposed forehead of the blonde before standing back up and looking upon him with a motherly smile. "You know, I am really glad you won my necklace," the slug Sannin said, the smile never leaving her face. "Thanks, Ba-chan, that means a lot," Naruto said, honestly ignoring the minor look annoyance on Tsunade's face at once again being called old by the boy who had wormed his way into her heart as a younger brother or even as a son. With Yugito. Yugito was sitting in a tree overlooking the area Naruto had trained to master the Rasengan, trying to calm down. Why did I have to get onto the bed with him? I just saw him lying there so peaceful and I wanted to be next to him, and then I go and put my head on his chest so I can hear his heat beat and it puts me to sleep. Oh, he must think I'm some weird stalker," Yugito cried internally. "Well, I am just annoyed about the interruption when you both finally woke up. That was the perfect chance to take him and make him forget about ever being injured by that snake," Nibi moaned. "Nibi, shut up. What if he is angry at me because what I did? I mean, I was basically dry humping his leg. I took advantage of the fact he was out cold just to feel closer to him," Yugito replied as a tear fell from her eyes at the thought of the nicest person she had ever met and the boy she was falling for hating her because she couldn't keep off him while he was unconscious. Yugito was so caught up in her conversation with Nibi she didn't notice Naruto was walking into the clearing, obviously looking for something. Naruto saw Yugito in the tree and made his way over so he could talk to her, but then he realized she was crying. He slowed down and dropped his head in shame for making the young woman cry. "Ah, hey Yugi-chan," Naruto said, downbeat, knowing she was upset but kept the affectionate nickname. The female blonde's face shot up, shock evident in her slitted eyes at the sight of her fellow Jinchuriki as she didn't see him arrive. "Nah, Naruto-kun, what are you doing here?" she stuttered out. "Oh, sorry Yugi-chan, I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to apologize for this morning. I must have wrapped my arm around you when I went back to sleep after waking up. I'm sorry, I just didn't want to wake you. You look so beautiful purring in your sleep. I couldn't bring myself to wake you up and I must have curled up in my sleep. I hope you're not too mad," Naruto said with a sheepish grin on his face. Yugito couldn't hold back the tears anymore as they began to flow, and she wailed as she latched onto Naruto's jacket, burying her face into his chest. Needless to say, Naruto was confused. She didn't seem angry or even upset with him as she had grabbed him for comfort. Yugi-chan, what's wrong? Please, I want to help. You can tell me anything because you are a precious person to me, Naruto said, wrapping his arms around her waist and bringing her closer to him. He began to rub her back in an attempt to soothe the wailing kunoichi. Yugito just continued to cry, but with every word Naruto spoke to his fellow blonde, her heart leapt out of her chest. He doesn't hate me, he has comforting me, and he even said that I was a precious person to him. Damn it, I'm so happy I can't stop crying. I need to tell him I'm alright, but how should I do it? She thought as her tears continued to fall. Kiss him, Nibi said in a serious tone. There was no hint of teasing in it at all. What? But I can't just do that, Yugito thought back. Yes, you can now. If you really think you love him, then show him, Nibi demanded. Naruto held Yugito as her tears turned into sobs, her head still resting on his chest as she turned it to look into his azure blue eyes. Yugi-chan, please tell me you're alright now. It breaks my heart to see you cry like that, Naruto asked as he stared lovingly into Yugito's sky blue slitted orbs. Naruto waited for her to speak, but when she didn't, he went to say something again but was cut off when her hand came up and stroked his cheek as he closed his eyes. Oh Kami, that feels amazing, but why is she acting so weird and why won't she tell me what's wrong? Oh damn you, Erozen, and I wish just once you would give me a lesson on girls that wasn't about what positions they like or how to tell what cup size they are. But Naruto was brought out of his internal ponderings when he felt a soft moist pressure pressed against his lips. Opening his eyes, Naruto was shocked to see Yugito's lips pressed against his. Quickly coming out of his stunned state, he eagerly but lightly returned the kiss, and a small moan and a purr escaped as they continued their ministrations. Yugito felt like she'd die happy when Naruto had returned her kiss. It may have been a soft light kiss, but it lasted for what felt like hours and was filled with so much love and longing that tears threatened to escape her eyes once again. When the pair eventually separated for air, Yugito leaned back into the Jinan's ear. I really like you, Naruto-kun. You are the first person who has accepted me for who I am, and you have shown me more affection in a week than I have received my whole life. I don't like it when you're not around anymore. That's why I got into your bed while you were unconscious. I just wanted to be closer to you. When we woke up like that, I thought you would be mad at me for what I did, so I left as soon as I had the chance. She was stopped here by Naruto pulling back and giving her another kiss just as intense as the first. Yugi-chan, when I woke up I thought how lucky I was to be able to wake up and see an angle. I could never be mad at waking up next to the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. And just so you know, I really like you as well. You are one of my most precious people, Naruto whispered after they once again pulled back from the kiss. They sat and talked after that, Yugito explaining that she was crying because she was so happy that he wasn't mad and considered her precious to him, until Naruto remembered the other reason he came to find his fellow blonde. Oh yeah, Yugi-chan, I forgot to tell you, we are heading back to Konoha later today because Tsunade Bakken is going to be the new Hokage, and you are allowed to come with us under the protection of the Sannin, so you don't have to wait for her to be summoned in as Hokage for you to go there, but you will still have to wait till she is official Hokage before she can make any decisions on whatever treaty or agreement the Raikage is offering. Anyway, it means you get to come back to Konoha with us, and I can introduce you to all my friends that I have been able to make, Naruto said, eager to both get back to Konoha and spend more time with the Kumo Kunoichi. Really, that's great. Come on, let's go get my stuff from my hotel room. And with that, the pair ran back to the town just outside Konoha several days later. During the days since Naruto and Yugito's encounter in his training ground, the pair had become inseparable. The only time they weren't together during the days were when Jiraiya would take Naruto to spar, and even then the Toad Sage would often ask the young Kunoichi to join them, with the elderly man stating that he wanted her to help him with teamwork. In truth, Jiraiya had been curious as to how they worked as a team since he saw them perform a flawless collaboration jutsu first time in perfect sync. The two young blondes were currently talking to Shizune about what it was like growing up with Tsunade away from the village since she was 10. The young couple walked hand in hand, occasionally glancing at each other from the sides of their eyes. Naruto had come to see Shizune as a big sister, caring and gentle unless you mentioned anything to do with Bacon and Tauntaun, her pet pig. Remind you of Minato and Kushina after he saved her back when they were just little gakis, don't they? Tsunade said to Jiraiya, walking behind the other three just out of hearing range. Yeah, they sure do. Even their teamwork, they flow together like they're one person. It's such a shame for them both. They're from separate villages, but there are always ways around that. If this treaty to combat the Akatsuki works, we could even get an alliance out of this, and then we have a ready-made political marriage, the Toad Sage said, for once not going to his notepad, highlighting how serious he was. The group walked for a few more minutes before the gates of Konoha could be seen easily. Upon arriving, Naruto saw the two Chunin who were in henge to weed out the people who couldn't see past genjutsu in the Chunin exams. Izumo and Kotetsu were having their usual day, cursed by whatever ungodly force handed them the job of yet another rotation on gate guard duty. They had just been dazing off to sleep when they saw a familiar tuft of blonde spiky hair. Hey Naruto, where have you been? This job sucks without your pranks to keep us entertained. Watching the other Chunin try and catch you, the only thing that made us glad we had gate duty was the fact we didn't have to try and catch you," Izumo said, causing a giggle from Yugito, who had gone unnoticed until this point. Excuse me, miss?" Kotetsu said, getting her attention. "Oh, it's Ni Yugito," she said formally. "Well, Miss Ni, I'm afraid you can't enter the village at this time because we don't have a Hokage at the moment, and you being here could cause problems," Izumo said, subtly taking in the fact she was holding Naruto's hand and they had interlocked fingers. "Lucky bastard, she is so hot," he thought. "Yeah, that won't be a problem. Me and Erozenin brought Tsunade Bakken back to the village to be the next Hokage, and Yugi-chan here is under their protection," Naruto said, indicating the two Sannin casually walking over to the gate guards. Izumo and Kotetsu could only dumbly nod, allowing them all to pass. "I am never going to complain about this job again if I get to see shit like that. Boy, that Naruto must have balls made out of some unbreakable alloy to be able to call one of the Sannin Gamma and the other a perv. I would never dream of it," both the gate guards thought as they slowly picked their jaws off the ground. With Naruto and Yugito. Naruto and Yugito walked hand in hand down the street, ignoring the glares of some of the civilians. Others had warmed to the boy after word spread that he saved a fellow leaf ninja's life in the Forest of Death by holding off Orochimaru, and his actions during the invasion, defeating Shukaku and saving most likely hundreds of lives that could have been lost had Gaara gotten to his target. Yugito saw the glares and was angry. Even if she was used to receiving the same treatment at Kumo, she knew Naruto and he didn't deserve it. "Come on, Yugi-chan, let's go. This is the time of the week all the rookies who are not on missions meet up at this awesome barbecue place. They don't serve ramen or sushi, but the food's still good. Do you want to go? I would love for you to meet some of my friends," the spiky-haired blonde asked. Oh, alright, lead the way," Yugito replied, apprehensively unsure of what they would think of her being from Kumo, but relaxed when Naruto smiled warmly at her and began to lightly lead her in the direction of Choji's favorite eating place. At the barbecue restaurant. All the rookies sat as they prepared to order, but there were some key people missing. Naruto and Team 7 had yet to arrive. "Hey, do you guys know where Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke and Sai are? I thought all out-of-village missions were cancelled for Jinan until we got a new Hokage," Kiba said. "Well, Sasuke-kun is in the hospital. I tried to ask what was wrong, but they just said they were unsure, some kind of psychological attack or something like that. Naturally, Forehead hasn't left his side, saying he would want her there when he woke up. Sai, well, the thing I heard was he quit Team 7 for another team, but I haven't seen him around since then. And Naruto, who knows what he and Jiraiya-sama get up to, has probably not even in the village. I haven't seen him in 3 weeks, not since the funeral," Ino said, going through her latest gossip on the missing members of their group. She didn't see the two new arrivals, although many of the others did. Naruto walked into the restaurant and began walking to the usual group of tables used for their little meetings. Upon arriving, Naruto saw the reactions to his and Yugito's arrival, and while some were understandable, others were confusing or just typical. Shikamaru just muttered, "Oh great, another troublesome blonde," before placing his head back onto the table. Choji didn't seem to care as he was eagerly awaiting the food to cook. Ino had her back turned and hadn't seen them yet. Shino was. Well, he was Shino. Kiba had a look of lust in his eyes, checking out the woman Naruto had brought in, and was currently thinking up ways to impress her. Hinata looked almost broken and defeated, and Naruto didn't understand why he had thought she was getting over her lack of confidence. Yugito, on the other hand, took one look at the Hyuga heiress's expression and knew what it was. She likes him, but judging by her timid attitude, she has not told him or even had a real conversation with him. Maybe I should try to talk to her. I feel bad seeing her like that when her feelings for Naruto-kun are obviously genuine, but I am not going to give him up. He's all mine and I don't like sharing, she thought. Aw, not even with me, Nibi teased. Nibi, how would you be able to be with Naruto-kun? First of all, you're stuck inside a seal on my stomach, and secondly, you are a 20-foot tall demon cat with no gender. You're a massive condensed chakra, she thought in reply. We would find a way, Nibi huffed. Naruto was shaken from the sad Hyuga when he saw Neji. Neji was glaring at Yugito with nothing but pure hate in his eyes. Naruto could understand Neji feeling this way towards Kumo, them being responsible for the death of his father, but Yugito had nothing to do with that, and he made a mental note to talk to Neji and soon. Moving on, Naruto saw that Lee was his usual self despite being in crutches since the preliminaries. Nothing could keep him from trying, causing Naruto to take another mental note to ask Tsunade to look at his injury, although he was sure that Guy would already be at her desk begging her, even though she had only just arrived a few hours ago. Tenten stared at the Kumo Kunoichi with what appeared to be interest and a hint of jealousy displayed towards the well-developed and shapely Yugito. Ino then turned around to see what everyone was staring at, and her mouth hit the ground. This Kunoichi had the exact type of look she was going for and had pulled it off even better than she had imagined. Granted, she was 1, maybe 2 years older than Ino. She couldn't help but be extremely envious of the curves and ample bust of her fellow blonde, and the slitted eyes added a wild side she could never achieve. Hey Naruto, who is the hottie? Kiba leered with almost drooling. Eyes back in their sockets, dog breath. Naruto snapped, immediately becoming defensive and possessive of his companion. Not that she minded, in fact she loved the fact he wanted her for himself. Guys, this is Yugito ni. She is from Kumo and came here with Erozenin, Tsunade Bakken, and Shizune Nichin to organize some sort of agreement for cooperation between our villages. She is also a good friend of mine, Naruto said, causing a light blush to appear on the cheeks of both Naruto and Yugito that went unnoticed by all except Hinata and Shikamaru. Hey, Konoha will never work with Kumo. She is wasting her time. You should go back where you belong, Neji sneered. Neji, that's enough. She hasn't done anything wrong, Tenten said. I'm sorry, Yugito-san, my teammate is a bit bitter towards Kumo ninja. It's quite alright, I understand perfectly. As a Hyuga, Neji-san, was it? Has a perfectly justifiable reason not to trust of like me, and please no formalities, just Yugito is fine, the female Jinchuriki replied. You don't understand anything, you filth. Konoha would never do anything like what Kumo does to get what it wants, Neji spat. Suddenly the temperature around the table dropped and Naruto stared, glaring at Neji, his blue eyes gone, replaced by red with slitted pupils. The killing intent he was giving off was shaking all the Jinan. You don't know anything, Neji. I thought you learned not to judge people when I beat you in the Chunin exams, but I guess I was a fool. Konoha has used underhanded means in the past. Gigi once told me about his old rival who ran his own section of Onbu called Root, but he ordered the program to be disbanded after he found he had used them to target civilians during the Second Great Shinobi War in order to kidnap children so he could turn them into weapons. But he told me he always suspected he still ran the program in secret, so don't go saying Konoha is innocent. We are ninja, and even though I don't like it, these things happen. Just because Yugi-chan came from a village doesn't mean the village's sins are hers. That thinking is what causes wars. Naruto spat out, furious at the attack on what he hoped would be his future girlfriend. Come on, Yugi-chan, I'm not hungry anymore, he finished and turned to leave. Wait. Neji called. Yes, Naruto responded, turning to look passively at the normally calm Hyuga. I'm sorry, please forgive me, Yugito-san, I let my prejudice get the best of me, please forgive my rudeness and stay for our lunch, Neji said with a bow, receiving a nod from Yugito and squeezing Naruto's hand to show she was okay. The couple returned to the table and began to chat happily with the other rookies. Most were still having thoughts about Naruto's outburst. He was usually so carefree and relaxed unless he was in a fight, but he blew up to defend his friends, something they all knew he would do regardless of who threatened them. Naruto would always protect his precious people. The group chatted quietly amongst themselves and Yugito subtly made her way over to talk to the blue-haired heiress with confidence issues. Hello, your name is Hinata? Yes. Look, I know it's not much, but I am sorry, the blonde said. What are you sorry for? You haven't done anything to me. I hold no grudges against you or Kumo for what happened to me all those years ago, Hinata said. Whilst I am happy to hear you hold no ill will against me for that, I did not apologize for that. I came to say sorry because you obviously have feelings for Naruto-kun, Yugito stated bluntly, causing Hinata to go red and splutter. I'm saying sorry because I like him a lot and I will not let you or anyone else have him. Not when I just got him, but I also feel bad because you genuinely care for him and I am glad that there are people like you who can see what a great person he is despite what he has gone through, and I would very much like us to be friends, Yugito finished with a warm smile, receiving the same from the shy Hyuga. I too would like to be your friend, Yugito-san, but know that I will not give up on him, but I also will not get in your way. I am just glad to see Naruto-kun happy, Hinata said. After the group finished eating, Kiba tried once more to get the attention of Yugito but failed miserably. Hey Kiba, don't take it too personally, but she's more of a cat person, Naruto said as they left the restaurant, causing Yugito to giggle, knowing he meant that in a literal sense. So Naruto-kun, what are we going to do now? I should really get to the hotel and drop off my stuff. I know you sealed it in these weightless sealing scrolls, but still the longer I carry them the more chance I have of losing them, don't you think? Yeah, you're right, I'll walk you there. How about we meet up for dinner tonight? But I gotta have an early night. Erozenin wants me at training ground 7 early in the morning, something about helping my wind manipulation. I also want to go check on a team who tried to bite off more than he can chew and ended up in hospital over the next few days, but we can still do stuff when I'm not working. And with that the couple walked slowly towards the diplomatic hotel, Naruto talking about his friends and what they're usually like when she isn't around. Chapter 16, Promotion and Desertion. Naruto arrived at Training Ground 7 to see Jiraiya standing next to a tall Onbu in a bird mask. Curious as to why he was here, Naruto wasted little time heading over to find out. Oh good, Naruto, you're here. Like I told you yesterday before you ran off with your little girlfriend, I have found a way to help you with your cutting the waterfall exercise, Jiraiya informed Blonde, who began to look excited at finally being able to complete wind manipulation, but then he looked around confused. That's great and all, Erozenin, but shouldn't we be at our usual training ground for this? I mean, there isn't a waterfall anywhere around here, it's only an open field, Naruto said. Well yes, but this is where Sparrow here comes in. He has an unnaturally high affinity for both Doton and Suten, and he is going to create you a large enough waterfall so you can train with your clones effectively, Jiraiya said as a large cliff rose up in the center of the training ground before water cascaded down the sides, producing the largest waterfall Naruto had ever seen. But what intrigued Naruto was the wooden pillars that created the platform for him to do the training, but he quickly shrugged it off. Wow, that is amazing. I hope I can do awesome stuff like that once I finish with my training, Naruto said, jumping up onto the platform and creating hundreds of shadow clones. Okay guys, time to get to work, and with that they started pushing their chakra into the waterfall in an attempt to stop the flow of the water. Meanwhile, Yugito was standing in front of Tsunade's desk waiting to hear what she thought on the proposal to deal with the Akatsuki. These are quite fair. Free movement within borders but no entrance into the other village unless escorted at all times or personally cleared by the cage. All information gathered that deals with the Akatsuki is shared between villages, and should there be an emergency and aid is required, one team will be sent as aid. This treaty will last until the threat of the Akatsuki are no longer operational. Yes, this is quite reasonable. I agree to all terms, but I would like to propose adding Suna to the agreement. They have just signed a new treaty with us and paid compensation to the village after the attack as they were manipulated by Orochimaru. Yugito nodded, not seeing a reason why the Raikage would disagree, but was slightly upset that it wasn't a more permanent agreement, but was not going to complain. She just hoped she would still be able to see Naruto when they lived so far apart. Well Yugito-san, this just has to go through the council so they know what is going on, then I can give you a formal reply to deliver to Raikage Dono. You can probably leave in a week, Tsunade said, taking note of the younger blonde's crestfallen expression. Hi Hokage-sama, I will gladly deliver the message, Yugito said in an attempt to hide her disappointment she would be leaving so soon. No need to look so down, Yugito-san. I am going to make a request that you become the official envoy between the two villages, so we will be seeing a lot of each other, or should I say you will be seeing a lot of a certain spiky-haired Gaki, Tsunade said, smirking when she saw Yugito's face change from depressed to overjoyed. Thank you Hokage-sama, the younger blonde said before rushing over and hugging the Hokage before realizing what she was doing. Oh Kami, I'm sorry Tsunade-sama, please forgive me, she begged after jumping back from the legendary medic. It's fine now if you would. I have paperwork to finish, and I am sure there are some people you want to talk to about the new treaty and your new requested role between our villages, Tsunade said and smiled as Yugito happily ran from the room to find Naruto. Looking on at the stack of papers before her, she let out a depressed sigh. Why did nobody tell me about the paperwork? At least now I can see why the other Hokages were so ready to kill themselves. The slug Sannin whined as she removed a bottle of sake from the hidden compartment in the desk that used to hold the professor's library of Icha, which she happily burned in front of a crying Kakashi who had offered to take them off her hands. Yugito had left the Hokage Tower and had made her way over to Training Ground 7 where Naruto said he would be training, and when she arrived she went wide-eyed at hundreds of blondes trying to separate a waterfall with wind chakra. Sweet Kami, look at that kitten, don't you just want to go over there and ravish him, Nibi said. Yeah, he sure looks goo. Hey wait, Nibi. Can't you ever leave me alone about Naruto-kun? He's training at the moment, so I will just go wait with Jiraiya-sama and that Onbu until he is finished, Yugito thought, fuming. Nibi once again caught her with her perverted teasing. Ah Yugito, how was your meeting with Tsunade? Jiraiya asked upon realizing the Ataton to the clearing. Good, she agreed to the treaty and only had a few things she wished to add, Yugito replied. Well, that went smoothly. I guess you will be leaving soon then, the Toad Sage said. Yes, but Tsunade has recommended me as the liaison between the two villages, so hopefully I will be back every few months, Yugito said as Naruto came close to cutting the waterfall but ultimately failing, causing a frustrated cry to erupt from all the blondes. Well, the Gaki will be happy. He should have this finished soon, only a couple more hours at most. All those chakra control exercises he did really helped him out, and these clones are turning a process that sometimes takes years to master into a simple task that can be completed in a day. It's amazing, Jiraiya said, looking on at his pupil in awe. It was an hour and a half later that Naruto did indeed cut the waterfall, causing a most unique sight of over 1,000 identical blonde ninja jumping up and down in celebration in perfect time with each other before they slowly began to disperse in clouds of smoke. Well done Gaki, Jiraiya said. That was a most impressive effort to master such a complex task in only 6 hours, Naruto-san, the bird-masked Onbu said. That was amazing, Naruto-kun, Yugito said before racing over to him and handing him a towel to dry off. Thanks Yugi-chan, that was hard work. Even if I did get the hang of it quickly, I feel spent, Naruto panted after finally coming down from the excitement of completing his wind manipulation training. Well, you did just do about 2 years worth of training without a rest. Honestly, I don't know how you do it. Well, come on, I'll let you buy me lunch so I can tell you about my meeting with Tsunade-sama I just had, Yugito said with a smirk, knowing he was too tired to argue about paying. 1 hour later at Ichiraku's. Naruto and Yugito were sitting talking about the proposed temporary alliance and how often they thought it would be that they would get to see each other when an Anbu dropped came in. Uzumaki-san, you are required to go immediately to the Hokage's office, and Tsunade-sama said that you can bring your little girlfriend along if you wish, the Anbu said in a business-like tone before vanishing, leaving Naruto and Yugito to blush. So Naruto-kun, you have a girlfriend now, do you? Ayame teased while cleaning some bowls. Well, I guess so. We haven't exactly talked about it, have we, Yugi-chan? So what do you want to be my girlfriend? Naruto asked tentatively. Yugito beamed at him. Oh, I don't know, Naruto, that's a hard question, she said as she began to smirk. Oh, is it now? Naruto said, seeing her smirk, and decided to play along. Maybe you just are not ready to be with someone as awesome as me, Naruto boasted, causing Ayame and Yugito to giggle. Well, that sure sounds like a challenge to me, and if that's not difficult enough, I am sure putting up with your boasting will be. She smirked and leaned across to lightly kiss his cheek. I would love to be your girlfriend, Naruto-kun, Yugito whispered as she pulled back from the kiss. Thank you, Yugi-chan, and I would love to have you as my girlfriend. We better get going over to the Hokage Tower before Ba-chan blows her fuse. I have seen what she does to Erozenin when she's angry, and I don't want to be on the receiving end of that, Naruto said, shivering at the thought of the beatings Tsunade gives Jiraiya when she catches him being perverted. Naruto paid for their meal and the new couple headed to go see the new Hokage. Upon entering the room, Naruto noticed that both Jiraiya, Asuma were standing next to where Tsunade sat, and Shikamaru was there as well, standing before them. Ah, Naruto, you're here now, we can get to it. Now I have gone over the recommendations and votes cast in the Chunin exams, and you both were highly recommended, Shikamaru Nara, for well thought out strategy and excellent planning, as well as the ability to judge the level of both yourself and your opponent while having more than solid understanding of your clan's jutsus. I hereby promote you to the level of Chunin, Tsunade said, causing Asuma to grin widely, proud of the lazy genius he calls a student. Man, this is just too troublesome to be promoted like that. Now I'm going to have to do more work, Shikamaru mumbled under his breath as he walked up and collected his new vest and receiving a pat on the back from Asuma. Now Naruto Uzumaki, you performed well above the standard of a Jonin, producing a well thought out plan and applying it without difficulty, and when you were shocked with new information you were quick to realize your plan wouldn't work and acted accordingly. You also displayed the use of the Kagebushin no Jutsu and were able to use the shadow clones in combat at near master levels. You also won your match with the use of a high-ranked ninjutsu. This proves that you are well above Jonin level, so I'm proud to give you this vest and promote you to the level of Chunin. Tsunade finished as Naruto was ready to jump out of his skin. He was that excited. I'm a Chunin, that's amazing, now I get to go on better missions, Naruto yelled, immediately putting on his jacket. Hey, congrats Gaki, you're a Chunin, but don't get too excited, still a long way to go before you can be Hokage, Jiraiya said with a smile. Thanks Erozenin, you should take us out to celebrate, you're my sensei after all, Naruto suggested. What with the way you two eat? I don't think so, go on, run along, no training this afternoon, you can have it off to spend with your little girlfriend, just don't do anything I wouldn't do, Jiraiya finished with a perverted chuckle, earning him a trip into the wall from Tsunade. Perverted sensei, Naruto muttered. Hey Ba-chan, have you been able to look at Sasuke team and Lee at the hospital yet? I am sure Guy sensei asked you about him. A tick mark appeared on her forehead at being called old, but it quickly disappeared. Yes, I looked at them. Sasuke should be able to leave in 2 days and I am performing surgery on Lee tonight, although the chance of success is only about 50-50, but if successful he should be back soon. His body is perfectly healthy, he just needs his spine fixed. Once it is medical ninjutsu will complete the rehab in around a day, then he will be his old self again, Tsunade said. Oh, and one more thing before you leave, I want you here tomorrow at 8 for your first mission as a Chunin, Tsunade said, holding in the evil cackle that was trying to escape her lips. This will teach you for calling me Ba-chan and give you a taste of what Chunin life can be like. 8:15 the next day. Sweet Kami, bored, Naruto whined. Hey, at least you only have one shife, Izumo said, picking up another card from the deck. Yeah, we have had this damn post for the last 2 years, Kotetsu said, placing his cards on the table straight. He said, and Izumo threw his cards down and handed over some money. How the hell did you get stuck here for that long, the blonde asked. Well, we were hired to protect the first shipment of a new Icha book and we were kinda ambushed and the books were destroyed, Kotetsu said. Yeah, the Hokage wasn't happy he didn't get his new edition on time and gave us guard duty 6 shifts a week until he told us otherwise, and I guess he either forgot about ever taking us off our punishment or he was really angry, Izumo finished. Wow, that's rough, wonder why bandits wanted to destroy Erozenin's books, Naruto pondered out loud. Hey, it wasn't bandits, it was Kurenai, she hates those books more than anything. Have you seen the way she looks at Kakashi when he reads them? I bet if he wasn't as strong as he was she would have neutered him by now. Unfortunately we couldn't prove it was her, Izumo said. The shift went slow and the only time Naruto had any fun was when Yugito came to bring him some lunch but left saying it was just too boring and she wanted to train. When the shift finally ended, Naruto decided to go to the hospital to see Lee and Sasuke. Lee was already training despite the doctor's objections, and when he saw Naruto had received a Chunin vest, shouted about how they would be eternal rivals just like Guy and Kakashi, and that if he didn't make Jonin before him he would do 200 laps around Konoha on his fingers. Guess Ba-chan was right about him being his old self again. I just wish she could have made him a new, better, slightly quieter self, Naruto thought as he began heading to Sasuke's room. Hey Sasuke, glad to see you're finally up and about again, Naruto said happily as he walked into the room. Sasuke was sitting up in bed talking to Sakura about what happened with his brother. Sasuke didn't reply, he just had a blank look on his face. Sakura, not knowing what was going on, spoke up. Oh hey Naruto, did you come to check up on Sasuke-kun? I'm so glad he woke up. Tsunade-sama is amazing. None of the other doctors had any idea how to fix him, but she came in with her assistant and just like that he awoke. I wish I could do that, Sakura said, sighing. At the end she no longer called Naruto a baka and dead last after seeing him fight Gaara. You know Sakura, Tsunade Bakken might teach you if you ask. From what I have seen you have excellent chakra control and you could make a great field medic. And Arozenin told me Ba-chan always wanted more field medics in the ninja force, Naruto said. Naruto, that's really disrespectful to call Tsunade-sama that, but I think I will ask her. It must be great to learn from someone like her, Sakura said. Naruto went to respond but was cut off by Sasuke, who was now glaring right at the blonde Dobi. Fight me? Yeah, why not? That sounds like fun. We can have a spar in a couple of days when you get back into training, Naruto said, the smile slightly falling from his face at the raven-haired boy's expression. No, you will fight me now on the roof, Sasuke yelled, grabbing his kunai and shuriken holder. This is a hospital team, not a dojo. Now I will fight you in a spar in a few days once you have calmed down. Sakura, I think I better go. You should defiantly go see Ba-chan about becoming a medic though, the blonde said, turning to leave the room. He only made it to the door when a kunai came flying at him. Managing to duck under it, he turned to see it was thrown by Sasuke, now standing on the side of his bed fully dressed in his usual Uchiha shinobi outfit. Okay team, that's it, you want to fight? Then fine, let's go to the roof, Naruto yelled, angry at the Uchiha's attitude. Naruto, Sasuke-kun, don't do this, Sakura pleaded as the boys left and began heading upstairs. Sorry Sakura, but I need to do this now. Someone needs to put him in his place before his head gets any bigger, Naruto said. HN said Sasuke, ever the conversationalist. When they arrived on the roof, Sasuke headed to the far side before turning around, activating his Sharingan and getting into the traditional Uchiha interceptor stance. What did Arozenin say about the Uchiha taijutsu style? Oh right, that's it, involves being able to predict the attacks of their opponents and use them against you, aided by the Sharingan's ability to see what moves are coming next, and involves eye contact. Guess it's a good thing I am known for my unpredictability, Naruto thought, sliding into his stance. Sasuke rushed forward with speeds far faster than the average Jonin and attempted to kick Naruto in the ribs. Naruto easily blocked the punch and attempted a leg sweep, but Sasuke jumped over it and kicked Naruto in the side of the head. However, Naruto was able to duck before jumping back. Damn it, it is hard to guess his movements without looking him in the eyes. That damn hypnotic effect of the Sharingan really screws with the Toad style. Guess I could use the Goken, but Sasuke knows that style too well after he copied it of bushy brows and Kakashi sensei taught him to use it properly, Naruto thought, narrowly dodging another punch before being kicked to the side behind several sheets. Naruto then jumped up over the sheets using them as cover and went to deliver axe kick to the Uchiha, but it was a feint. Seeing an opening, Naruto flipped around and delivered a 3-punch combo to Sasuke's chest before pushing him back. Not wanting to give Sasuke any time to recover, Naruto went on to press his advantage, kicking Sasuke to the side before knocking him into the air. Sasuke had finally recovered from Naruto slipping through his guard and was angry. Turning in mid-air, he saw Naruto jump up to kick him back to the ground. Reacting in time, Sasuke repositioned himself and caught Naruto on the side of the chin with a spin kick, grinning gleefully when he craked into the ground. The smile soon turned to a scowl, then to shock, as the Naruto he had been fighting puffed into smoke. He was a clone. When did he make a clone? Sasuke seethed in his head before he felt a powerful kick hit him in the back. Sasuke coughed up a little blood as he shakily got to his feet. When did you make a clone? The raven-haired ninja demanded. When you kicked me behind the washing on the line. I knew if you would see through any ninjutsu I used, so I waited until you couldn't see me. I have got to say though team, you're good. I almost had to release my gravity and restriction seals, Naruto said, a small smile on his face. You dare taunt me? I'm an Uchiha, an elite. You're nothing but a clanless nobody who wants to be something is not, Sasuke yelled, finishing some hand signs, and lightning began to form around his hand. Chidori. That's an assassination technique team. Are you really trying to kill me? Naruto said in shock as Sasuke began to run forward. Very well then, I guess I have no choice, he finished as he began to gather chakra in the palm of his hand. Rasengan. The Rasengan was formed and he was about to charge when Kakashi and Jiraiya arrived. Kakashi grabbed Sasuke and threw him into a nearby water tower, but Jiraiya just placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, causing him to relax and allow his Rasengan to fade away. Sasuke, I am very disappointed in you. When I taught you that jutsu, I did not expect you to attempt to use it on a comrade. Kakashi lectured, receiving only a HN in response. Now go home and calm down, Kakashi ordered, and Sasuke walked off. Sorry Kakashi-sensei, I shouldn't have let him talk me into fighting him, said Naruto. It's okay, I think he is just a bit jealous at how much you have improved. I will talk to him again tomorrow to make sure everything is okay, Kakashi said with a nice smile. Come on Gaki, let's go have a spar. I bet you have some frustration to take out on something, and it may as well be me, said Jiraiya. Several buildings over. So that's the kid Orochimaru-sama once, is it, said one of the four people sitting watching the fight between Naruto and Sasuke. Yeah, although I have no idea why he would want some pathetic piece of shit like that. Uchiha, he was getting easily beaten by that blonde kid, the red-headed girl of the group said. Who cares why he wants him, let's just go confront him and get him to come with us, said another. Fine, let's just go grab the fucking piece of shit and leave, the girl said. No Tuya, we need him to come with us by himself, we just have to show him the power Orochimaru-sama can offer. The final member of the group spoke before they each jumped away. The following morning. Naruto, currently walking to the Hokage office after he had been given a summons by an Anbu. Upon arriving, he found Shikamaru about to enter as well. Hey Shikamaru, you get the summons too? I wonder what Ba-chan wants, Naruto said in greeting. Yeah, I got the message. Sounds like it's going to be troublesome. I heard all the Jonin are out on missions today, so it's probably going to be some mission what will require us to lead. It's just way too troublesome, Shikamaru said as the pair walked up the stairs and arriving at the Hokage's office. Walking in, they saw a very business-like Tsunade sitting behind her desk waiting for them. We don't have much time, so I'm going to be quick. Late last night Sasuke Uchiha left the Hidden Leaf Village. Sakura came to me this morning and told me about Sasuke's desertion. It is believed that he is with a team from Sound and is heading to Orochimaru. I need you to gather several of the Jonin and retrieve him, Tsunade said. Ba-chan, why Jonin? This sounds like a job for Jonin and Chunin, not two Chunin and a couple of Jonin, Naruto said reasonably. I understand that, but all Jonin are currently on or are leaving today on missions, and the majority of the Chunin force are away as well or still helping with the rebuilding, Tsunade said. Well, what about Erozen? And he could probably get them back himself without us, and I know he does not have any missions, Naruto demanded. That is a good idea. Unfortunately, Jiraiya disappeared last night and I have not been able to find him. No reports say he left the village, but he is almost defiantly not in it. He must have been reverse summoned to Myobakuzen. I am sorry, but this is all I can give you. Now your mission is to track down and return Sasuke by whatever means necessary. Now go, you can assemble your own team, Tsunade said, and the boys quickly made their way to the door. So who do we get? You're the smart one after all, Naruto said. Well, we need a tracker. That would have to be Kiba, Naruto nodded in affirmation. Then we need a scout, someone to watch out for attacks. We can't use Shino as he is working with his father improving his bugs, so it is either Neji or Hinata. I would say Neji as he is better in combat, Shikamaru said. Then we need a fighter, someone tough, and that's where these come in, Shikamaru said, taking out a packet of chips and opening them, taking a handful before offering Naruto some. How are chips going to help us? Naruto said, taking a few chips. Oh, you will see, Shikamaru said. Eventually they got down to the last handful, and just as Shikamaru was about to eat the last chip, a large blur flew out of the house they were standing in front of. The last chip in the packet is always the nicest, said Choji, rubbing his belly in delight. Hey Choji, we need you for a mission, Shikamaru said. Okay, I will go get Kiba. You find Neji or Hinata, Naruto said before he ran of his mind, however, was on another topic. How the hell did Choji know that was the last chip in the packet? Chapter 17, Leaf vs. Sound. Naruto ran towards the Inuzuka compound to find Kiba, but he luckily found him walking towards a nearby training ground. Hey Kiba, Naruto yelled, vaulting a fence to land next to the dog trainer. Oh hey Naruto man, say, where is that hot chick you were with the other night? Kiba said, a small perverted grin on his face. Kiba, this isn't the time for that. I need you for a mission. Sasuke team left the village and we think he is heading to Orochimaru, Naruto said, urgently choosing to ignore Kiba's perverted thoughts towards his girlfriend. What I mean, I know Hasa asked, but that is just unforgivable, Kiba yelled. So where are we meeting? North Gate. 1 hour. Come on, let's get going. I need to go home and get my stuff. I will meet you there, Naruto said before taking off towards his apartment. Upon arriving at his apartment, Naruto quickly rushed in, stored all he needed for a week days just in case the hunt took that long, and sealed it into a scroll. Upon leaving, he almost ran headfirst into Yugito. Oh, I'm sorry Yugi-chan, but I can't hang out today. I have a mission and it's really important, Naruto said upon seeing his girlfriend. Oh really? Well that sucks. What's the mission if it's so important you can't spend the day with me when you were supposed to have it off? Yugito said, grabbing onto Naruto's arm as they began to walk towards the north gate. As they walked, Naruto told her about Sasuke's desertion and his mission to retrieve the rebel Uchiha. So they're sending 2 newly promoted Chunin and 3 Jonin against at least 4 ninja of unknown skill, Yugito said as they arrived to see Shikamaru, Kiba, Neji, and Choji all waiting for him. Yeah, that's about it, but don't worry, we will be fine. I'm not going to die. Not before I become Hokage, Naruto said confidently. Okay, now Naruto is here, we can head out. Kiba, I want you in front because you're out. Tracker, I will be right behind to direct you when we find something. Naruto, I want you in the middle because of your speed and reaction time. You can send aid to where it is needed fast. Choji is up next, you're the main support for fighting, so you will be there to guard our scout Neji, who will be last in line using his Byakugan to cover us and look out for attacks, Shikamaru said as they started to head for the exit. The group headed to leave but were stopped by a crying Sakura begging Naruto and the others to bring Sasuke back to her. Wasn't that our mission in the first place? The group thought at the same time. Naruto-kun, wait, Yugito yelled out as she ran to catch up to the group. Ha-oh, Yugi-chan, what is it? Did I forget something? Naruto asked, confused as to why she ran to catch up to them. Yes, you did, this. Yugito finished and grabbed Naruto's shoulders before smashing her lips against his, her tongue forcing its way inside his mouth before he even had a chance to respond to the kiss. Naruto was shocked to find Yugito exploring his mouth, but the world around him soon vanished and he fell into the kiss, reveling in the feeling of bliss that only Yugito could cause. Deciding that he wasn't going to let her have all the fun, he wrapped his arms around her waist and fought her back with his tongue and began tasting her teeth and the roof of her mouth. She tastes just like the shrimp ramen she had this morning, he thought, but suddenly a loud coughing noise brought the occupants of their own little world back to reality. The faces on his fellow Jonin were what would have been expected. Shikamaru looked bored, Choji just looked on eating his chips, Neji looked as stoic as ever, and Kiba had a perverted grin plastered all over his face. I'm sorry about that, guys, I guess I just got lost in my own little world, Naruto said with a small smile. I'll say you were eating each other's faces, Kiba joked, causing the 2 blondes to blush. Yugi-chan, I really have to go, but I will be back, Naruto said, reluctantly letting her out of his embrace. You better come back. Because I love you, she said, quickly giving him another kiss. I love you too, Yugi-chan, Naruto whispered into her ear as he slowly walked back into formation and left. Please be alright, Naruto-kun, you can't leave me when I just found you, the kunoichi with slitted eyes thought as she watched the young man she loved leave. That night, the group had run non-stop since they left the village and were finally having a small break. We have to be getting closer, the scent of the group is much stronger, there's 4 of them plus Sasuke. If we rest here, I say, at the speeds we were going, we can catch them well before they get out of fire country, Kiba informed the group. Indeed, but how strong are our opponents? This is a dangerous situation indeed, I say we keep going and try to sneak up on them during the night, Neji reasoned. That is a good idea, but we don't want to be too tired to run the next day. We will push on a few more hours then stop. It will bring us closer to them so that we can scout out and maybe get an idea of how skilled they are, Shikamaru said. The others nodded and they moved off before setting up a camp for the night several hours later. The next day. I can see the sound team but I can't see Sasuke. Wait, no, he is there, but he is inside a coffin and he seems to be changing. His hair is longer and there are weird marks all over Ha's body, Neji said, shocking the others. It must have something to do with that permanent hickey that snake pedophile gave him, Naruto said. Well, they are performing some sort of ritual now, would be the perfect time to attack, informed Neji. You're right, everybody get ready, we need to act quickly, Shikamaru said, and they readied their ambush. Unfortunately, just as they were about to attack, Kiba sneezed from a flower Naruto kicked, releasing its spores. Ah shit, Kiba said as the sound team realized they were being followed. Well, if it isn't a couple of piss-weak leaf ninja, run on home, you fucking pieces of shit, you can't beat us and we are not in the mood to play with you too, you said. Fuck you, bitch, we have to get back the bastard in that coffin and you are not going to get in our way, Kiba yelled. Enough of this, Jirobo, stop them here, we need to keep moving and we still have to carry Sasuke, a tall boy with light blue-gray hair with what looked like a puppet on his back said. Why do I have to do all the work, Sakon, Jirobo said. Oh, just shut the fuck up, fat ass, and do your job, Tuya yelled, grabbing a corner of the coffin. Jirobo performed several hand signs, then slammed his hand to the ground, creating a massive dome around the group of leaf ninja as the other sound ninja took Sasuke and left. What the fuck is this? I can't break out of this damn dome even when I use my Gatsuga, Kiba moaned after trying his move and finding the dome repair itself. So it repairs, huh? I could use a Rasengan, but there is no guarantee that the hole I punched through is gonna be big enough for all of us. Guess I just have to hope Shikamaru comes up with a plan, Naruto thought. After a while, Shikamaru did indeed come up with a plan, and using Choji they busted out. Choji said that he would deal with Jirobo and the others headed on. Once the group caught up to the sound team and they split up again, this time the six-armed man Kitamaru broke off from the pack after a failed attempt to henge into Jirobo. Kitamaru managed to hold Shikamaru, Kiba, Naruto and Neji with his chakra silk threads, but he taunted the trapped leaf ninja and Neji figured out how to break the strings in time to free his comrades and sent the others on their way. He would deal with Kitamaru. Naruto, Shikamaru and Kiba caught up to the two remaining Sound 4 members. They used a well-thought-out plan to have Shikamaru's Kagemain Jutsu on Tuya to attack Sakon, and they managed to get the coffin and began to make their way back to the village. Kiba stayed behind to stall and Sakon stayed behind while Tuya followed them. They didn't get very far when another Sound ninja showed up. "You were taking too long, Tuya," the newcomer said. "Kimimaro, what are you doing here right now? You shouldn't be able to move," Tuya said. Kimimaro grabbed the coffin and jumped off towards the Sound. "Hey Naruto, we need to get him from that guy. You go on ahead, I will stop this girl," Shikamaru said, and Naruto jumped off to follow him. Kimimaro stopped in a field when he heard a noise coming from behind him. When he turned, he saw an angry Naruto releasing the seals on his body. "You freaks have gone too far. That curse mark of the heavens is clouding Sasuke's judgment, and you offered him false hope at power, playing on the fact that he wants to kill his brother. That's pathetic, and I won't let you get him," Naruto yelled, standing up and stretching. "While it is true we want Sasuke, we are giving him a great honor by him joining Orochimaru. He will become Orochimaru's next vessel," the Sound ninja with red markings around his eyes said. "Vessel, you mean what exactly? Orochimaru is going to live inside him?" Naruto asked. "Well, essentially yes, Orochimaru-sama will suppress all that is Sasuke and replace him with all that is Orochimaru, leaving only the body, and once that body finally rejects him and breaks down, he will be replaced by a new one, and Orochimaru-sama will go on and live forever," Kimimaro said. "Okay, I get it. He wants Sasuke's body because it has the Sharingan. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to spoil your party," Naruto said before pushing off in a blur. "He's fast but not fast enough to escape my Keki Genkai," thought Kimimaro. Naruto went in for a punch, but to his shock the body of his target distorted and claws of bone extended from his chest and caught the fist. "Oh shit, new kind of hell is this? His body manipulates bones," the blonde thought, just managing to escape with his hand. "No use using taijutsu, gotta go for ninjutsu. Well, as good a place as any to check out my new control over wind. I shouldn't need many hand signs now, if any, to use what jutsus I know," he thought, jumping back, making some distance from the Sound ninja. Naruto created a shadow clone and had it throw a shuriken, then he thrust his palm out without making any hand signs. Fuuten. Gale palm. The strong gust of wind hit the shuriken and caused it to turn into a blur of speed, and it hit its mark dead on his chest, but it bounced off. "What, that's impossible. How did he do that? There's no way. Nothing has ever stopped that combo if it's hit," Naruto thought, stunned before he noticed a thin layer of bone covering the area where the shuriken hit. "It's no use, you know you can't defeat me, and look, the transformation is complete," Kimimaro said as the coffin exploded into a cloud of smoke. Out of the smoke stood a changed Sasuke. Long dark hair spiked down his back and small markings of a cross in black were on the bridge of his nose. His eyes were no longer black, they were yellow, and the whites were the same dark gray as his hair. "Sasuke, is that you?" Naruto asked, but Sasuke didn't respond. He just began to head in the direction of Orochimaru. "Well, I guess I'm going to have to beat your ass first so I can stop him." Then, taking up his battle stance, Naruto performed the required hand signs and began firing compressed wind bullets at his opponent. Kimimaro was dodging but only just and didn't notice the clone of Naruto come up from behind him. "Fuuten, great breakthrough," the clone called out before he blew a massive gust of wind into Kimimaro's back. The white-haired ninja flew forward before being kicked into the air. Several more clones appeared and kicked him further into the air. "Uzumaki Naruto barrage," the clones called out, slamming Kimimaro into the ground before jumping back. Kimimaro got up and coughed up a small amount of blood. "So you can be hurt, huh? Well, that is reassuring," Naruto said, but Kimimaro burst forward with great speed that matched Naruto's own, and the pair began trading blows in taijutsu. "Damn it, I'm going nowhere and Sasuke keeps getting further and further away. What am I supposed to do?" Naruto thought, but then a small smile crept on his face when he felt something move behind him. "Hey bushy brows, they let you out already," he said. "Why yes they did, but I think you should be catching Sasuke. I will deal with this guy," said the newcomer in the clearing, wearing green spandex and orange leg warmers and had eyebrows the size of large hairy caterpillars. "You sure this guy is tough? He uses his bones like some sort of armor or something." "Everything I have tried he is blocked somehow," Naruto said. "Well then I will just have to fight harder now. You must leave and catch up to Sasuke. Just go," Lee said. "Okay bushy brows, but you better come back alive," Naruto said before blurring away. "Well, it is a shame to see him go. He was tough, but Sasuke will deal. We have more help on the way after all," Kimimaro said. "What do you mean help?" Lee said. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that," the white-haired ninja said as he attacked the green-clad ninja. With Naruto. Naruto ran to catch up to Sasuke and eventually found him standing on the head of Madara Uchiha. "Where do you think you're going?" Naruto yelled, causing Sasuke to stop. "So Dobi come to try and stop me?" Sasuke leered. "You know it. What has gotten into you, Sasuke? You so obsessed with revenge that you would just give yourself to Orochimaru. He just wants your body, Sasuke." "In more ways than one," Naruto said, trying to reason with the wayward Uchiha. "What would you know? You have never had anyone you love die. You never had your whole family just be gone in one night. You don't understand me at all because you have never had anyone to lose," Sasuke yelled. "So be it then. I will have to take you back by force then," Naruto said. "Oh, you can try, but this fight is going to be much different than the one at the hospital," Sasuke said, activating the first stage of his cure mark. "The curse mark already? Well, I guess it is only right. You someone so weak that they have to run to a pedophile just so he can hold your hand and tell you you're special to use that tainted power he gave you," Naruto taunted, getting into a battle stance and took off. They clashed, the power of Curse Seal no longer restricted by the Suppression Seal, with the Sharingan able to match Naruto's superior speed in straight combat. Naruto would land a punch, but it would be immediately countered. It was clear that neither party would be getting out of this fight without an injury. "Damn you, Naruto. Cat and Great Fireball Jutsu!" Sasuke called out. A huge mass of fire headed toward the blonde, who managed to just get out of the way before using a hand sign and firing a wind bullet at the Uchiha, hitting him in the side and sending him flying off the cliff. I probably shouldn't use my Fuuten Jutsu in this fight anymore unless I have a perfect opening. If I use it at the wrong time, his Katen will explode in my face and I will be taking a short trip to the Burns ward," Naruto thought. "That damn Dobi, I will kill him. Even with the curse mark he matches me. He will pay dearly for this. Damn you, Naruto," Sasuke seethed. The fight continued and the two boys were destroying the valley as they exchanged blows. Sasuke, powered by the curse mark, mad his strength far higher than Naruto and were causing far more damage when he did manage to get a hit. Sasuke knocked Naruto to the bottom of the waterfall with axe kick and smirked as he looked down on him. "You see, Dobi, this is why I am leaving with this power. I am a far superior ninja than you are, and this is only the first stage of the curse mark. Why stay in Konoha when Orochimaru can offer me so much more? I will be able to have my revenge on Itachi, and this power will help me do it, and this is only the first level of the curse mark." Sasuke laughed. "Man, this is insane. That Sharingan curse mark combo is a tough one. I could take either, no problem, but the performance boost he gets from that curse seal means he can now see and counter my movements. My speed and unpredictability are bordering on useless. The only cards I have left are the Rasengan and Kyuubi's chakra, but I don't want to kill the team even if he is most likely looking at execution or at least a long prison sentence back in Konoha," Naruto thought, staring up at his raven-haired opponent. Sasuke ran through 3 familiar hand signs and produced a Chidori and began racing down the waterfall, picking up speed. "Oh shit, Hess running down the waterfall to pick up speed. I need to act fast," the blonde thought, creating a Rasengan in his hand. Chidori Rasengan. The jutsu clashed. Both boys were suspended as they fought for dominance until a large explosion blew them both into opposite walls. Naruto got up and looked around, but Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. "Fuck, where is he? Behind you, Dobi!" Sasuke yelled just as Naruto felt a massive chakra spike. There was Sasuke standing right behind Naruto with a Chidori ready. Naruto didn't have time to move as the red-eyed Uchiha slammed his hand through the right side of his chest. Naruto coughed up some blood but was still standing as he watched Sasuke smirking at him victoriously. "See, I knew it. You were never anything but a clan less loser. After all, only an Uchiha can beat an Uchiha." Sasuke sneered and began walking away, not deactivating his curse mark. Naruto's mindscape. "This is unacceptable. I will not be seen as weak, not to some little arrogant Uchiha." Kyuubi fumed, gladly forcing his chakra out as Naruto subconsciously began drawing on it in a rage at the raven-haired former Leaf Shinan. The real world. Sasuke was about to start to walk out of the valley when he felt a massive chakra spike higher than he had ever felt before. What he had felt coming from Orochimaru in the forest was nothing compared to this. Turning around, he saw Naruto covered in a veil of red chakra, and his wound began healing in so fast it was visibly closing and healing without a scar. "What is this power? What are you, Naruto? Are you some sort of monster? That red chakra, it's like nothing I have ever felt before," Sasuke thought as he looked at the blonde who moments ago was defeated but now was standing with nothing but a fist-sized hole on his chest at each side to show where he had been hit with a Chidori. "Sasuke, it's time. I'm going to take you back to Konoha even if I have to break every bone in your body," Naruto said, but it wasn't his voice, it sounded demonic. Chakra ears and a tail formed on the yokai cloak and it began swishing from side to side as Naruto's rage rose. The more powerful he became. Sasuke stammered back, unsure what to make of this new development. He decided to make the first move. Naruto took off far faster than he had been before. Sasuke just managed to get in a block. He is much faster, I can barely keep up at this rate, I'm going to have to use the stage 2 curse mark, what the hell is he to be able to make me use that kind of power, at least his moves are much more predictable, Sasuke thought, but his thoughts on the predictability were soon seen to be misled as huge fist made out of chakra rushed at the raven-haired deserter who was unable to completely dodge the attack. Naruto raced forward in a rage on all fours, his yokai cloak forcing Sasuke into a full-on retreat, unable to perform any counterattacks while the chakra fists were continuing their assault, backing Sasuke into a corner. Kami, what is he? All I can do is dodge this power, must be what Itachi was after, thought Sasuke as he dodged another. Your trap team, now give up, Naruto roared, slamming his fist into the face of the Uchiha, sending him flying into the opposite wall, creating a large crater. Hey, so you're special? I will give you that, Sasuke said as he managed to pull himself from the wall, but unfortunately you're not as special as me, he roared as the second stage of the curse mark took over. Large masses of flesh extended from his back that looked like claws, his hair grew out and ran down his back, changing from black to have long silver highlights, his skin complexion changed from a milky white to a darker off-tan color, and his eyes remained as the Sharingan but the whites became pitch black. They both acted at the same time, jumping at each other. Naruto's advantage in speed now gone, but he still had the advantage of his chakra arms. The problem was he needed to stay still to use them, which was proving difficult as Sasuke easily weaved around them to get into attack range, forcing Naruto to jump back. The fight war on every attack one of them performed caused another scar landscape, and the fighting could be heard for miles around. Well, let's say we finish this, hey Naruto, said Sasuke, holding his hand down and forming a Chidori. However, instead of the usual white lightning that formed, this almost looked black and silver. Naruto formed a Rasengan and the pair rushed at each other. They were about to clash when Naruto spun out of the way and kicked Sasuke to the side. You're right, Sasuke, it is time to finish this, but I'm going to show you just how outclassed you really were, Naruto said, his voice still demonic but sounded almost calm as he closed his eyes and focused. Sasuke stared in interest, then in horror, as what looked like a second tail began to form at the base of Naruto's spine, forcing him back onto all fours as it finished forming. A primal roar escaped the lips of Naruto as his hair became even more wild and black line thickened under his eyes as a byproduct of the two tails dancing behind him. Sasuke was scared even in his second stage of his curse mark. The power emanating off of Naruto was terrifying. This is not good, I have to get out of here, but how, he thought, slowly backing up. Naruto disappeared. Sasuke didn't even see him move, and before he knew it he was flying back, only to be hit from behind in with a kick as he flew into the wall next to the feet of Madara. Sasuke pulled himself shakily out of the hole in the wall and began coughing up blood. The places where he had been kicked and hit looked like burns and were eating away at his skin even in its reinforced state. Naruto looked on in mild interest at the discomfort of the Uchiha before deciding to end it, sending a chakra fist out from his body to hover above the no longer last loyal Uchiha, and he used it to slam down with all his might, forcing Sasuke to be crushed into the ground and the curse seal to disperse. The cloak slowly started to recede from Naruto, who had just regained complete control of his body. To him it had been like watching a movie. He could stop at any time and only kept it going to see the end, but he knew if it lasted much longer his consciousness would be completely gone and the fox would have free reign over his body until it ran out of things it wanted to destroy in the area. There, it's done, Naruto panted, collapsing onto one knee before standing and walking over to Sasuke. He bent over to pick him up but was stopped by the sound of clapping. Looking over his shoulder he saw a ninja with silver blue hair and a pair of horn-rimmed glasses smirking at him. My, that was quite impressive, Naruto-kun, but I am afraid I can't let you take Sasuke-kun. You see, he is important to Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto sneered with a smirk on his face. Kabuto, what are you doing here? Naruto said, glaring at the latest unwelcome arrival. Oh, you see, Orochimaru-sama thought you might be joining in on this little retrieval of yours and wanted some extra insurance. I guess it was justified, seeing how you would have won if I didn't show up. You must be tired. I doubt you can use that beast chakra again so soon after using two tails so early in your development, Kabuto said, the smile never leaving his face. You're not taking him, Naruto said, getting loosely into his stance. Oh, aren't we the brave one? Your little cat whore isn't here to save you this time, Kabuto said, activating his chakra scalpels. Naruto pushed off at the same time as Kabuto but couldn't keep up with his fresh legs. He was just tired and sore from fighting Sasuke and running for almost 2 full days. His first exchange ended with Naruto being hit in the ribs and coughing up a small amount of blood before staggering to his feet, swaying from exhaustion. Well, you are persistent. Guess I will just have to put you down, Kabuto said. Naruto was being kicked around like a football, almost unable to defend himself for every hit he got, and he took 10. Kabuto was taking great joy in watching Naruto get knocked down only to refuse to stay down and get back up. Well, you do live up to your nindo, never back down, never surrender, was it? But as Sasuke is awake now and I am sure he is angry, so I think it is best that we end this now, Kabuto said, looking down at Naruto, who was on his hands and knees, blood flowing from cuts coming from his mouth, eyes, forehead and arms. Naruto looked up at the crater he left Sasuke in to see him standing holding on to what looked like a broken arm, then to Kabuto, who stood triumphantly over the blonde who now had blood-soaked hair. Kabuto grabbed Naruto by the hair with one hand, lifting him up to stand although unable to support his own body weight, and began slowly punching him in the gut. Naruto looked on helplessly as Sasuke approached, an evil glint in his eye. He held out his good hand and very slowly a Chidori formed and he stalked closer to the defenseless blonde. You think you can humiliate me like that, Dobi, and get away with it? I don't think so, Chidori. Sasuke screamed, thrusting his hand into the chest on the opposite side to the evidence of his last Chidori assault. His Chunin vest fell off, no longer having anything to support him, and fell to the ground. Naruto's eyes bulged from the pain and he was losing consciousness fast. The last thing he registered before he blacked out was an order from Sasuke: throw him in the river and let's get out of here. Complying with Sasuke's demand, he threw the limp body of the Jinchuriki at the base of the waterfall and watched it flow down river. Chapter 18 Revelations. Kakashi arrived at the valley the boys had battled in and looked at the destruction in awe. The only areas unharmed were the giant statues of Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage. I can smell an awful lot of blood down there, Pakken said as they began making their descent into the valley. Kakashi could still sense the tainted chakras of the curse mark and in Kyuubi's yokai. Can you tell what happened here? The silver-haired Jonin asked his dog Summons. Most of this blood is Naruto's, but I can smell a third scent here, one that didn't appear until around the end of the fight, Pakken said, causing Kakashi's eyes to widen. So Naruto had to fight two of them at once? Kakashi questioned. No, from what I can smell, the fight caused Naruto to use the fox's chakra and Sasuke to use more power in the curse mark, but Naruto was able to defeat the Uchiha by the strength of the scent. I would say Naruto was using at least 2 taels worth in his chakra cloak. That's when the third party arrived, said Pakken as he walked around following the scents and stopped at the crater where Sasuke was crushed. But I would have a hard time facing Naruto using that much of Kyuubi's chakra. And you say the third party only showed up at the end? Kakashi said, confused how the Jinchuriki could have been defeated with such ease. It seems after defeating Sasuke, Naruto regained control and forced the cloak to recede. Naruto would have been exhausted and unable to draw on that much yokai again so soon after using such high quantities. He is still a child after all, Pakken said. So he was defenseless, Kakashi said as they walked towards the spot of the first exchange between Naruto and Kabuto. Then something hit him. Pakken, do you recognize the scent? Could it have been the Akatsuki? Kakashi urgently asked, knowing that Naruto wouldn't be dead then. At least not yet. I can recall this scent. I am fairly confident it belongs to Kabuto Yakashi. The pair started fighting here, but by the looks of it, it seems more like a torture session, Pakken said as they followed a trail of blood which was getting thicker. The way the blood pools. Kabuto let Naruto try and stand before he continued his assault. This is sickening, the copy ninja thought as they continued to follow the trail that ended at the side of the river. And this is where it stops. Looks like he was thrown into the river, but it seems Sasuke woke up and left him with a parting blow, Pakken said. Kakashi at this moment noticed the Chunin vest that was on the ground obstructed from vision by some rock that had broken off of the walls of the cliff. Sweet Kami, I can recognize those holes anywhere and all that blood on the jacket. These were caused by a Chidori and there are 2 of them. Not even Naruto could survive that, Kakashi thought as he leaned down and picked up the jacket, a small tear sliding down his face. Sensei, I have once again failed to protect someone, and this time I failed your only son. I am so sorry. Where is Naruto's body? He finally asked, composing himself. The trail stops in the river. They most likely threw him in there, Pakken said sadly as it started to rain. The rain will wash away the scent soon and Sasuke will be long gone by now. Come on, Pakken, we need to follow this river downstream and see if we can't find him, Kakashi said, still clinging onto the shredded Chunin vest like it was his only lifeline in a violent ocean. The pair searched for hours until they knew that the current was not strong enough to carry him any further and the rain washed away any sense leaving the water, so if Naruto was alive he couldn't be found. Come on, Pakken, we better head back and give our report, Kakashi said, downbeat. He knew even though he had seen the 2 holes punched through the vest, he had still hoped he would be alive and sprawled out on the riverbank somewhere downstream. Several hours later at Konoha main gate. The gate guards sat and watched as the members of the retrieval team returned, all in a bad way. Only Shikamaru, Kiba and Lee were able to walk, but even then they looked like they were dead on their feet. Choji and Neji were being carried by 2 of the Jonin that left with Kakashi to check on the group. Well, you guys look in a bad way, but where is Naruto? Kotetsu asked Shikamaru as he walked past, but Shikamaru didn't answer. He just followed the group on their way to the hospital. Damn, looks like they had it rough, Izumo said, looking at the group leave. Hospital. Shikamaru was waiting on a bench to find out if Choji and Neji would be okay. You still crying over here? A voice behind him called. Tamari, what are you doing here? Leave me alone, Shikamaru said, looking downbeat. Oh, I don't think so. So you screwed up and some of your team got injured. That's the life of a shinobi. Now grow up and stop being such a lazy crybaby. At least they're not dead, the Suna Kunoichi said. You know you're really troublesome, you know that, Shikamaru said, leaning back against the wall as Tsunade walked out of the operation room. They are both going to be fine. Choji has extreme chakra exhaustion and Neji has a deep wound on his side, but they will both be fine in a couple of weeks, the Hokage said, walking off to her office. Hokage Tower. Tsunade had just sat down and pulled out a bottle of sake when there was a loud knock on the door. Come in, she ordered, and the door opened to reveal a clearly downcast copy ninja. Kakashi, where is Naruto? She ordered, beginning to fear the worst. All Kakashi did was take out a sealing scroll and unseal Naruto's vest before sitting on the couch, a lifeless expression on his face. Oh Kami, what could have caused this? It looks like it has gone right through his body. Whatever jutsu this was, Tsunade said, tears openly falling from her face. She felt like she had lost it all again. Was she cursed that everyone she loved died unless they were a complete pervert? A Chidori, came Kakashi's hollow reply. It was most unfortunate that at this time Yugito had come in to check on the group that had left to return the traitorous Uchiha Hokage-sama. I was wondering if you had any news on Naruto-kun's group, she said, walking in, but stopped when she saw the crying Tsunade and the torn jacket. Naruto-kun, no, how can this happen? Why did it have to happen to him? I had just told him I loved him. This can't be. Sasuke Uchiha, you will die by my hand, I swear it, Yugito thought as silent tears had already began to fall from her slitted eyes. She swayed on the spot before turning and running as fast as she could out of the office. Yugito ran and hid so nobody could see her cry in the middle of a training ground. She collapsed, unable to take it anymore. She burst into uncontrollable screams of agony that she had lost the man she loved. She did not notice a pair of yellow eyes with bar-like pupils staring at her from above in the trees. Unknown location. 10 figures stood on 2 separate hands, all wearing long black cloaks with red clouds. Suddenly a large plant-like creature appeared from a nearby wall. Leader Sama, we may have a problem, the plant spoke as it opened, revealing a man with half his face black and the other white. What is it, Zetsu, said the shadow of a tall man with metallic purple eyes with 4 rings circling a small dotted pupil. It's the Kyuubi host, the white half said. He was just killed by Sasuke Uchiha and Kabuto Yakashi, the black half finished. This caused the majority of the group to look at their fellow Uchiha. Hey, wasn't that your little brother Itachi? There's no way he could beat the Kyuubi brat. That little piece of shit even managed to outsmart us, Kisame said. He left the village to join Orochimaru, but the Kyuubi brat and several other leaf ninja went after them. That curse mark of his is strong. In its second stage he was able to match that damn blonde hit for hit even while using a tail of his cloak. Naruto Uzumaki was strong though. He was able to use 2 tails without losing control, quite impressive for one so young. Unfortunately, when he had defeated Sasuke he let the cloak down, and that was when Kabuto showed up. The little Gaki was far too tired to defend himself, but he wouldn't give up on his mission. Kabuto made sport of him before the Uchiha ended his life and threw him in the river, both Zetsu said. Kabuto? Wasn't that one of your spies? Sasori-senpai said, a man with an orange mask. Guess you should have chosen someone else to spy on Orochimaru like Tobi. Tobi is a good boy, he never would have killed a Jinchuriki we were supposed to capture, he finished. Shut up Tobi, I gave him orders to do anything Orochimaru ordered him to. I didn't think he would be stupid enough to kill the Kyuubi vessel, Sasori said, although he was annoyed one of their targets were gone. Are you sure he is dead? Have you seen the body? The leader said. No, Leader Sama, we haven't. You told us not to attempt to capture or interact with him and to only watch. We didn't think to make sure he was dead. Then go look for him and check out Konoha for any news if you can find him, and it is safe attempt to capture but only if he is alone and unconscious, their leader said. Zetsu left with a bow and vanished back into the wall. The rest of the group were being told by their leader their plans had not changed, but there was one member who was not interested. He was thinking he may have made a terrible mistake. Foolish little brother. 2 days later. Tsunade was sitting in her office. The scouting party had returned empty-handed, claiming there was no trace of Naruto, so she had to call off the search. So has gone, huh? Came a voice from the window. Jiraiya. Where were you? Naruto needed you and you what? Left to write your damn perverted books and now he is dead. Tsunade spat the last words, hoping to sting the perverted toad sage. Jiraiya just sat there with his eyes closed as if contemplating what to say about his fallen student. You know, the thing about Naruto is, he was never very good at being normal, the old toad sage said. What are you talking about, Jiraiya? Spit it out. Now, Tsunade said. Her fists began shaking in rage. Well, for example, his injuries, deep cuts to the face and arms, busted lip, internal bleeding, and finally, 2 chidori to his chest. A normal man would have died a lot sooner, Jiraiya said with a thoughtful expression on his face. How do you know that? And to such detail, you have the body, don't you? Where is it? Tsunade demanded. Oh, it's safe, the white-haired man said. It's what, give it to me, we need to have a funeral for him and I need to see it for myself, Tsunade ordered. No, was the sage's reply. What? The Hokage screamed, ready to pummel the old super pervert. I said no because you see, any normal man would have died much sooner in Naruto's life, but Naruto is far from a normal person, isn't he? Jiraiya said sagely. What are you talking about now? Tsunade said, but then her eyes went wide in realization. Hess alive, where is he? Jiraiya, he is a ninja of this village and he needs my authorization to be out of it, and I want him back. This village needs him, she said, the first smile she had worn since she had first seen his tattered vest. Actually, I think you will find he doesn't. You see, there was a rule passed by Sensei that allowed us as the Sannin to pick and choose our apprentice, and they would be granted the same freedoms that we are given, Jiraiya said. Yes, I know that, but what does that have to do with why you want bring Naruto back to the village? Tsunade said, still confused but smiling that her little brother in all but blood was still alive. I am surprised you would have forgotten, considering how you did the same thing I'm going to do for years, Jiraiya teased, happy to see his long-time crush smile again. Still not following you, the Hokage said, starting to get annoyed. I am taking Naruto out of the village with me. The same way you did with Shizune and Orochimaru did with Anko. As the apprentice of a Sannin, he has open borders to come and go from Konoha as we please. As long as we stay loyal, you can only order us to return if you can find us and have a specific reason. Now I'm going to take Naruto, and when I am done with him he will be as strong as I am, if not stronger. You can try and find us if you want, but I wouldn't recommend it. After all, the only way to get there is to know the way. See you in a few years, Tsunade Heim, said Jiraiya, and he puffed out of existence. Damn it, a shadow clone. So you have taken him to the Toads, eh? What are you planning? Tsunade said so softly only she could hear. With Naruto. Warm sunlight shone down on the waking Naruto. The first thing he felt was a pain in his chest and a splitting headache. What the hell happened to me? Naruto slurred out as he began opening his eyes. Elders is waking up. What do we do? Came a familiar voice next to his head, causing Naruto to fully open his eyes and take in his surroundings. He was in what appeared to be a small wooden hut. Outside, exotic plants the likes of which Naruto had ever seen stood tall, and giant stone statues of toads could be seen in the distance around a small waterfall of what looked like oil. Sitting up, he noticed two toads staring at him. Kichi, Tatsu. What are you doing here? What is this place? The blonde asked. This is our home, bro, Gamakichi said, whilst Gamatatsu just looked on with a smile. Your home? What do you mean? Naruto asked, looking around hoping to find more answers. He means you are in the home of the Toads, Mount Myobakuzen, said a new voice from behind him. Fukusaku Jiji, how did I get here on top of a mountain? Last thing I remember, I was just hit in the chest by Sasuke team. And dumped in the water, Naruto asked, still confused. Ah well, you see, Naruto-chan, Jiraiya had come to see us about your training but had to stay for a few days to see the Grand Geezer Toad. On his way out, however, we saw something troubling. Your name began to fade off the summoner's stone that tells us who our current summoners were. Now the only way this is possible is if you were dying or you committed some sort of great treachery to the Toad clan, Fukusaku said, receiving a nod from Naruto in understanding. Well, Jiraiya began begging us practically in tears to bring you here and help you, so we set up the seal array and used a reverse summoning jutsu to bring you here, and I must say you were in bad shape, Fukusaku said. Well, I guess I owe you my life then, Naruto said. How can I ever repay you? You can repay us by getting stronger and making the Toad summoners even more fearsome, came the unmistakable voice of Jiraiya from the window as he jumped into the room. You bet Erozen and I will make the Toads the most revered summons ever, Naruto said, determined to make them proud. Good, because for the next few years we are going to do nothing but train, said Jiraiya. You bet. So when are we going to go back to Konoha so we can start? The blonde asked. We're not. We are going to train right here, and we will start when you're all better, and when I am done with you, you will be one of the strongest people alive, the Toad sage said confidently. We're not going back? But why? What about Yugi-chan, Tsunade, Bakken and all the others? They probably don't even know if I am alive, Naruto asked in a panic, thinking of what Yugito was doing right now. I took care of Tsunade Heim, but I think you should write a letter for that little kitten of yours. I don't think she would let me live if I told her I was taking you away for a few years. Jiraiya shuddered at the thought of facing an enraged Kunoichi after telling her she couldn't see her new boyfriend for around 3 years, and the thought of her being a Jinchuriki made the decision not to talk to Yugito a no-brainer. Fine, but why do I have to train here and not anywhere else? Naruto said, genuinely confused as to why he had to leave Yugito for who knows how long. Because this is the only place we can train you in all the arts you need. First, we are going to work on your sealing until you are at my level. I want you to read all of these. You are ready for the master course, and these are all the books I have ever read on sealing, Jiraiya said, taking out a scroll and placing it on his table. Then we are going to work on your taijutsu and ninjutsu. You are going to accomplish something neither the Yondaime, Kakashi, and even myself ever could, no matter how hard we tried. You are going to complete the Rasengan, Jiraiya said proudly. What do you mean complete the Rasengan? I have mastered it, the blonde said. Yes, but the Rasengan is an incomplete jutsu the Yondaime always intended to add his element to it but could never get it to work. I think you can, Jiraiya said. Finally, the main reason we are here is Senjutsu. We are going to make you a fully fledged Toad Sage. Guess I should get to work then. I can't physically train for a few days but I can still read these books, Naruto said, opening the seal only to be covered in an avalanche of scrolls, books and handwritten notes. It was going to be a long couple of years. Good, now if you can complete all of your training I will tell you all about your parents, Jiraiya said, waiting to gauge the blonde's reaction. What, you know my parents? Why has nobody ever told me? What do you mean I have to complete the training first? They're my parents, I deserve to know. Naruto raged, excited and a little annoyed that Jiraiya would keep it from him. I know how you feel, Naruto, but I made a promise to Sarutobi-sensei that I wouldn't tell you until you were ready and strong enough to defend yourself from almost all trouble. It was supposed to be when you made Jonin, but I am making an exception. You need to finish your training on my Obakuzen and I will tell you. Just think of it as an added incentive, Jiraiya said, calming Naruto down. Alright Erozen, and I will trust you, but if you are just saying this to get me to train harder I will make you pay. And with that said, Naruto returned to his book, determined to learn everything as quickly as possible so he could finally know who his parents were. Well, it worked. Hess even more serious than before, but now I feel bad. He knows I know but won't tell him, but I suppose at least he knows that I do plan on telling him, so that can't be all bad, right? The Toad Sage thought as he left the blonde to his studies. With Yugito a few hours later. The blonde female had been in the training ground crying for over a day. She was dirty and hungry, but she didn't care. The only thing that mattered to her was gone. She didn't even flinch when she felt something approaching. A small toad sat beside the crying Jinchuriki, not wanting to startle her but also wanting to get noticed. He wearily croaked, becoming louder and louder until the girl finally turned her head to look at him. Yugito gazed at the toad. It didn't look normal. Then she remembered a time she had spent with Naruto on their trip back to Konoha. Flashback. The group walked along talking about what jutsu they were learning or wanted to learn, still in the early stages of their relationship, when Naruto brought up the subject of summoning to Shizune. Hey Shizune Nichan, I was wondering, I saw Ba-chan summon that big massive slug. I was wondering if you had signed the slug contract, the spiky-haired blonde said. No, I haven't. The slugs are a great asset in medical jutsu, but I do not have the required chakra levels to summon Katsuyu, and she is very picky about her summoners. Only Tsunade-sama has been able to successfully sign the slug contract, the black-haired Kunoichi informed the group. Oh, that's a shame. What about one of the other summons, like Kakashi-sensei's dogs or Bushibrow-sensei's turtles? They don't have the massive boss summons that the toads or slugs have, but they're really useful, Naruto said. Well, that is true, but I have never had a chance to sign a contract other than the slugs because I was always on the road, Shizune said. What about you, Yugi-chan? Do you have a summons? Toboy asked his fellow blonde. No, Kumo does not have many summoning contracts. We have the bears and a few others, but I haven't seen them, Yugito admitted. Aw, that's a shame. Summons are awesome. It's like you can call for a friend whenever you need one, Naruto said, running through some hand signs, and a small red toad with a blue shirt appeared. Yo bro, what do you need? The little red toad said. Nothing really, Kichi. I just wanted you to meet a new friend of mine, Yugi-chan. This is Gamakichi. Gamakichi, this is Yugi-chan, Naruto said as the small toad stuck out a small hand to shake, which Yugito accepted, giggling at how stupid she must look shaking hands with a toad. Wow bro, she is pretty. You sure know how to pick them, Gamakichi said, causing the two blondes to blush as they walked down the road. Flashback end. Gamakichi, is that you? Yugito asked, still sniffling and wiping tears away from her eyes. Yo. I got a letter for you. Don't know what it says. I'm just doing my job anyway. See ya, said Gamakichi as he placed the letter down and puffed away. Yugito slowly opened the letter and she burst into tears, although now they were tears of joy. To my beautiful Yugi-chan, I am so very sorry I couldn't return to you and have this conversation in person, but that damn Erozenin says he wants me to stay here until I am strong enough to fight off S-ranked ninja. I guess you must be upset that I made you worry, but I told you before, I won't die, not until I become Hokage, and certainly not before I see you again. There are so many things I want to tell you, but I can't, like where I am, when I am coming home. But once again I am not allowed, stupid safety precautions. I just want you to know that I am alive and I love you with all my heart and always will. Yours forever, Naruto. Peace. I will send Kichi with new letters so we can keep in touch every week. Goodbye and be safe, beautiful. Yugito read and reread the letter, tears of joy still falling from her face as she slowly stood up and made her way back to the village. You better get real strong fast, the Naruto-kun. I don't want to have to wait too long to see you again. Unknown location. The next day. The group of 10 appeared on the fingers of the statue again and waited for Zetsu to, or not waiting long as he grew out of the ground. Zetsu, what do you have to report? The leader ordered. The Kyubi Jinchuriki is alive, Leader Sama, however we do not know where he is. He was taken by Jiraiya of the Sannin and has not told the Hokage or anyone in the village where Zetsu said. Very well, find him and watch now. The rest of you get back to collecting funds. We need to be ready to mobilize in just over 3 years, the leader said just before his image faded from existence. Alright everyone, that's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it. I will try to post more as soon as possible. I have already posted the full story over on my Patreon if you are interested in that. Link to that is in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.